Hey y'all, welcome back to the channel. My name is Sharifa, my poetry name is New Lily. In the next clip, you all are going to hear me do the typical intro that I do at the beginning of all of my content videos. The only reason I'm making this precursor to the video, like I often do, especially when it's longer videos, is just to let you know what's coming because it's a super long video. The video, as you all can see, is, I haven't put it together yet, but it's a bunch of clips. So I'm sure by the time I put the clips together, it's going to equate to about 5 hours and change of content. But I want y'all to understand that this is like some major stuff I'm talking about. Since the last video, the one you see on the screen, the one that says the sabotaging and gaslighting of the targeted individual, since what took place in that video, especially what took place at the end of the video that I talked about, with the trainer from the gym's girlfriend, since that has happened, I have been dealing with some heinous gang stalking activity, y'all. They've gone real low with the gang stalking. And so that's what this video is about. It's so bad that I believe I was recorded having intercourse, y'all. It's a TMI, but it's something they sent with the technology. Y'all know from prior videos that they use something called shadow networking on targets. And it's an AI-based software where they can hack all of your technological devices and send you videos with sensitization in it. There are links in the description box and comment section that share examples of this technology and what it can do and what that looks like when they're using that on you. I've made several videos about it in the past, y'all. Like I said, you're going to hear my intro, the typical intro I do at the beginning of the next clip, where I talk about the clips in the description box and comment section, the clips that share information about the targeted individual program and the technology they use on targets. Anyway, so they can send you videos with stuff in it to sensitize you. And so they did do that. You're going to hear more about it in the next clip, y'all. It's some crazy stuff. They did it yesterday and basically insinuated that one of my sexual encounters was recorded. Now, remember, I've been targeted for a long time, y'all. I've been targeted since 2020. We're now at the end of 2025. So I'm actually going into year 6 of being a target. Next year will make year 6 of me being targeted. So it's possible that they've recorded something, so this is what this video is about. It's a super long video of me just breaking down. I know this sounds crazy and like a TMI, but you know how it is when you're a target. Everything is crazy and they're trying to make you crazy. Anyway, so it's good to document the things that are happening and defend yourself and provide evidence and refutation, etc. Or they can paint false narratives with stuff, and it's just crazy stuff, y'all. They're just trying to hurt me. You'll hear in the next clip about it. But anyway, so it's 5 hours of content, y'all, and me just talking about some relationships from my past and explicitly, and when I say explicit, it's not too explicit, but explicitly describing certain encounters and where I think whatever is coming from, what I think they might be talking about, because there are 2 encounters that they could be talking about. I don't know, right? But I haven't had many partners, y'all. I'm 33. I'm making 34 at the end of the year. And I've only had 6 consensual partners. And there was a 7th one, a rape that took place in my early 20s. So I haven't had many partners. And out of the 6, only 3 of them were multiple encounters. 3 of the guys I only had 1 encounter with, okay? So I haven't had many partners, but they're digging and they're contacting exes. And, a lot of these relationships I had from the past didn't necessarily end on the best note. So it's not too hard for them to recruit people. It's a lot, y'all. It's deep. And I had to sit here and make an hours long video. Not an hour. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm tired. I've been talking for hours. I had to sit here and put together a video that's hours long to tell you my side of the story and to just defend myself, man. So that's what's coming. And in the next clip too, also, at the very beginning at least, my voice does sound a little, I don't know, I would say screechy or off. I don't know, maybe that's just me. But it's because I'm tired, y'all, and I've been going through a lot, as you can tell, right? So it gets better as the clip goes on. But that's what's coming, and I just wanted to let you all know. I do put up long videos, as you can see, 2 hours and change. 55 minutes isn't bad. I try to limit it to, lower than an hour and a half. I try not to make the videos longer than an hour and a half. But it's hard when you have a lot to talk about and you're going through a lot of stuff. Anyway, this video was a long one because I was digging in the past, y'all. to explain to you, some of the things I've been through as far as dating goes and gang stalking and setups and, scary stuff. So that's what it is, y'all. It's a long video, but it's worth the listen. So I'll talk to y'all in the next one. Peace out. Hey, y'all. Welcome back to my channel. If you're new to my channel, welcome. My name is Sharifa, and my poetry name is New Lily. If you're new to my channel, please check out the links located in the description box and comment section. And in both locations, you'll find an identical set of links that lead to videos that talk about what started my targeting in 2020, as well as links that lead to videos that share information about the targeted individual program, info about the tactics used on targets, info about the technology used on targets, and just info about the program in general, y'all. Hold on a minute, y'all. Let me move a little bit back on my bed so I'm not by the window while I'm talking. Anyways, y'all, I am going through so much with the targeting, y'all. They are going as low as they can possibly go. It's like a game of limbo. How low can you go? Dude, how low can you go? Dude. Y'all know, if you've been targeted, you know how the thing works, right? They will stop at nothing to degrade you, to humiliate you, to paint false narratives, etc. Let me actually see. I should have checked this out before I started the video, but I'm going to talk about what happened yesterday, y'all, and what they've started doing since the incident that happened, or that I talked about at the end of the last video with the guy, the trainer from the gym's girlfriend. Since that occurred, they have been doing all kinds of stuff, y'all. Okay? But let me just see if I have a screenshot. I really hope I took a screenshot, because this morning, because I'm not reacting to what they expect, like they're digging in my past, y'all. They've been doing that. They've been recruiting bitter exes. They've been digging in my past. They've been doing that. But now they're really digging and looking and trying to go as low as possible to humiliate and hurt me. They actually told me that this morning. Now, again, if you're new to my channel, I'm going to reiterate. Please check out the links Please check out the links located in the description box and comment section before you listen to this video, or you're going to be completely lost. Listen to one of the videos where I tell my story and I talk about what started my targeting, right? There are several options to choose from. Those are the first links that you'll see. The first link you'll see actually is a link to my PayPal, where you can donate money if you have it. Because like all other targets, I am struggling. Y'all know I do work at night. I do security. Recently, they've reduced my hours, so I'm only getting one night on the schedule now. I have applied for unemployment, but that's a process. That's probably going to take about 2 weeks. So at this point, this is another time in the targeting where I could use help. So if you do have it, I would not mind a donation. I would appreciate it. If you don't have it, I completely understand. You're likely targeted like me and you're in the same pot as me. But that's the first link you'll see. So link to my PayPal, and then you'll see links to videos where I tell my story. And then after that, there's a series of informational videos that talk about the insect drones, another form of technology used on targets that they use to surveil you in your private spaces. They can hear you, they can record you, and they can inject you with the RFID chip with these insect drones. And then you'll also see links to videos that talk about the RFID chip itself and the type of technology that they're using. It's brain to computer interface. And so when you're injected with this RFID chip, it's so small that it crosses the blood-brain barrier. It connects to your nervous system, your central nervous system, and it becomes a part of your hardware, your hard drive, right? And they can connect your brain to a computer system. It's called brain to computer interface. And from this computer system, they can do all kinds of stuff. They can read your thoughts. They can push thoughts into your head if they want to create a narrative. They can push dreams into your brains. If you're having these weird, vivid dreams, just know it's likely them. It can do all kinds of stuff, y'all. That's another link you'll find in the description box. By the way, y'all, is a diagram from DARPA talking about the capability of the technology and all of the things that it can do. This is an emulation of God's creation, y'all. I mean, if you think about it, Think about the components of a computer. It has a memory, right? It has a hard drive. It has storage. That's just how the brain works. Your brain has memory. It has storage. Why do you think it can connect to your brain? Don't you find that strange? Because this technology emulates God's creation. So it's computer-like systems that they're hooking up to your nervous system, and the storage and the memory and the this and the that, it can connect to you because it's an emulation of you, and it's an emulation of the brain and what God created. I actually believe it's alien technology, right? Don't think that man is this smart. They are smart, but they're not this freaking smart. And I had a video. This was one of the videos that got deleted off of my channel, y'all. Those of you that are OG subscribers, you're familiar with what happened years ago, y'all. This was like at the end of 2023 when I was still using a family member's computer to make my videos. And most of my videos were on camera at that time. That same family member went into her computer and deleted all my videos off YouTube. And ever since then, I don't really come on camera when I make my videos. I do have some videos with me on camera. Let me go over to YouTube, actually. Recently, too, I put videos with me on camera. You know, you can see these three with me in the gym. There's another one. This one is a short clip in the beginning. You could just see what my body was looking like. I lost weight, y'all. I lost 20 pounds. I don't look like that anymore. I look more like this. I lost 20 pounds since I lost the correction officer job. I was 192. I'm 175 now or something like that. And that's something they're trying to bully me about too now. They're just trying anything because they're upset about the way things played out. What I talked about at the end of the last video with the trainer's girlfriend. I'm going to get back to that in a minute, y'all. Anyway, so I lost weight though. But nonetheless, there are videos with me on camera. There's this one here in the black t-shirt. This was when I weighed more. You get to see it was from 7 months ago. I was giving you a body update so you can see what my body was looking like. There's this one where I was doing a breathalyzer test because they're trying to create the false narrative that my mouth stunk. So this is something that they're doing now, right? I believe. So I'm going to talk about it in a second, what this video is about, y'all. Because of some deep, heavy stuff that's taking place. They're going as low as they can because they're upset that things didn't pan out the way they wanted to with the gang stalking thing they tried to do with that dude's girlfriend. Anyway, so again, I'm getting punished for things that are out of my control. Anyway, so yeah, there are videos with me on camera though, y'all. So I don't want to go off on a tangent. It's just not like how it used to be back before all my videos got deleted, where all of my videos were on camera. Like I said, those of you that have been subscribed for the last couple of years, you know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so before those videos got deleted though, before that family member went in her computer and deleted all my videos, I now have my own computer and I make my videos from my phone. No one has access to my account now. So that won't be happening again if the Most High spares my life. But nonetheless, one of the videos that got deleted was a video from National Geographic. And it was an ancient alien civilization video. Y'all, hold on a second. Y'all, I'm actually glad that interruption happened because there is another video with me on camera too. One of the main videos where I tell my story. The 11-hour, 7-part video compilation from 2023 where I tell my full story. That's the first video where I told my story. Well, actually, the first one got deleted, but that's the second video where I told my story. I'm on camera for that one too. I'm actually really skinny in that video because I was dealing with duels and what I believe to have been microwave energy weapon attacks back then. They're no longer doing that to me, thank God. I was real skinny back then. But anyways, let me scroll there to show you. You'll see the link for that video in the description box and comment section. But I'm going to scroll there real quickly to show you. This video, y'all. No, not that one. That's a shorter clip of it. This video, y'all. How I became a targeted individual. And you see that it's 11 hours and 52 minutes. It's not meant to be watched in one sitting. It's a 7-part video compilation where I tell my whole life story, y'all. And, you know, I got backlash for some of the things I talked about in that video as well. But I was just telling my life story, and trying to defend myself. And obviously throughout the course of the story, you're going to hear what started my targeting. And an experience that I dealt with prior to the targeting that's playing a major role in what's happening to me right now with a guy that ended up cyber stalking and cyberbullying me. Anyways, I'm going to talk a little bit about some things, not him, but something that happened with that situation too, in this video. But anyway, so you can see I'm on camera for that as well. So anyways, y'all, and another thing I wanted to add, not only is the link to my PayPal the very first link that you'll see in the description box and comment section, but it's also here at the top of my profile. You can see underneath my bio, first look at my banner. You can see it says Talk with Sharifa. That's my name, living with Asperger's and ADD. Then you can see my YouTube name, my username. You can see another profile picture of me. And underneath that, you see a bio. Imperfection is beauty, madness is genius, and it's better to be absolutely ridiculous than boring. Underneath that, you can see a link. It says paypal.me/neurodivergent target. And that link also leads directly to my PayPal. And neurodivergence, y'all, I've talked about it in prior videos. It just describes somebody whose brain is wired differently to the norm. It's a divergence from the norm. I have autism, and I also have ADD. I have high functioning autism, y'all, so I have Asperger's. They no longer call it that. Now they just call it or classify it as autism. But I'm higher functioning, y'all. So I'm a regular person. There's no difference. It's just in certain aspects of my life, you can see where that comes into play. Like, I'm not good at socializing. I mean, I've over the years gotten better at it. I was a teacher, y'all, so I know how to socialize, but I suffer in that area. Things like eye contact, I'm not really good at. With the ADD, I have trouble focusing and paying attention to things I'm not interested in. So these are the things that make my brain neurodivergent. You know, the same thing that you see in the banner. Talk with Sharifa, living with Asperger's and ADD. So anyway, so that's what the neurodivergent means. Anyway, back to the point though, y'all, because it did go off on a tangent. So one of the videos that got deleted back in 2023 was a video from Natural Geographic. It was a clip. And it was one of their ancient alien civilization specials. And they were talking about the nanotechnology. And they were saying, that this technology came from our alien ancestors. It was a short clip I had on my channel. Some of you probably did see it because some of you commented on it. Those of you, like I said, that have been subscribed for a while, you can look into it. Maybe you'll be able to find it. If I try, I probably could find that clip again. But it got deleted. So I truly believe, based off of what I saw in that video and based off of the capability of the technology, I truly believe that this is some sort of alien technology. Don't think these people are that smart. Yes, you have smart people out there. You have people with higher IQs than others. You have people that can create stuff, that have ingenuity, right? And that they can, figure out how to, make new inventions and stuff. But this is something that's otherworldly. Look at the movie Moonfall. There are a lot of movies where they display the nano. Okay? I strongly believe, based off of what I saw in that clip, and based off of the capability of the technology, I strongly believe this is alien technology, where it's emulating the way that your brain is made. This is technology that came from the Most High, man. And some people believe aliens are fallen angels. So that would make sense if you go with that conspiracy. That's a conspiracy theory. That's nothing that I have proof on. That's just some stuff that I heard before. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just stuff I heard. But it would make sense, though, because if you think about it, the fallen angels were at one point next to God. So they would know about his technology. They would know about his creations. If you listen to... let me not go into too many details about stuff that I can't prove for sure. Because they already like to paint it like targets are crazy, or... You know how they gaslight. This is why I like to say things that I can validate and prove. I try not to say things based off of speculation and conspiracy. Anyways, y'all, that's a tangent anyway. So these are the things that they use. They have high science, advanced technology that they utilize on targets. And you can check out, like I said, the links in the description box and comment section to find out more information about the technology they use on us. So it's not just links to stories that talk about what started my targeting in 2020. There are informational videos that share info about the tech that's used on us. There are even patents. I have a video where I share a patent for the mind-to-computer interface technology that they utilize on targets. They have patents out there for the thing. In that same video, you'll see a document called the Brain Initiative that Obama signed when he was in office. that propelled the use and the research of the technology. And then lastly, another very important video that you'll find, there are other videos too, but these are the important ones I like to mention. There's a video titled Harvard DARPA Scientists, I think it's called Exposes Mind Reading Tech or something similar to that, where Robert Duncan is being interviewed. That video got 4 million and change views, and it's still not viral the way it should be, where he's literally out of his own mouth. He's a Harvard DARPA scientist, so understand that he's a reputable source. Out of his own mouth, he says that this is a New World Order agenda, the targeted individual program. So you have a lot of targets being selected randomly around the world just so that they can experiment with the technology with the intention to use it on the general population. And then you have targets like myself that got thrown in because you either pissed off somebody that's well connected or you were a whistleblower. I'm not a whistleblower. All the information I'm sharing is public knowledge. All you have to do is do your research. But I am somebody, if you listen to my story, that pissed off someone that was well connected. So anyways, you get thrown in out of spite basically and get experimented on. So nonetheless, though, Robert Duncan talks about in that video the fact that their intention is to hook up all of the brains, everyone in the world, to this computer interface, and it's going to be called, what he calls it, a hive mind, where no one will have privacy. All the brains will be connected, and it's going to be basically a totalitarian, dystopian society. And he said that out his own mouth. It's what he called a New World Order agenda. And I only learned about this stuff because I'm targeted. I wouldn't have been looking into this stuff. I'm not a conspiracy theorist. Yeah, there are certain conspiracies I've subscribed to throughout the years that I've heard about that kind of made sense to me. But I'm not one of those conspiracy theorist nut type people that's sitting there looking up conspiracies online. I'm targeted, and so I did my research on the program. And this is when I started learning all the stuff that I started learning. It was completely accidental. Anyway, so check out those links, y'all. There's a lot of info there, pertinent info, not just for targets, for everyone. But anyway, so let me get to the point of the video though, y'all. I just had to do my little intro. You know how I do, y'all. I do this at the beginning of all of my videos. I introduce myself. I urge and encourage you to check out the links in the description box and comment section. And then I segue into what the video is about. Somebody just pulled up home, y'all, into the driveway. And I really want to talk about this stuff. And this person has been getting on me recently about these videos. Simply because of the last video I made, she's upset about it because I talked about something that happened with her in the video. That last video y'all see on the screen, y'all, that says the sabotaging and gaslighting of the targeted individual. You see it got 6 likes and 3 comments. Check that video out when you get a chance, y'all. I'm just talking about, you know, some of the things that happened recently as far as my career goes and blockages and finances being blocked and everything being blocked. Every aspect of your life is blocked when you're targeted. Every aspect of it. And then they bully you about it. Some of the people, they do. They will rub in your face what's being done to you. And so that's what was talked about in the last video. And I did mention this person. And so this person's upset. And now it's like every little thing I'm saying out of my room is a problem. And so it's going to probably be difficult to make this video now that she just pulled up. I'm going to see. I'm talking soft. I'm not talking hard. But I do want to talk about something traumatizing that they started throwing at me ever since I made that video that you see on the screen. Because at the end of the video, you'll hear about this interaction that I had with the guy, the trainer guy. You know these recent videos I've made, y'all, over the last few months talking about what's been happening at my local gym ever since this incident occurred with one of the personal trainers that trains at that gym. It happened at the end of last year, right? And ever since then, I've been getting whooped and beat. And when I say whooped and beat, I don't mean physically. I mean, like, extreme gang stalking in that gym. To the point where sometimes they're even blocking machines up. That level of gang stalking. And painting false narratives about the situation due to my reaction to something he was doing to me. What seemed like out of nowhere for a whole month. It was reactive abuse as usual. And I'm getting punished for it. So anyway, this incident occurred with his girlfriend. Then you'll hear me talking about it at the end of the video. And because of whatever it is that happened, I'm getting whipped even more. Like they were trying to do something petty with his girlfriend again. And it backfired again. And so now they're upset and they really went low. Like they're really trying to hurt me. So anyways, listen to that video. And actually, if you want to hear the whole story about what took place between that trainer and myself at the end of last year, that's led to basically a whole year of gang stalking in the gym, you can check out this video. My part 1, another targeted individual video. And actually, I'll put the link to that video I think I'll put it at the very top of all of the links. So instead of seeing that PayPal link as the first link, you'll see the link to this video because it's relevant and it's mainly what this video is about. Retribution about that situation. Y'all, let me let this person come inside and then I'll finish the video. Anyways, y'all, so that's really what the video is about. So again, for context, if you don't know about the situation or the full story, because I did touch on it briefly at the end of the last video, if you don't know the full story about what took place between that trainer, that personal trainer, and I at the gym at the end of last year, that led to basically a whole year of gang stalking activity, you can check out this video, part 1, another targeted individual gang stalking video. And the link will be the very first link you see in the description box and comment section. And then after you listen to that video, listen to my last video. If you don't have the time to listen to the whole video, at least listen to the very end of the video, where I talk about what recently occurred about a week ago with his girlfriend and what has led to what I would call lowballing or low-level gang stalking activity, where they're taking it real low. They're going real low. Now, I know the true definition of lowballing, y'all. I understand what that is, but I'm just saying, I'm just describing it as that because they're going so freaking low with what they're doing to try to hurt me. Let me actually check out my photos, y'all, because like I said in one of the prior clips, it's so annoying. I'm hearing this loud noise outside all of a sudden now that I'm trying to do this, y'all, noise campaign. I don't know if you can hear it. But anyway, like I said in one of the prior clips that you just listened to, they even played against me on the pool game this morning. You know how that's one of the technologies they use on targets, by the way, y'all. I talk about this in every video. That's one of the informational videos that you'll find in the description box and comment section. Another form of technology that they use on us, and it's called shadow networking. And it's where they'll hack all of your technological devices. So they'll hack your computer systems, your phones, etc. And once they hack those things, they can send you videos with sensitization in it to sensitize you. So for instance, if you're on YouTube like how I am right now, and you go in your recommended, you're likely going to see them recommending videos that follow some sort of algorithm. So it'll be videos that resemble the videos you typically watch. So let's say you're somebody that likes to watch football a lot. Y'all, hold on. Let me wait till this stops, and then I'll finish the video because I don't like the distraction. I'll wait till it stops. Anyways, I'm back, y'all. So if you're somebody that likes to watch football a lot, then you'll see videos about football and sports in your newsfeed in the recommended. But you'll notice the video will typically have sensitization in it. Whatever it is that they're trying to sensitize you to in your targeting. Let's say in your specific targeting, they have the false narrative that you're a thief. And so they're trying to sensitize you to stealing. You'll notice that you'll see a bunch of football videos and somehow there'll always be the theme of thievery. Like this football player was caught embezzling this amount of money, or this football player had his chain stolen from him. You know, that kind of way. This is how they do it. So it will follow a true algorithm, but you'll notice that there's constantly a theme, whatever it is that they're trying to sensitize you to. And so you'll feel like you're going crazy if you don't know that this technology exists. So that's also in the description box and comment section, y'all. I've shown actual examples of them doing this to me and other targets. So there are links to videos that show that form of technology, the shadow network that they use on targets as well. So anyway, though, back to what I was saying, this morning they were using that technology on me. They're always using it on me. Since the thing with his girlfriend happened, they have been using it like crazy, trying to degrade me, trying to paint false narratives, again, trying to create this it's this weird thing that they're trying to do, where they're trying to create this sense of feeling of rejection. When if you listen to the story, you'll hear that that's clearly not what happened, and they know full well that's not what happened. But that's the narrative they're trying to paint, and then they're actually doing things to try to create that reaction out of me. They've been doing things for months to get that type of reaction out of me, and you're not going to get that reaction because that's not what happened. So there's never going to be that type of reaction. If you listen to that video, like I said, y'all, you'll hear the whole story of what happened, right? Okay? So anyways, so nonetheless, this morning, with the shadow networking technology, they were playing me on the pool game that I like to play. And I'm mad. I just checked my photos. I didn't take a screenshot of it. But they played against me with a name, an avatar that said hit but not hurt. That was the name of the avatar that they played against me with. It said hit but not hurt. Let me go over, because I did take a screenshot of one of the things they played against me with yesterday, but it was a screenshot of them cheating. They put 2 8-balls on the table, 2 black 8-balls with the technology. Let me go over there and show you. So this is the pool game I like to play, y'all. And typically you see how there's me, Sherry. On the right-hand side, you can see that's the opponent. And so to shadow network, they'll often play against me with sensitizing profile pictures or names, right? So this one says Joshina, right? So that is sensitization. If you listen to my full story, you'll hear when I discovered that they were listening to my thoughts. Prior to me learning that they had microchipped me and learning all the things that I know now about the brain to computer interface and the microchipping and the this and that, when I had just gotten back on island from trying to relocate and things blowing up at the end of 2022 or the beginning of, when I actually found out that they were listening to my thoughts, I think it was like midway through 2023, I was daydreaming about this Spanish guy, right? And to humiliate me, they played against me on the pool game with his name, and he has a unique Spanish name. And that was the start of me realizing that they were listening to my thoughts. And then I did research and I learned about the patent and the brain to computer interface technology that they use on targets and the RFID chip, etc. Right? So anyways, that's one of the sensitizing things they'll do. They keep playing against me with Spanish names now to be funny, right? But what they played against me with this morning was a name that said hit but not hurt, because they've been doing a lot of low tactics, sending a lot of really sensitizing things to hurt me. That's what I'm going to talk about in this video. And they're not getting the reaction that they're looking for. And then right after that, they played against me with a title that said tough, Tuff, but they spelled it Tuff. I'm like, yeah, because it's not hitting the things you're doing. I am a very strong person, but it's not just that. It's just that the things that they're trying to do, it's not gonna get the reaction you're looking for anyway. First of all, I am tough, and it's the kind of personality I have. But then also the things you're doing, it's not really hitting. Like, you're attempting to do things, but it's not working, is what it is. So anyway, it's more so I am perturbed, though. I do feel disturbed about what they did. When I talk about, y'all, the level that they took it to, I'm about to talk about it right now. I do feel really disturbed and violated, to be honest with you. Anyway, so you can see on the screen, you see an example of shadow network. You see the 2 black 8-balls. So these are the things that they do. Like, they'll mess around with the technology, right? And you'll start seeing strange things with the technology. Anyway, let me head back over to YouTube. So that's what they played against me with this morning, because they know what they did yesterday. So they've been doing all kinds of stuff, insulting my looks with the technology, trying to insinuate different things because of how things played out with his girlfriend, right? So if you listen to the end of the last video, you'll hear about the incident that occurred between she and I, right? So I went into the gym, and I had just made this video, and I rehashed the situation that happened between him and I, the trainer, her boyfriend, and I. And now they're going to gaslight in the background and make noises about it like they don't know why I did that. It's a gaslighting psychological warfare program. If you listen to the whole video, you'll hear why I brought it up, y'all. Okay? I was in the room minding my business as usual, something they don't know how to do. And I was having a conversation with my younger sister. I'm not going to rehash the whole thing, y'all. Y'all listen to the last video if you want to hear what led to me talking about that situation with that guy again. Right? And what they started to do with the garbage and the thirsty and the noises in the background. Again, insinuating a false narrative while she was talking about something that's happening in her not targeted life. Right? So anyways, that's why I made the video to defend myself, and I ended up rehashing that situation between him and I, and sharing the true narrative of what took place. Because they're doing this weird thing where they're trying to paint this false narrative and change reality. And they think if enough of them collaboratively get together and do it and bully me, that the reality of what took place is going to change, and it's not. And that's what's upsetting them. And so they keep trying to do these petty things to hurt me. And I'm suffering like crazy because of it. So anyways, y'all, hold on. Let me plug in my thing to the charger. You can even hear in that last video, y'all, how I handled the situation with the girlfriend. I never insulted that girl. I'm not intimidated by her. When they first introduced her into the narrative, and I first saw her, and I realized what they were trying to do with her, I didn't have a problem with it, because I knew why they were doing it. I understand that the day that I finally reacted to what he was doing to me for a whole month unprovoked, I understand that that day he was humiliated by whatever. We hear them revving in the background and gaslighting. So you don't think I was humiliated with what he was doing to me for a whole month? Are they crazy? I have to keep asking, are they delusional and crazy, or is it me? They're roughing by about him being humiliated by the reaction I had that one day to what he was doing to me for a whole month. Unprovoked, by the way. It's biased and subjectivity. Like I've said in prior videos and like I said in the last video, y'all, it takes it, and this can sound condescending if it does, oh well. This is fact. It takes a level of maturity and intellect to be able to be objective in a situation. Especially a situation where you have strong personal feelings invested. It takes a level of intellect and maturity to be objective in a situation. And that's what I'm dealing with. They don't know how to be objective. It's all based on personal feelings and bias. And that's what I'm dealing with. They're not stupid. They sat on their ass and watched everything that's going on because this thing is televised and everybody's watching what's going on, play by play at the edge of their seat like it's a movie. They're not stupid. They're biased. Anyway, so let me continue with what's going on, y'all. So anyways, that one day, I reacted to what he was doing to me for a whole month unprovoked. And after that, I was getting whipped in the gym. I was dealing with a bunch of different gang stalking stuff. Y'all listen to that video I told you to listen to hear the whole story. I'm not about to reiterate it again in this video. And even in the last video, I talked about it briefly. That was what led to them putting his girlfriend in the gym and trying to do petty stuff that backfired. So anyways, when they first started bringing her around, I'm not a petty person. I'm not ignorant. I'm not invested in the situation. I'm not going to the gym for him. So when he started bringing her around and I didn't catch on to who she was, and then he did that stunt where he went and blocked up the mirror while I was trying to squat. He's literally putting her in my lap. Like I told y'all in the last video, I went to the back room to try to do my adductor workout. He puts her on the ab machine to the left of me and squeezes himself in between us. I'm on the freaking squat machine, the V squat machine when I was still using it. He comes right next to me and puts her on the leg extension machine. I'm on the leg extension machine. He comes right in front of me with her. I'm like, why is he on top of me? Working on, like, he's been in the gym before when I was working on, he's never been this on top of me. I'm like, what's going on? I wasn't catching on that it was his girlfriend. And then, because I wasn't catching it, he blatantly eventually just was like, fuck it, excuse my language, and decided to block the mirror while I'm trying to squat. And he takes her in front of the mirror and starts blowing kisses at her. So I said, oh, Eureka. It was like an epiphany. I was like, that's why he's on top of me with this girl. He wants me to know this is a girlfriend. And so obviously my brain is not dumb. I understood why he was doing what he was doing. I understand that I humiliated him that day when I reacted to what he was doing to me unprovoked for a whole month. So I didn't have a nasty reaction. I saw the girl. I have eyes that can see what. First of all, it's not competition because I don't want him for the millionth time if they haven't caught it already. But nonetheless, even if I did want him, and this was somebody that was super like the dude from high school, or I'm just giving y'all an example, right, of a crush that I truly really had a crush, right? Because this wasn't what they thought it was. A true crush that I had that I can think of, because in my grown years as a big grown woman, I haven't had crushes. I've had relationships. I don't have crushes. The last time I had a true genuine crush was high school. Anyway, so if it were truly something where I really, really liked the person bad, I still wouldn't have acted petty about it. You bring in a girl around. I would never do that. I would never sit there and insult or act stupid and petty about somebody because I like you. But with him, it wasn't like that. I already explained in the last video what was going on, y'all. You're going to hear more details about it too. I'm about to talk about it in this video. What they were doing, like I talked about in the last video when I first started working out in the gym, was they had a small handful of dudes in there. It was a bunch of dudes, actually. It was like packed with dudes, right? But there was a small handful of them that was doing this weird patronizing thing where they were purposely like looking at me in my eyes and like, going over the top. I'm a grown woman. I know when a man is checking me out, and then I know when somebody's being patronizing. And it was this patronizing tactic where they're going over the top to look at me in the eyes. And, it was all tied back to the cyberbullying dude that I talked about in my full story. and the whole big debacle with him and me creating the receipt video that I took down. Those of you that have been subscribed, you know about the situation. If not, I'm sorry, you're not gonna, there's certain things you're just not gonna hear about. I took it off my channel because I was getting a lot of backlash for it. But if you listen to my full story, you will hear the details about that guy, right? So anyways, some of those guys were friends with him. I recognized one. I have the memory of an elephant. I recognized one from back in the day when I was friends with him on Facebook and stuff. I have good memory. So that's why they were doing what they were doing. But at that point, it wasn't malicious because I had made videos telling my story, my side of the story, right? And where I was coming from and the things I've been through with the situation. So it wasn't malicious. You can tell it was more so just like this kind of petty patronizing thing because it's like, oh, she thinks everybody wants her, so let's act like, this kind of way. And so that's what a small handful of them were doing. And even while they were doing it, they were helping me with the machines. It's not like they were being nasty and petty like what they're doing now, where it's actually turned into like an actual bullying thing and almost like the stud gang stalking type, try to tear me down thing, an ode to their friend. And now I'm talking about the trainer guy, not the cyber stalk. All these dudes know each other. It's a small island. It's a small community, unfortunately. They all know each other. And then you have different, sectors of people and groups that hang out, and these are all fitness dudes. That dude that I used to talk to, that same cyber stalking, cyberbullying dude, he's a workout dude. All of these dudes are workout dudes. So there's like this circle of them that know each other. I already explained to you all in one of the prior videos what happened when I was trying to hunt for creatine and I was hopping around at different gyms looking for creatine. I started seeing some of the same faces that I was seeing in the main gym at these other gyms. And so I realized, oh shit, they're all floating around. They all know each other. This is a small island. So anyway, it was a small handful of them that was doing that weird patronizing thing. It was making me uncomfortable. But they were being nice to me, so I didn't have an issue with it. I didn't feel the need to go on camera and, try to, use a tactic until they brought this one dude in. And I know why they brought him in, because they knew what my type was based on the things I said in my video and in my full story. And also based on the dude that they saw me daydreaming about before I knew that they were in my brain. That same Hispanic dude, y'all. I told you he was like half Santo, half Puerto Rican. They kind of knew the aesthetic. I'm not a vain person. I've dated every type. I keep saying this that you could think of. I've dated dark, light, white, black, Spanish, skinny, thick, muscular, not muscular. I've dated every type you can think of. I'm not a vain person. But everybody does have typically a physical type and something that their eyes might gravitate to first. And so they know what my physical type is. It's not like you have to look like that for me to date you, but I do have a physical type. And they know what it is. From listening to my videos, from observing me like a freaking science project. They know what my physical type is. And so this dude that they sent in there, he was different to the rest. He was just moving real cocky, and they know full well who I'm talking about too. Cocky and annoying, and this kind of, just the way he was moving, pompous, it was just irking me. And he kept coming around me like right next to me. Every machine I was on, he's working out right next to me, right? So that was where I started getting annoyed and doing, it's just this kind of tactic. And I felt like that was going to be googly eye for him. And they kept putting him on top of me. Meanwhile, you have this other dude, the trainer guy that I did end up having the issue with, that was also in the gym. But he's not on top of me. He's acting humble. He's genuinely around the place helping people. And so I purposely in the video said, they're sending this guy in to make eye contact with me, whatever stupid dumb shit I said, or check me out. And I said the dude that I actually have a crush on isn't doing all the whatever this one is doing, whatever stupid shit I said in the video. I did it purposefully. And then after I made that proclamation, I saw them trying to guess who I was talking about. And then I made it more obvious. And then I purposely started doing this thing where I would purposely be staring at him. They noticed when it started happening was why did I start doing it after I said it in the video? It was a tactic, my stupid ass, thinking I'm doing something, and it backfired. You don't think didn't know that they were watching me? I knew I was on camera at this point. He would come around the area sometimes and he'd be looking down at his phone. I knew he was watching me. And so I would purposely be staring at him and acting like I'm staring at him. I know they remember me doing this. It was all a tactic. And then eventually that one kind of fell off. You see him looking bastard because he thought he was going to be the one. I was doing it as a tactic because he was annoying me so bad. And it was this cocky kind of smug look he had on his face. It just irked me so bad. Anyway, so it ended up backfiring. Because then, it ended up turning into whatever it turned into with that dude. It wasn't like this immediate thing where he immediately started to do stuff. He didn't, actually. He just continued acting normal and being around the gym and helping out and doing whatever he was doing. He was always there anyways. Like I said, he was actually the first person that I worked out next to. When I went into the gym that evening for the first time, there were a bunch of dudes in there, and they were all watching me when I walked in. It was very overwhelming. So I just went straight to the back room because I was Bassity. And he was back there. No, he came back there. When I went back there and I went on the machine, he came back there and started doing squats. And he had this big loud speaker, and it was a bum, ba-dum, bum, and the whole room was shaking. And so then he came over to me. He said, sorry. He said, is this, he's like an Ivory Rasta man. He was, like, before he started acting, doing the stuff he's doing. He's like, sorry. He said, the music, he said, this ain't disturbing you, right? I said, no, it's okay. Don't worry about it. And so he continued doing his squats and stuff. And so I moved to the next machine, and I wasn't using it properly. So I remember him just showing me how to use the machine. Then he went about his business. He's helping this person. He's helping that person. He was all over the place. I didn't know he was a trainer at the time. He wasn't sitting there like in the corner, like looking, eyeing me like the little small few select dudes that were doing it. It was like 5 of them. Or specifically that one that they sent in after the fact that was really a honeypot. That dude was straight up honeypot. I knew it for sure. And it was so annoying too, the way he was acting. And so that's why I purposely did that. I said what I said, and he did actually fall back. He looked Bassity. I was like, score. And then he fell back. And then it's just like, it just kind of turned into this thing now, though, where it's like I did give the power to someone in there, though. I foolishly did give the power to somebody in there. But it's not like right away he started doing stuff and he took that as like an opportunity to, he didn't do anything. He just continued to be around helping people. He didn't do anything. Things continued to be normal in there. Nothing happened. He didn't come on to me. Nothing happened. Months later, by the way, every now and then he'll have conversations with me, but that was happening before anyway. Basic, surface level convo. It wasn't anything serious or in depth. I was in there working out and I would leave. Anyway, so a few months later now, I remember this was the day when I deadlifted the 200 for the first, it was 250. Was it 200 or 250? I believe it was either 200 or 250. He was in there working out or training somebody. And I remember I was trying my damnedest. And this was before things got nasty between him and I. It was very normal. I remember I was trying, and I actually got it up. I deadlifted for the first time. I think it was either 200 or 250 pounds. And I saw him look up at me, and then he walked over, and he asked me if I wanted to go on a hike. And he started explaining to me that a lot of these people in there go on a hike, and he started showing me some of the people that would be going, and this was when they were still friendly in there. And he was asking me if I want to go on a hike, and he gave me his number. I said, I'll let you know. A whole week passed, I didn't use the man's number. I never used his number. The day before the hike, I just simply sent him a text and made some excuse to not go to the damn hike. That was it. After that, I still had his number. I never used it. He never asked me anything else again about going out and doing anything. He never reached out. He had my number too. He never tried to contact me either. We both didn't try to contact each other. Nothing popped off with us. It was fine. I didn't have an issue with that either. I wasn't mad at the dude. There was no issues, no feeling of rejection. We were cool. Then now my gym time changes. I start going in the morning time because I had to. I couldn't get a ride. As usual, they were blocking up everything. I was having a hard time with the public transportation. The taxis wouldn't stop for me. The public bus is like this sometime machine where it's coming hours late and I'm like having to sit for 2-3 hours just to get a ride on the public bus, even though I'm showing up on time to the bus stop. So eventually I figured out a way. I said, okay, in the mornings, and this was before I had my car, y'all, because I'm telling y'all the story again and I'm not meaning to, but it's just like I feel like I have to rehash it. It's, I'm telling the story so many times because I can't believe they're really gaslighting like this. So anyways, I had to, I figured out a way to get a ride. This was before I had my car, y'all. So what I did was, and that's to tell you, I wasn't going to the gym for him because I didn't know whether he would be there in the morning or not, and I didn't care. I was going to work out. I'm doing it for me, no one else. So anyway, I go in the morning time, and I start taking a ride down with my mom because she's a teacher. Y'all know the story with her, and I used to teach with her. And so I used to catch a ride down with her because my gym, she has to pass my gym in the morning to get to work. So I start going in the morning, I'm working, I'm seeing new faces. I'm not really seeing anybody I know like that. I do remember one time I had left doing the night shift and I had seen him there, his car there, early. I'm talking early hours, not the time I was going. Super, like I think it was like 4 or 5 a.m., something like that. He was there. But he wasn't there when I was working out. Then like maybe I want to say like a week after I was working out there, I noticed after my workout, and this is in the morning time, by the way, after my workout one time, I saw him come in after my workout when the workout was already done. And he just came in and waved at me and then went in the corner and started setting stuff up. And I left. Then I noticed maybe like a week later it happened again one time. He came in after and started setting stuff up, waved at me, disappeared. He wasn't coming in during the workout. And it wasn't happening every time after the workout either. So then now I notice they start using, I'm not trying to tell the whole story again, y'all. Let me wrap it up because this is what I have a bad habit of doing this just for clarity's sake. I end up telling the story again, and I'm not meaning to do that. I played a video, right? A video because of the things that they do with the targeting, painting false narratives, gaslighting, making me feel accused. That's the theme of my targeting because they claim that I bear false witness. So another one of those moments was happening. Something bad happened with a family member. I can't remember which one. And so again, they're trying to paint the narrative of me doing something spiritual like witchcraft to harm the person. They know I didn't, y'all. This is all retribution because of what I said in my full story of suspecting that someone from my past might have done witchcraft on me because of the strange things that's occurring. You know, the targeted individual program is otherworldly. And they're using high science technology on you. You trap up, and you didn't do anything. You do start to question and look into every avenue. You start feeling like this is spiritual warfare. That is what it feels like. And that really is what it is. And so I explained to y'all in my full story that I'm from the islands. So I do believe in witchcraft and you could say folklore. I do. I grew up hearing stories and seeing certain things. And, you know, I had a grandmother from Trinidad. My dad and that half of my family's from Trinidad. So I grew up hearing stories and stuff, and then, you know, I'm experiencing this weird otherworldly thing. I'm seeing people out there who have done way worse, who aren't being, like, freaking accosted and freaking persecuted the way that I'm being persecuted. So I did think it was witchcraft, initially. You know, and at that time, too, y'all, I'm talking about earlier on in my targeting. That was before I learned all the things I know now. So before I learned about the high science technology that they use on targets. And I was seeing certain things, like, for instance, the shadow networking that I talked about in the prior clip, where they're using the technology, the AI, to manipulate videos and send sensitization. You would think you're schizo or crazy, or that it's some sort of witchcraft if you didn't know about this technology. And so that's what I talked about, one of the things I talked about in my full story. Some strange things that occurred with this roommate of mine from my early 20s. Weird stuff that made me feel like, okay, it could have possibly been her. I didn't accuse her. I speculated. I insinuated. I said, this and that happened with this roommate. It could have been her. Then I talked about these two girls that my sister and I was friends with in my early 20s before I moved back home from Tallahassee. Before my targeting, y'all. Years before my targeting. Those girls were proclaimed brujas. They were Egyptologists and they were into holistic health and nature and healing, similar to how my sister and I are. But the belief system was different. And we didn't learn until after the fact that they used to actually deal up with that stuff. So that stuff is real, y'all. It's not fake. And so when we learned that they deal with that stuff, that's when the friendship obviously dwindled away. But at that point, they had already had access to me. They had access to my sister. I had sat through almost what seemed like, now that I'm looking back, a ritual with them that I didn't realize was a ritual until after the fact. I've talked about it in my full story, y'all. I'm not about to talk about it again here in this video. So there are some things and some people I have opened myself up to that could have led to what's happening to me now. I'm telling you. So anyways, nonetheless, so it wasn't some crazy cuckoo delulu accusation. First of all, it wasn't an accusation. It was an insinuation and speculation and really just a lost, confused person trying to figure out why they're going through all these crazy things. Anyway, nonetheless, because I'm going off on a tangent, y'all. My God, let me reel it back in. Woo, reel it back in. So with the Italian guy, how he ended up coming to the gym. It was one of those moments where they were accusing me of witchcraft as retribution. Anyways, y'all, so it was one of those moments where something bad had happened to a family member. And I'm sorry the video cut off. There was a train of thought and a tangent I went off on, y'all. And then I lost my train of thought. So I ended up cutting that part of the video out. So that's why you're hearing this abrupt cut. And it seems like I'm kind of like coming back in and trying to join back on where I left off in the last clip. Y'all let that thing drive by. Noise campaign. Anyway, so where the Italian guy got inserted at the end of last year was another bad thing had happened to a family member of mine. It just seems like bad things are happening to the whole family all of a sudden. Conveniently when I'm a target and I have the spotlight on me and all this bullshit is happening. But anyway, So nonetheless, I think things have been happening with family members. It's just that now that this is happening to me, it's more like spotlighted. Anyway, so whatever it was, something happened. I can't even remember what it was. And again, they were purposely perpetuating the false narrative of witchcraft, even though they've had cameras on me for years and years and years, making me feel accused and like I had something to do with it. Look, you hear them chirping in the background with the insect drone. So anyways, foolishly, to defend myself, because I had an awkward reaction. This is another thing I talk about, y'all, where they send these narratives via the technology. Videos, like I said, with sensitization pushing a false narrative. And then they're all staring at me on camera. And so I'll have this PTSD reaction where I'll start breathing fast or whatever. And then purposely they'll make me feel accused about the reaction. But it's all psychological warfare. It's all retribution, right? I've gotten better now, right? But before I used to be having these major reactions. It still happens sometimes to me with all of the false narratives. So some sort of something they played in response to whatever it was, whatever conversation I had, private conversation about this family member. Of course, with the technology, they start sending a false narrative. So I had this reaction and immediately I'm hearing noise campaign in the background. And so I had this video that I had made, I deleted it now, about when my grandpa passed away last year, at the beginning of last year. And similar to what they're doing with everything else, they tried to make it like I had something to do with that too. Again, just retribution, y'all, and trying to make me feel accused. My grandfather was in his 90s, y'all. Okay? My grandfather lived a very long life. Anyway, so when he passed away, they were being insensitive and even still using that as a moment to gang stalk and do the psychological warfare. So I had made this big long talala video talking about why certain things were happening to me and rehashing some of the things that happened when I tried to relocate in 2022 to the mainland, and things blew up, the targeting blew up before I came back to Island. And I talked about some of the offensive Hebrew Israelite propaganda that I shared in my car in Florida and why some powerful people in the mainland are now involved in my targeting. Because while this thing with my grandfather was happening, like shortly before he passed away, he was in the hospital in Florida. And all while I'm on FaceTime with my sister, there was gang stalking stuff happening in the background. I kid you not. And so that was where I started, just making videos about what they were doing. And, I merged a video with another video I had made when he actually did pass away, my grandfather. And so I ended up playing that video at the end of last year. I played it because, again, like I said, something happened with a different family member, something bad. And they were doing, again, the stupid tactic of pretending like I had something to do with it. And so I played that video. And it didn't cause a reaction when I made the video and said the things I said. So I don't know why it created something just then. But that's how it is, I notice. Like sometimes it's like selective anger. Sometimes they'll get angry about something I say in the video. And then sometimes they won't. It's just odd. I think when I had made the video, because the sensitive thing with my grandfather passing and stuff happened, I think that's why I didn't get the retribution for the other things I said, like reopening the can of worms of, some of the sharing or reiterating, not really reiterating, but like restating or reminding them of some of the offensive Hebrew Israelite propaganda that I shared in my car in Florida. It was reactive abuse, y'all. This was in 2022 when I tried to relocate off island and the targeting followed me and I realized, whoa, this thing is worse than what I thought it was. And I experienced some really heinous, harsh gang stalking treatment all throughout the different states. And I ended up back in Florida and then ultimately back here on this island. But before I came back to this island, I stayed in my car for about a month in Florida and I was dealing with some harsh gang stalking treatment, way worse than anything I've experienced on this island. It's real bad in the States. And so I remember just eventually sharing offensive Hebrew Israelite propaganda. It was reactive abuse. And I did it out of anger. But nonetheless, that's partially what I talked about in that video. It was one of the tangents I went off on. It was a relative tangent. Again, just talking about why so many people are involved in the targeting and why it's so bad and why they're doing some of the things that they're doing and tying it back to the false narrative of me doing something to hurt people, spiritual, it not being true. Them just using that as a tactic to make me feel accused. Nonetheless, I played the video then. The video I had made a whole year prior, basically a year prior. And they got angry about it just then when I played the video. And they've honed in on what I said about showing the Hebrew Israelite propaganda in my vehicle in Florida. Not focusing on why I was actually playing the video. Nonetheless, I noticed then that the Italian guy started coming to the gym in the morning time. So they started using him as a gang stalker and he looked pissed off. that first morning. Like, I wasn't seeing him the whole time I had been working out there. I wasn't seeing any of the old faces. Like I said, twice or maybe 3 times I saw the personal trainer that I ended up having, the main one that I had the issue with, the crush one that this video is about. I saw him at the end of like 3 workouts, and then he disappeared. He was setting stuff up, he disappeared. I wasn't seeing him consistently, and he wasn't coming during my workout time. So then I see the Italian guy now all of a sudden. After I played that video, it was obvious that's why he was there. And he looked angry. He was working out. This was the first time I had ever seen him work out. Because when he was coming to the gym before, it was like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock that time when I used to go to the gym. He was in the area training people. I never saw this man work out. And now that I know he owns a gym, it was definitely gang stalking. He's not going to be in this gym working out when he owns his own gym. That makes no sense. So anyway, he was working out and he was looking pissed off. And I wasn't sure if I should say hi or not, because remember I told you on prior videos there was this incident where he actually helped kind of save me from getting crushed with the barbell and the Smith machine. That was when I had went heavier with the squatting. I was weaker back then. I was weighing about how much I weigh now. Remember, I lost 20 pounds, y'all. So back then I was in my 170s and I was weaker. That was towards the beginning of last year when I was still working out around 1, 2 o'clock before I changed my gym time. So I'm kind of rewinding a little bit. And I went heavier on the Smith machine. I think I went up to like 210 pounds or something like that. It was 210 pounds. Yeah, it was 200. I had just gotten into the 200 range with the weight. And I went up to 210 pounds. And it was just a 10-pound jump. But back then I was weaker. And at that point, 200 was my max, the heaviest that I could go on the Smith machine. And so I said, okay, well, just 10 pounds shouldn't be that hard. I should be able to do it. So I didn't anticipate failing. And so I had safety bars in there, thank the Most High, but they were at a very low level. It wasn't at a level to actually protect me if I failed with the squat. I just didn't anticipate failing it. I was like, okay, this is just 10 pounds heavier. But common sense should have told me that if 200 at that time was my max rep, right, the max weight that I had ever been able to go to, even just simply going up 5 pounds could make you fail. So anyway, I went up 10 pounds thinking I had it. And I went to do the squat and it crushed down on me. And if those safety bars hadn't been in there, I might have ended up in the hospital or worse, God forbid. So anyway, the thing crushed down on me and the safety bar kind of protected me a little bit. But I was mushed down to the floor and the Italian guy hopped in and pulled the thing up off of me. And then he turned around to help me actually do the squat because he's a trainer. So after that, I kind of was feeling awkward with him. Not because he did anything. That's just because I'm an awkward person. And he had helped me in that moment. So I felt awkward. Anyway, so it was this thing where I wasn't sure if I should tell him hi or not, though, because he used to be coming at the time when I used to go and working out around me. He was training people. And then he also had helped me. So it's like, okay, he's here now. He looks pissed off. I wasn't seeing him here before. This is looking like gang stalking. He's working out. I've never seen him work out before. And he looks pissed. So I'm like, I'm not going to say hi, right? So I just continue to work out. But I'm noticing he's just working out and he's, like looking pissed and making noises and stuff. And he just looked really angry. And I put 2 and 2 together. I'm like, okay, I played that video yesterday. I happened to mention some of the offensive Hebrew Israelite stuff I shared in my car in Florida. And now he's here during the morning gym time. He's never been here before. I've never seen him work out. At least not at this time. He's never been in the gym at this time with me before. And I've been coming for like 2-3 weeks now. I hadn't been seeing him. And he's here and he looks pissed off. And he's working out super hard. Right? So I was like, oh boy. So I went home and I made a video talking about why I thought he was there, that I realized it was likely gang stalking. I even described him as being racially ambiguous because I was like, I don't know what his ethnicity or nationality is, but he might be mixed with or the ethnicity that I offended, because why else would he be here right after I played that video and looking angry and stuff? And so I deleted the video. After I made it, I deleted it. The next day he comes with the Italian flag tied around his head, like as a way to show me, that's why I'm here. You offended me. I'm one of the people that you offended. Because obviously that's a nationality that's predominantly white. It's a mixed up, I almost want to say they're almost like Hispanic people where they're mixed up. Italian people, they are. That's why a lot of them look the way they look, racially ambiguous, but still predominantly white, right? And so obviously then I did offend you. And so I understood why he was there. But anyway, after that, and I made the video, kind of apologizing and stuff. I took the video down. He was just inserted after that into my workout routine. He was just in there after that. I noticed I'm seeing the other dude now too, the trainer dude. I wasn't seeing him before. Like I said, I saw him after a couple workouts. He told me hi and disappeared. All of a sudden, I'm seeing the 2 of them in there at the same time in the morning time while I'm working out. So the Italian guy's name starts ticking in my head. I learned his name by accident. One of them called his name. I never knew the dude's name. All the time I was working out with him for almost a whole year in that gym. Not working out with him like we're working out together, but in proximity of each other. I never knew the man's name. Now he's coming in the morning time. Coincidentally, someone called his name. And so I learned his name. And out of anxiety and basittiness, remember I told y'all basity just means flustered, because I knew why he was there. I knew he was there on some gang stalking stuff because I shared offensive content. And I kind of reopened the can of worms and reminded everyone about the offensive stuff I shared in my car in Florida. So anyway, after his name started ticking in my head, I was humiliated because I'm like, okay, I already know why he's coming here. And then now his name's ticking in my head. This is embarrassing. And so it just became this incessant tick. And mind you, this has happened with several people. It happened with the secretary for my job, my security job. She's my mom's age. She's an older lady. So no, it's not a S3xt thing. It's not a I like you thing. It's a you're somebody that makes me anxious thing. I explained why it started happening with that secretary. Because sometimes she doesn't do it anymore. But sometimes she would like text me or send me something, write a sensitization plate on the screen. So it's just kind of like this reminder that she's watching me. And I'm, back then too, things happened with my job. I don't want to talk about it. It's kind of similar to what's happening now where I had a reduction in hours, but it was worse. It was like I had no hours. And it was like around the time when certain sensitizing things would be happening. So she was just somebody that made me anxious back in the day. Now I've been working with her at this point now for like 2 years and change. It's just like I'm kind of now desensitized to that relationship. But at a point, her name was taken in my head too. There was also this guy I used to do security with. The dude had a major issue with me. But then one night he had made this weird comment. I don't want to go into the details about him. I'm going off on a tangent. But he used to just be watching me hard in this anger, like glaring at me. He had this major issue with me. They all knew about him. This guy I used to do security with. And then he started trying to be nice to me and like do nice things. And then there was this one night he made a comment. He said, "Why do people that you're trying to be nice to be so mean?" is what he told me or said to me at night. So I started realizing he probably just thought I was this bitch or whatever. Anyway, but his name was sticking in my head too when I used to have to work with him because he was also someone that made me feel anxious because I could tell the dude had a problem with me. Anyway, I'm not trying to go off on a tangent. Back to the Italian guy. So that's why his name was sticking in my head. It was just a level of angst because I now have confirmation that you are the ethnicity I offended. I know that's why you're coming here. And then now I heard your name. So it's ticking in my head similar to all the other names that started ticking in my head. So anyway, it was just this humiliating thing. But then to add insult to injury, the other dude is there now. The trainer dude. The main trainer dude that I had said the crush thing about. He's coming at the same time as the Italian guy now. And when the thing started ticking in my head, the dude's name, I noticed him start to do like weird gang stalking activity. Like really heinous gang stalking activity. It was like a month full of the dude doing stuff. The Italian guy wasn't even doing what he was doing. He was doing more than what the Italian guy was doing. They all saw it. The first thing he did, right, that was just kind of like this subtle thing, and I wasn't sure if I was tripping or overthinking things, was a day, again, where the dude's name ticked in my head. I was on the Smith machine squatting, and the Italian guy was in the vicinity working someone out. And so I'm seeing him in the mirror while I'm squatting, so his name started ticking in my head again. I'm like, shit. So I went underneath the AC vent, and it's this vent right outside of this room where there's a garbage and a cooler. And so I'm under the vent just trying to catch my breath. I told you I do this sometimes when I'm squatting, and I was trying to stop the tick from happening. It was kind of like this kind of distraction thing too. It wasn't that I was just trying to catch my breath. I was also trying to distract my mind because I was seeing him in the mirror and his name was popping into my head. So I went underneath the AC vent, and I'm just trying so hard, and it still slipped in my head. His name slipped in my head. Do you know right after it slipped in my head, the main trainer dude slips by me and he's eating some sort of yellow thing. I don't know if it was mango, papaya, I don't know what it was. Some sort of yellow fruit. Coincidence that it was yellow, right? Because that's not when they started using yellow on me, although yellow is tied to him. Anyway, he slips by me. He kind of cut his eye at me, and then he went to the garbage and threw the fruit in the garbage. So I was like, is he calling me garbage or am I overthinking this? I'm like, nah. I'm like, no way. I'm like, it's probably me. I'm probably just overthinking this. I know I have a tendency to do that. And I'm targeted now too. So it's just like, I am going to have the tendency to overthink every little thing. I'm like, maybe not. Nah. I'm like, nah, no way. So then I remember a couple days later now, he does this weird thing where he starts bringing this young looking female around. right? And training her. And she's wearing these little short ass pants. Look like she's in her early 20s or something. And he walks her in front of the Smith machine while I'm, so he had never done anything. I've been working out with the man for almost a whole year. He had never done nothing like this before. He brings her directly in front of the Smith machine, and I'm squatting. He starts making her do RDLs directly in front of the Smith machine. Now, this is a big open gym. There's so many areas he could have put this girl. And if y'all check out my prior videos, you'll understand why bending over is sensitization for me. It's this gaslighting PTSD reaction. The reaction wasn't gaslighting. It was what they tried to create from the reaction that was gaslighting. Something that took place with my niece when I tried to relocate off island in 2022. When I was in Florida living in my car and dealing with all of the heinous gang stalking activity and the AI shadow software where they were sending sensitization of false narratives. It was something that happened around that time with my niece. Something that had never happened before. She was coming around me all the time before. Nothing like that ever happened. But I was aware that I was being watched on camera at this point. They were gang stalking like crazy. Like I said, the worst gang stalking I've ever experienced was in Florida in 2022. I still have trauma from it. I still shake and tremble and have to put sheets over my body from it, from what took place in my car. That wasn't happening to me before I left island. I never had to put sheets on myself and stop myself from shaking and all this weird stuff that's happening to me now. They did a number on me in Florida. Anyway, nonetheless, so this thing happened with my niece. Let me scroll to the video where you can hear the story about that, y'all. It might be in the description box and comment section. I'm not sure. Check out this video, y'all. Sharing stimuli used to sensitize me. And you see the thumbnail of the man bending over. Mind you, this is just what the girl was doing in front of the Smith machine. Directly in front of the Smith machine. Check out this video so you can hear how that became sensitization for me. All right? It's an hour and change long, and it goes into detail, and it knocks down the narrative too. It knocked the narrative down so well because they were really trying to use that as something that 3 times they struck my video down. 3 separate times they made up false reasons to strike the video down. Some lie about me saying something about vaccines and how the WHO, something with the WHO and whatever. Y'all will see it. I showed at the beginning of the video a screenshot of what they were doing, how they kept knocking the video down. I even cried during the video. Check that video out. So anyway, after I made that video, they stopped using that as sensitization on me. That stopped being a thing that they were using. But to be petty... Hold on a second, y'all. Sorry, I'm trying to plug my charger back in. I'll do that after. Anyways, to be petty, the trainer dude, one of the petty things he did was doing that. Bringing this young female around and bringing her directly in front of the Smith machine. And she's wearing this short pom-pom pants. First of all, I didn't want to see it. No disrespect. I don't want to see that. And the true perverts that are probably watching, because remember, everyone on island is watching, so she giving them a show, is watching. This is why I started calling these girls thirsty. The girls that would be coming around with the little short pants and stuff and bending over and doing all this, I'm like, you thirsty, because you know I'm not a predator. At this point, you know it's a false narrative. You know people are watching. Everyone really is watching. You got some freaky people that are watching, I'm sure. You're thirsty because you're putting on a show. You're getting the attention that you're obviously seeking. But nonetheless, whatever, I don't want to come for the girl. She looked young. She looked very young. She looked like she was in her early 20s. Maybe she's on the payroll. Maybe they offered her money. Okay, get your coin, girl. Let me not come for you. Nonetheless, all of a sudden, he's doing all this gang stalking stuff, right? He brings her directly in front of the Smith machine and makes her bend all the way over. And so I squat down and my face or my eyes are eye level with this girl's private parts. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, I just remember it completely messing up my set. I'm like, why is he doing all of this? Right? So I'm like, why is he doing all of this? So then I remember just thinking, okay, no, he really is definitely doing some petty stuff. So then another thing he did that confirmed that he was actually insinuating that I was garbage was when I was on the Smith machine. I had talked about this, like I said, in prior videos. I'm telling this. Look how I fell into the trap of telling the story again, still, by accident. Anyway, y'all, I just feel like I need to because they keep gaslighting about the thing and painting a false narrative about what took place. Anyway, so then there was this new workout I was doing on the Smith machine. I'm not going to go into the details of it now, y'all, because I already told you I'm putting the link to the video where I told the whole story about this guy and what started, what's been happening in the gym with him. I'm telling the story again. I'm not meaning to. I just really want to get to talking about now what they're doing now because they did something else with his girlfriend. Like I said, if you listen to the end of the last video, you'll hear what took place with his girlfriend and how it kind of backfired. and didn't go the way they wanted it to go. And so now they're doing all these tactics to hurt me, man. So anyways, fast forward now to this though, with this moment here with this guy, right? With what he was doing. Back to the story that I was just telling. So anyway, what happened now is, I was doing something with the Smith machine where I was trying to do this workout. And he's, bringing this girl and making her bend over in front of me and stuff. No, excuse me. That was that tactic that he did. The third thing he did was I was doing this new workout on the Smith machine and I failed it. It was something I was trying to do and I went heavier with whatever it was. I was able to do the first thing I was trying to do. It was think at 190. And then when I put 200 and I tried to do it and I failed it, he immediately goes in there and starts changing the garbage and then walks by with the garbage. And so I was like, no, man, this dude is really definitely insinuating that I'm garbage. And then to prove that that's what he was doing, I have to tell you, they saw everything that happened. When I left the gym, some of the gang stalkers started, how they like to copy? They'll see one person do it. Only not all of them do it, but some of them follow fashion. They'll see one gang stalker do something and then they'll all start doing it. So they saw him do it. And I noticed I leave the gym and all of a sudden it's this thing where some of them are acting like they're changing trash when I'm walking by or taking trash out. So I'm like, they actually saw him do it. They noticed that it too. So I'm like, what the heck? He's doing all this horrible stuff. The Italian guy isn't even doing this. And it was literally as soon as the dude's name, I kid you not, he was not doing it before. It was as soon as the dude's name started taking in my head. I kid you not. They saw this happen. So I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, okay. So anyway, eventually I just started getting annoyed with the dude. He was just irking me so bad. Every time I saw him, I was getting annoyed. And so he started doing this thing now where I was doing deadlifts this day. I'm doing deadlifts. Mind you, again, the Italian guys in the area working, not doing this. Training somebody, not doing this. I'm doing deadlifts on the freaking machine. Every time I do the deadlift, he runs to the bathroom and then he runs out. I'm like, wait, what? He's getting real immature with it now. This is what he's doing now. He's this blatant. Every time I do a rep, he runs in the bathroom, he runs out. He runs to the bathroom, he runs out. Every rep. Sorry, y'all. My mom is yelling. So let me quiet down with what I'm saying. So every time I do a rep, he would run in the bathroom and run out. Run in the bathroom and run out. And it was just really ridiculous. Hold on, y'all. Let the noise campaign pass by. The noise campaign is flying by now because my mom just yelled. And it's because I started getting louder. Because every time I think about the thing, it's like I get excited, not in a good way. Talking about what he started doing for a whole month. So anyways, this day I finally, because they've been gaslighting me like crazy about the thing. About finally having a reaction on one day and insulting him because he was humiliated. Okay, what about what he was doing for a whole month to me? Because you're biased and you're subjective and you don't like me, it's okay? Are you crazy? So anyway, so I finally had this. So I'm like, are these people batshit crazy is what I keep wondering. So anyway, now I finally had a reaction to the dude, right? What he was doing for a whole month. And I insulted him. I started going in and kind of revealing not necessarily how I felt about him. I don't think the dude is ugly. He's not an ugly dude. He's just not a pretty boy. He has a rough face. You know how much dudes with rough faces I've dated? Like I said, I've dated pretty boys. I've dated rough dudes. I've dated average looking dudes. Your looks don't matter as long as I'm attracted to you. It's more so about connection. Because I have a unique personality, there's a certain type of dude that I could have a connection with. And also too, I typically don't look for shallow people. I look for people that are into the same things that I'm into. I like deep conversations, that type of stuff. Anyway, so it's more so about personality than how you look. I do have to be attracted to you, but you don't have to be some super fine thing. So I'm not going in on your looks just to be a, like a vain person. It was really more so just a reaction because I'm like, dude, I wouldn't have even really been looking out of all the dudes. You wouldn't have been the first thing I looked at, but it was kind of like this tactic type thing. And it's like, look at how it's backfiring now. Look at what he's doing. And I knew when it started too. It was right after the thing with the Italian guy. And so that was where I was just like, that's why I said what I said. Because I'm like, this is why I said what I said. So in my head, it was a reaction, man. It was reactive abuse. I started thinking all these things. I said, that's what I get for going for the ugly nigga. That's what I said. I was just mean stuff, man. Just being a bitch. And it was just a reaction and an accumulation of frustration from what he had been doing to me for a whole month. And so I said, that's what I get for going for the ugly nigga and whatever mean stuff like that, man. Just humiliating stuff, trying to humiliate the dude as a lick back for what he was doing to me for a whole month. And, he looked shocked. And he ran out the gym. And then I didn't see him for days after that. Did not see the man for days after that. And then when I did start seeing him again, it was a while after. I don't know, he kind of was keeping his distance. And then shortly after that, I kid you not, a week later, I heard from the correction officer job. I hadn't heard from them in months. I had went through all these different processes. I had paid $300 and change for a driver's license to get a VI license. All kind of stuff, man. I had did psychological evaluation, IQ tests, physical. No, I didn't do the physical yet. The physical was the last thing that I had to do. I did everything in the process, and then I think one of the reactions I had, again, I got gaslit about, and I stopped hearing from them. For months, I was trying to reach out and contact them, and I kept getting these answers like, you just have to wait type thing, and it was months and months. This is why I think when I did actually go through the orientation and stuff, I was the only one there. And you could tell from the way that they were talking to me, they made, what they indicated to me was that typically there's usually more than one person in orientation. So obviously the group that I was supposed to go in with, I didn't go in with. So I didn't hear from them for months and months and months and months. And then that thing with the dude happened, and literally a week after, I heard from them. And so I no longer was working out in the morning time. So it was really just, like I said, I wasn't really seeing him. Then I saw him like once or twice. He came back. Eventually he came back around. He was keeping his distance. And then I heard from the correction officer job. So anyways, nonetheless, y'all, I think they're making a noise outside because I heard a loud slam down because of the way things played out with that job. If you heard, anyway, I made videos about some of the things that were taking place. And then I kind of got gaslit about that. But anyways, I'm not going to, y'all, like I said, I don't talk about that job. So anyways, I said I wouldn't make videos about it, right? And I don't. I've talked about things in the past. I have not made a video about that thing in months. I don't. Like, there have been slight references to it, like right now. But I don't really talk about it. I'm just mentioning it so you can understand that then I stopped going in the morning time because I got hired on and whatever else. So anyways, now fast forward, let's say about a month after that, right? I start working out in the evening time now because I'm doing the correction officer job during the daytime. Mind you, he knows those people for the correction officer. They all know each other is what I started to realize. I even had some officers come in from there and work out. One of the dudes is good friends with him. One of the dudes in there, dark skin roster dude that does the night shift, correction officer, good friends with the dude. Anyway, so nonetheless, I forgot what I was gonna say though. So I started working out in the evening time, and that was one of the things that I told you guys about just now. Started happening with him bringing the girlfriend around and me not catching on to who she was. And there was a time when he brought her, I should have caught on then. He brought her in front of me, directly in front of me while I was on the leg extension machine, and I saw him look at me and start to smile, big smile, and I wasn't catching what was going on. He did this big smile at me. I was like, why is he smiling at me like that? And I didn't catch on because I'm so used to seeing him train different females. I didn't catch on that this is his girlfriend and that's why he's doing this. Call me dunce, or maybe it's just because I really wasn't studying the dude the way they thought I was. I did not catch it until this man finally got fed up with me not catching that this was his girlfriend and actually blocking the Smith machine and blowing kisses at her so I could blatantly tell and see that this was his girlfriend. So then when I finally caught on to what was going on, I wasn't upset about it. I never insulted the girl. I didn't watch her cross-eye. I didn't do anything. I was like, oh, so that's why he bring this girl on top of me. I'm like, so that's why he been on top of me with this girl. I was like, so that's what it is. I'm like, okay, boom. I understand why it's happening. It's because that day when I reacted and I thought the mean stuff about him. I understand. I'm objective. I get it. I'm like, okay, it's gonna stop now. I'm like, now that he knows that I know that this is his girlfriend, surely it's gonna stop. He's going to stop coming with her on top of me and I'm going to be able to work out and relax. No, it wasn't good enough. I think they were hoping to get some sort of crazy reaction. I think they were hoping that I would react the way she reacted with me, with the picture debacle that happened at the end of the last video. I think they thought I was going to start dissing her or watching her cross-eye, or I don't know what they thought was going to happen or what they were expecting from me. But they obviously haven't been doing good enough observation if they haven't learned my personality by now. And also, too, I think they also genuinely thought that I was super into the dude. I think they really thought that. And so I think they thought bringing her around was going to have some sort of, even if it didn't create like this ignorant adverse reaction where I was insulting her, I think they thought it would hurt me. And so because it didn't hurt me the way they thought it would, insert the friends. So they put the friends in the back room. I told y'all about what happened with that, right? Had the two friends back there with the girl. I went back there to get my cell phone. The two dudes, I tell you already what they started doing. Start dissing me doing directed convo with the girl. Yeah, but you look good. That thing didn't look good. And that's island slang. I already explained that to y'all in the last video. That's just how they refer to females down here. They call us things. That's how the men are. Like, you gonna press the thing? That means you gonna hit on the girl? You gonna hit on her? But talking about the thing didn't look good. You look good. Bigging up the girl's head. I can clearly look at the girl and see she don't look better than me. But I'm not an ignorant person. And she hadn't done anything to me. And I realized why they were doing it. It was obvious. You wanted to get a reaction you didn't get by bringing her around. So instead, I went in on the two dudes, especially the one that I knew was for sure checking me out. I went in on them instead. I didn't go in on her. I'm sure if she were in my shoes, she would have done been dissing me and all kind. I didn't insult her at all. And I could clearly say I look better than her. I didn't say, I look what? I look way better than that thing. You crazy? I didn't do none of that. I actually complimented her in a video. When I talked about them two them two dudes, let me not call them, I don't want to make more enemies. I really don't. But when I talked about those two dudes and what the immature thing that they were attempting to do, that's the only people I talked about because they were the only ones saying adverse things about me. She hadn't done anything. She's just standing there. I'm like, okay, she's just a casualty. Or that's what she'll become if I come for her because she didn't do anything. She just happened to date the dude and this situation is happening. So anyways, and any dude that I've ever talked to will tell you I have always said this. Every dude I've ever dated, I have always said I'm not fighting over you. I'm not fighting a female for a dude. I'm not going to start insulting a female and acting stupid over a dude. It's either all about me or it isn't. And if it's not, deuces. I'm not fighting a female for you or insulting a girl for you. Now, if she comes at me ignorant and starts trying to fight me, I will defend myself and beat your ass. Anyway, so nonetheless, after that happened, that was it. I had made the video and I did like a little compliment to her. I said, okay, well, he looks happy. I saw him smiling. I even said that in the video. I said, I saw him smiling up and stuff. I said, whatever I said, I said, the boat workout and stuff, the boat body goals. I don't have an issue with what's going on. I don't know why his friends were dissing me, whatever I said in the video. I didn't go in the video acting ignorant. I look way better than her. You crazy? Yeah, that's why they're doing this. That's why they're doing that. I didn't do anything like that. So anyways, nonetheless, I continue working on it. I just think it wasn't enough, man. I just think that wasn't the hit they were looking for. Shit, even what happened with the correction officer job and all the freaking humiliating things that happened there, I think that wasn't enough either. It's like they're looking for some type of hurt, broke down reaction that they're not getting from me. They actually played me on the pool game this morning. After they did what I'm about to talk about. On the pool game this morning, and the avatar's name was Hit But Not Hurt. Then they played against me with another avatar that said tough. So anyways, I know y'all hear the cricket chirping and stuff now. Now they're making me laugh with the stupid crap. I can't take the dumb bullshit. Anyway, so nonetheless, y'all, so after that, now fast forward to what's going on now. It's kind of like things died down a little bit. I was still dealing with the gang stalk and stuff with the dudes coming around and doing all kinds of gang stalk and petty stuff in that gym. Fast forward to what happened recently now in the last video with my younger sister. This is like months later now, y'all. I'm just skipping over a bunch of stuff. Obviously, there's been a bunch of gang stalking activity that continues to happen in the gym. That's why you keep seeing these videos, because it never went back to normal in there. But now fast forward to what happened recently with my younger sister, where you saw what happened in the last video. I'm not going to retell the story, y'all, because the video is going to be too long. Watch the last video if you want to hear what happened with my younger sister. I also got backlash from, those family members for mentioning them. But it was like this gaslighting thing that took place during the conversation, where there was noise campaigns in the background with them kind of trying to like create this reaction out of me. They're doing this all the time, trying to get this bad reaction out of me or hurt me. Anyway, and then she kind of inserted sensitization in the conversation as well. She mentioned garbage. She mentioned bullshit. She was pinching her nose and acting like my breath stunk, among other things, like slight gang stalking stuff. And so that was kind of what started creating the reaction that I started having. And I'm like, I just loosed her hair out, and then this, now she's doing this. It's kind of how I felt. But I was like, okay, whatever. Nonetheless, I'm not trying to talk about her again in this video. I don't want problems. You know, I don't talk about, when I do talk about family members or people in my videos, I don't specify who I'm talking about. I specified last video for a reason, because some specific things were done. And so that's why I specified. And I even used the name because some specific things were done. So anyway, that happened with her. And so obviously he was referenced, and the situation with him was referenced. And they started gaslighting me for the reaction that I started having during that conversation between she and I. So that's why I reiterated and I rehashed the stupid story with him. And then I go to the gym. They finally opened the gym back up. You know, it's been a month of the gym being closed. I just want to get in there and work out. I don't want to deal with the stupid situation. I'm so over it. And I go in there and his girlfriend's in there. And so listen to the last story to hear what happened with her, y'all, and what she tried to do. And let me explain, because I didn't explain it in the last video, why I think she did what she did. They saw this moment that I had. I told you I have cornrows in. And to tell you I'm not intimidated by the girl, you didn't see me fly and loose my hair out and try to get my hair done and all this type of stuff. Because the reaction she had kind of said it all. I'm not trying to be a bitch. The reaction she had kind of said it all. Anyway, so I have these cornrows in, right? And I like to get my hair cornrowed. I've been doing it for years. I'm going to show y'all a picture. Oh boy. Here we go. Okay. All right, y'all, this is an old picture of me. This is when I had my, you see the new car I was in? This was a relatively new car. I had paid it off in full. This was when I was still a teacher and before I tried to relocate off island. You see the cornrows I had in my hair. I used to get my hair done. This is natural lighting. No filter. It's not like the best picture in the world, but it's all right. I look okay. Anyway, so this is the cornrows I used to get. You see how small it is, too. You see how good it looks. It was 16 cornrows. And there was a lady I used to go to. She lived in one of the neighborhoods down here. She wasn't licensed, so she didn't charge me a lot of money. She used to charge me $70 to do this. And there was another lady I used to go to in Florida, charge the same amount. Now that I'm targeted, I don't have these connections anymore. So I'm having to go to the salon to get my hair braided. That lady is a sweetheart. She's so nice. I don't have an issue with her. I understand that she's licensed. And so it's kind of similar to getting a degree. You know, like you might be knowledgeable on some stuff, but you didn't go through schooling. And so you don't get the same pay as someone that actually went through the schooling and whatever else. It's just the same process. It's just the same thing, unfortunately. Well, unfortunately for the person getting their hair braided. If you go through the trouble of getting licensed and you're in a salon, you have the right to charge a certain amount of money. So you are going to charge way more than somebody that's in a neighborhood doing your hair. Even if that person can do hair just as good as you can. So that's unfortunately my plight right now. I don't have the connections I used to have, and I have to go to the salon and pay out the ass to get my hair braided. But the lady's nice to me every time. I don't have an issue with her. She's very nice. Especially with considering what's going on with my targeting. Anyway, so this is what I used to get done though. It was like $70, and you can see it's like 16 braids in my head, really small. Everybody's different. You have different clothes that suits your body. You have different hairstyles that suits your face. That's just how that works. You know how they like to do? They like to bully me, try to degrade me, try to tear me down. It's like everybody's watching me, and there's a lot of people that have an issue with me. So it's like any little moment where they see, I don't get privacy. So every little moment, and this is the upper hand that they have against me. Every little moment, they're seeing everything. So if I have even a slight adverse reaction to something, they're seeing it and they're on it. They're all seeing it. So they might have their little reactions too, but you're not seeing it. And that's the upper hand that they have against me. The only thing they caught on camera recently that was a Basity reaction was his girlfriend doing like this blinking thing when she was trying to be petty and nasty. And so that was what was seen on camera. But you know, God knows how many moments like that she'd be having, or he and all these people that are also against me. Who knows how many Basity moments they be having? It's not televised. They're not on camera 24/7. And so that's the upper hand that they have against me. So anyways, I went into the salon and I showed the lady my hair. I showed her this picture. I asked her, how much would you charge to do this? She told me $140. Inside I was like cringing because I'm like, damn, that's double what I used to pay. But I understood why. I understand that this is a salon and this is somebody that's licensed. So she has a right to charge that amount of money. So anyway, I'm like, okay, no problem. She didn't sit there and count the braids. I think she just kind of eyeballed it and just kind of estimated how many braids were there. So she ended up putting 12 braids in my head. There are 16 braids here in that picture, and that makes a world of difference. That changes the whole aesthetic. Those 4 braids makes a world of difference. And so super small braids suits me, or super big braids. The braids she did, the braids itself looked good. She braids just as good as this girl does. The braids itself looked good. They just didn't suit me. I didn't like how it looked with me. And then also too, I was trying to kind of like get her to put it down to 120 because I realized she didn't do 16 braids and she did 12. But then she wasn't nasty about it. It's not like she said, you have to pay 140. She said, well, I did say 140, but if you want to pay 120, that's okay. That's what she told me. And in my head, I'm like, nah, she probably usually for this type of thing, just because she's licensed, she probably does charge this amount. So let me just pay the amount she's asking. And I had already taken out 140. So I just gave her the 140, despite the fact she had put 12 instead of 16. But that's why I was kind of trying to have that conversation with her. It's not like I was trying to get her out of money or anything. Cheat her out of money. So anyway, I left. And I remember going in the bathroom and looking at it and not liking how it looked with my face. It's not that I didn't like the braids. The braids looked good. It was the look with me. It didn't suit me. And so that was the moment I was having in the bathroom. And I remember I was upset about it. I was kind of upset about it. And then I was also in a bad mood because that day I talked about this in the last video, y'all. I don't drink. Because of the false narrative that they throw, one of the things they like to do is judge me about the fact that in my early 20s, for about 2 to 3 years, I was an alcoholic. That was over a decade ago, y'all. And prior to my targeting. Not during the targeting. I turned my life around, got clean, paid my own way back into school, graduated from school with a 3.5 GPA, became a teacher, etc. Things that an ordinary person would get praised for. Because I'm targeted and disliked, that's irrelevant. All they do is focus on like the negative things about me, but that's just how the targeting works. Eric Snowden talks about it. So because of that, and also just because this is how I operate nowadays, I don't drink anymore because of the past, over a decade ago, y'all. Because of my past, I don't really drink like that. When my cousin comes into town, like I might, like I said in the last video, get a wine cooler or two because I feel awkward. The dynamics of the relationship has changed. Everybody's watching everything. The whole island is watching. I'm telling you, y'all, this is like an unscripted reality TV show happening in a small community. You can imagine how uncomfortable that feels, especially as someone that's an introvert and reserved. So anyways, I definitely do get wine coolers when my cousin is in town. And she's only come into town like twice since my targeting has gone viral in these last 3 years. So those 2 times they've seen me drink wine coolers. Other than that, they do not see me drink. You know how much liquor has been in this house? My brothers were here in town. They just left recently. They had all kind of hard whiskey, not whiskey, but dark liquor, dark alcohol out there. Big, huge bottles, several bottles. I could have took some of. Somebody had a big, huge one of those big, fat wine bottles. You know the one that's super big, y'all? Those wide wine bottles in the freezer. Several times they've had that. I haven't taken even a mouthful. I've seen all kinds of liquor out throughout the house, and I don't touch the stuff. No pun intended. Anyway, now recently when I had got the braids done that day, I was just feeling, good because I got my hair done. Even if it wasn't the look I was going for, it was still braids and I felt good to have my hair done. I don't do my hair anymore. Y'all can see in the picture my nails were done. I used to really dress nice. I used to put on lipstick, wear nice clothes. I was a teacher. The targeting wasn't what it is now. They make it like I dress like a dude. I'm doing that now, not like a dude. It looks like how, if you look at the videos I just showed y'all in the earlier clips with me in the gym, those videos, that's how I dress. Where I'm wearing tights and like a t-shirt and a do-rag and my nails aren't done. I don't care like that. I'm targeted in a small town. I don't do much other than go to the gym or the grocery store. You think I'm trying to dress up? Everything's blocked up. What am I dressing up for? I used to get my nails done religiously. I don't do my nails. I never was the type to really wear makeup like that. I might shade my eyebrows in and put a little lip gloss on or a lipstick. That's it. I don't wear lipstick anymore. In this picture, you could say I was wearing lipstick. I don't do any of those things anymore. So anyway, I had got my hair done. I was feeling good about myself. I was like, you know what? I want to feel good. Like, I don't go out or anything. Let me go get like a drink. So I went to the gas station and I grabbed something called a shandy. And I already explained in the last video that a shandy is not really alcohol. It has a 0.9 alcohol percent value, y'all. A 0.9. So it didn't even make it to 1%. So it's basically on the same level as like kombucha or kava. It's like a fermented drink, but it's not really liquor. You don't feel anything when you drink it. So anyway, I just bought one of those, and the lady was telling me there's like a $5 card limit. So I had to buy 2. I put one in my bag. I started sipping on it. They diving the bird down and, you know, all kinds of stupidness with the technology, man. You know, they use bird drones and insect drones. I was telling you guys about that form of technology. That's how they surveil you and stuff. Look at the description box and comment section. Excuse me. You can look this stuff up online too. Anyway, they started diving the bird down and just doing all kind of stuff. So that already had set my mood into a bad way. That already had made me get in a bad mood. Then when I get home and I get in the bathroom and I look in the mirror and I realize I'm not liking how the braids looked with me. And I'm used to liking that hairstyle. Like, I used to love getting my hair cornrowed. So I was so excited about finally getting my hair done. And then it wasn't the look I was going for. I was upset. But they're seeing everything. They're watching everything. And everything's a tactic. And everything's something they can use to bully or do something with. So I remember even trying to take a picture. I'm like, dang, I'm not liking how this looks. I said, let me take a picture to see how it looks. So I took the picture. I didn't even like how the picture came out. And I'm a photogenic person. I don't really have to do much for a picture to look nice. And I'm not trying to brag or anything. I'm just telling you, I really am a photogenic person. I don't have to do much for a picture to look nice. So anyway, you have to know if the picture's coming out bad, the hairstyle really was not suiting me. So anyway, I remember just feeling bad that day, and then they're doing noise campaign in the background. They're always doing noise campaigns on me in this neighborhood. And of course, the whole island is watching too, including those people for the gym. So they saw that happen. And so when I talked about the situation again in the last video, because of what they were doing with the noise campaigns in the background, with the conversation I was having with my sister, that's why I talked about it. I go to the gym is finally open. I'm like, yes, finally I could get in here and work out. As soon as I get in their bullshit, they have the girlfriend set up on the computer, stupid directed convo that I don't want to deal with. I'm just so over this. I don't want to deal with it anymore, man. I'm over that shit, man. So anyway, she's on the computer. First of all, when I pulled up, they had this little boy come outside. Again, remember what I explained to you all my type is. It's typically, you see what my complexion is. It's typically like dudes, and again, this is not like a end all be all. You don't have to look like that at all. Actually, a lot of the dudes I've dated didn't look like that, and then a lot of them have. I don't care. As long as I'm attracted to you and we have chemistry, that's what it is. But anyways, that is a main type for me though. Like something that catches my eye, typically with a guy, are usually guys that are like, not my complexion, but like this complexion, but a little bit more red. Because I think when I say red, brown, you might think like I'm saying light skin. I did light skin too. I don't have a problem with that. That's not what I mean though. I mean my complexion. Like a red brown. You see how I'm like this red orange brown? Like I like guys around my complexion but more red. Like a little bit more redness. I can't explain. They kind of figured it out. They be sending dudes that's the complexion I'm talking about. They figured it out. Anyway, similar to the dude I was daydreaming about actually. He was half Santo, half Puerto Rican or whatever. Like pretty much like that kind of complexion. Anyway, so first thing I pull up, I see this little boy, and they've been using him before the gym closed down in there. They had just recently started using him on me. He's the exact complexion I described. He's coming out in a red shirt. I'm like, oh God, they already started. Right? I'm thinking that's going to be the only thing. I'm like, please let this be the only thing. I'm going to be able to get in there and work out. Anyway, when I say little boy, by the way, y'all, I don't mean little boy like a child. He looks like he's in his early 20s. Like anywhere from 19 to 23 is what I would guess this dude's age is. But remember, I'm 33, making 34 in 2 months at the end of the year in December. So that's a little boy to me. So anyways, so he coming out now. He's going into a truck, right? I'm like, oh boy. So anyway, I come out, I put my belt on. I'm like, I'm just going to ignore the strippiness. I'm just glad to get back in this gym. I go in the gym. As soon as I get in there, the owner's sitting in the hallway, right? And they've kind of changed it up where the entrance is like this new entrance. As soon as, again, I didn't even see her. I heard her first. I heard, good afternoon. This big, loud, like, enthusiastic good afternoon. So I'm like, I'm so busy studying this little boy that's walking in the same time as me that they're using as a gang stalker. You know, I didn't even look in the corner and see the girl in the corner, right? And good afternoon. This enthusiastic good afternoon. So I turn this way now, and then I notice it's a girlfriend. I'm like, oh, boy. So I'm like, good afternoon. You know, I'm like, if she's playing nice, I'll play nice, too. You know, she's already done petty stuff before, like, insinuated that I needed to leave. So I'm like, oh, boy, let's see what's going to happen here now. So I'm like, maybe they just planted her here because I talked about her in the video. You know, I didn't talk about her specifically. I more so talked about her dude. But maybe that's why she's being planted here, to make me uncomfortable. So I'm like, let's see if that's what's going on. Like, maybe that's all it's going to be, and they're going to let me get in and do my thing. So I get in. I'm not going to tell the whole story, y'all. Y'all need to listen to the end of my last video to hear what happened. I'm going to talk on briefly the main points. She's using sensitization. She's acting like she's having a conversation with this dude that went to the private school I went to when I was younger, that they used as a gang stalker on me. And I keep trying to kind of like use his name as if some sort of embarrassing thing happened with him. It wasn't any more embarrassing than all the other dudes you've been throwing on me and doing tactics with. It's the same thing. Where they're throwing these dudes on top of me and making them guzzle water and like this weird kind of creepy type of gang stalking activity where they're coming near and they're staring in their phone while I'm working out. So I'm aware of the fact that you're sitting there staring at me while I'm working out. It's just this weird creepy thing that they're doing to make me uncomfortable when I'm working out, as retribution for what happened with that her boyfriend, the main trainer dude. But nothing more than that happened. It's not like you saw me drooling over him and then some sort of embarrassing thing happened. Nothing more happened with him. What happened was they started using him. He was being polite. He wasn't as nasty as some of the other gang stalkers they've had in there. They've had some real nasty ones in there. You know, it really just depends on who they use. Some of them, it's like you could tell they're a gang stalker. Some of them are nastier than others. It depends on what they throw on you, right? And the personality of the person. So anyway, he wasn't really too nasty. He was more so just a presence than it was obvious gang stalking. I'm like, oh my God, this is the same dude that my sister and I had the conversation about. And again, it wasn't like we were directly talking about him. It was just conversation. I talked about this in my prior videos, y'all. This conversation in 2023, and this is to tell you they've been watching throughout the years, watching my family and I, and the combos we're having and storing up info to use for later. So my sister and I were on the bed in 2023. I've said this a million times, y'all. Let me come off this picture. And we were having this conversation about the dudes that we dated in the past. I have 3 sisters, y'all. I have 4 siblings. There's 5 of us in total. I have an older sister. Her children are actually the ones that the false narrative from the text message was created from. There's me, I'm the second oldest. There's a third girl, my younger sister. And then we have 2 younger brothers. So anyway, my sisters and I used to be real close. All of us were close. We grew up close. This is why I thought this was witchcraft. The friends that used to see our relationship used to tell me how lucky it was, and they're not used to seeing siblings that are so close. And these are the comments that used to be made about us. So understand the state I'm at now versus what I grew up with and what I'm used to and why I thought it was witchcraft too. So anyways, nonetheless, so my younger sister and I, we were having this conversation on the bed about like just, regular conversation. Like when you link up with an old homie or a family member, a sibling, and you shoot the shit, quote unquote, shoot the shit, no pun intended. And you sit there and you're talking stuff. Like we were just laying in the bed talking about the dudes that we dated from the past. Like we were just shooting the shit. And this was one of those times where I tried to train my mind to pretend like the cameras weren't there. And like everything we were talking about wasn't being lambasted and the whole island was watching. I tried to pretend like that wasn't happening. So we had this whole conversation. And we started talking about dudes that we dated from the past and dudes that, we didn't like for whatever reason, or dudes that we did like and embarrassing things happened with. And so she randomly, one of the dudes she brought up was that dude. I'm not going to say his name in this video. I said it in the last video. And she's like, you remember what happened with so-and-so? She brought it up. I didn't bring it up. I could see if I brought him up and then they started using him on me. And then now trying to use his name as something. I didn't even bring it up. I don't have a history with that guy. I barely know him. First of all, the private school that my younger sister and my older sister and I went to, I left in 7th grade. Actually, out of all my siblings, I was in that school for the shortest amount of time. Y'all, let me stop the video and blow my nose because I can feel, my nose is getting congested. I'm starting to sound nasally. I'll be back. So anyways, y'all, the private school that I went to, when I was younger, all of my siblings went there. We were all known in there as the nurse kids, right? Or nurse children, to be grammatically correct. My mother worked there for a number of years. I think it was like almost 30 years that she was working at that school. She started out as a science teacher. Eventually, she was promoted as Dean of Guidance and Student Affairs. So she was in the office, the main office. She was there for years. Actually, I don't want to go into details about it, but the way that they fired her or laid her off really was really like a low down type of, it was a low blow type thing that happened. She was having issues with, I don't want to say too much. Let me not say too much. But she was having issues with the headmaster at the time that was working for the school. And so it kind of led to this thing being done where they gave her this different, they acted like they were giving her a promotion from the position that she had been working for years. And then they acted like they didn't need the position anymore. And they used that as a way to lay her off because she was having some sort of friction with the headmaster at the time. But she was there for years. She was the dean of guidance and student affairs at that school for like 20-something years. And so obviously all of us went to that school. So I was there from nursery all the way up to 7th grade. My brothers and my younger sister and my older sister, they made it all the way to high school. I left in 7th grade because I was following my older sister. So my older sister got all the way up to 11th grade, and the kids were mean in her grade level. They were bullying her and whatever else. And so she didn't want to be there anymore. So for the last year, she decided to go to public school. My mother tried to beg her to stay. She's like, you only have one more year. Come on, just stick it out. Look at what happened. She used other kids that were bullied as an example that ended up graduating and being okay or whatever. And my sister just was over it. She didn't want to stay there. She just unfortunately had a lot of mean people in her class. Some of them were cool. I knew some of those people, right? Some of them were cool. But a lot of them in that grade level, specifically with her, were mean. And so she was getting bullied. And then it's not like she had something to fall back on. Like me, I was an athlete, excuse me. I always played sports. So that was kind of what, I was lucky in several ways. The class I had, most of them were cool people. They were nice. And then I played basketball. So I used to fit in with all the people, I grew up with them, and then I played sports. So I was just a laid back cool chick that was playing on the basketball court with the dudes. Anyway, for my older and my younger sister, that didn't really work out for them. My younger sister did play sports. I keep saying she's like the mix of me and my older sister and I. She's not as athletic as I am, but she's pretty decent in sports. My younger sister. She's not as, I don't want to say klutzy. It's not like my older sister's klutzy. My older sister could run. That's the one thing she can do. She can run. She was faster than all of us. But when it came to coordination, and basketball and stuff like that, no, she wasn't good at sports like that. So anyways, in 11th grade, she decided to leave. She didn't want it at the end of 11th grade. So she left at the end of 10th grade. 11th grade, she was in public school. And then 12th grade, she and I were in the same public school together. So when she left at the end of 10th grade, I decided to leave at the end of 7th grade. And so I couldn't go to public school with her at that time. I was too young. I still had one more year of schooling. So I went to Catholic school, a different private school. I went to church school, Catholic school. So for 8th grade, that was where I met the roommate, by the way. The roommate that played this contentious role in my story that ended up living with me in my 20s. That I insinuated might have done witchcraft because she was being bullied. She wasn't fitting in at that school. The kids were really mean to her. They were very mean to her. They used to call her all kind of names and stuff. And she had acne issues back then. And, I'm not going into the details about it. But she gravitated towards me because I came to that school and all I had known prior to that school was my school, the private school I went to from nursery all the way to 7th grade. So I didn't know that I was socially inept or not good at socializing until I left that school because I knew everybody there. And so it's I didn't know that I wasn't good at socializing until I got thrown into an environment where I knew no one. And that was when I started realizing, damn, wait a minute. I suck at socializing. I'm shy. I'm awkward. I'm not good at socializing. I didn't even realize it until I went to that school. So anyway, she obviously saw that I was somebody new that wouldn't judge her, that didn't have some preconceived notion of her, of this being this bully girl. They used to tell me all kind of scary stuff about the girl. At first I was terrified of her because they were telling me all kind of bullshit about the girl. Bullies, lies and stuff. Some of them were telling me. They were telling me that she'd take me in the bathroom and rape me and all this kind of weird stuff they were telling me. And she's this and that, just weird, mean stuff they were saying about her. And not all of them were bullies. It was just I said, a certain select few. There were some people in that school that were pretty cool. Because I did end up playing sports at that school and I ended up linking up with some of the girls there. Not necessarily making friends, but we were cool. And some of those people were actually real cool. But there was a handful of them that were really mean in that school. They were mean. They didn't bully me, thank God. As awkward and as shy as it was, I didn't get bullied. But I definitely didn't make friends either. But they were bullying the girl like crazy. And they were calling her the chin because she had something on her chin at the time back then. I don't remember what it was. It was some sort of... I don't know that if it was a birthmark, if it was a part of the acne issue she was having back then. But there was something on her chin and they were calling her the chin and all just mean stuff that kids do, man. Children do. I wasn't judging her. I've never been that kind of person. I didn't care what she looked like. And she seemed cool. She was the first person to come up really and introduce herself to me. And again, like I said, I was shy and I didn't realize it until I went to that school. So she introduced herself and we started talking during lunchtime. And that's pretty much how a friendship developed between she and I. That's how I met her. And then she ended up going to the same high school as me. We went to the same public high school that my older sister was in. The whole reason I left my first school in the first place was to follow after my older sister. I used to be like attached to my older sister like this. So anyways, I went through 8th grade, then high school. 9th grade year, I was in school for 1 year with my older sister. At that time, she was in 12th grade. So she spent 2 years in public school. I spent 4 years in public school. Anyway, so this was a tangent that I went off on. What led to me doing this? This keeps happening. Why did I do it? Why did I go? I know there's a reason why I went off on this tangent. I just don't remember what the reason was. ADD, y'all, look at the banner. Talk with Sharifa, living with Asperger's and ADD. But let me reel it back in. What was the reason why I did this? There was a reason why. Because I was talking about the conversation I had on the bed with my sister and embarrassing moments with dudes that from the past that we liked or dated, etc. And I started going on a spiel about my older sister and my younger sister getting bullied. And then I went off on a tangent talking about school. My stuff I've said in prior videos. I didn't mean to talk about that again. My bad. So anyways, y'all, back to where I was supposed to be in the story. ADD. There you go. That's what that looks like. I remember Nicki Minaj has it too, by the way. Look, I'm doing it again. Nicki Minaj was talking about how embarrassing it is when she has interviews. And the interviewer will ask her one question. And then she starts talking about something completely different. Look it up. Nicki Minaj has talked about it. ADD. It's a real thing. Anyway, nonetheless, y'all, so we were having this conversation about dudes from our past. And so my older sister and my younger sister did deal with bullying in that school. So my younger sister had a crush on this guy at that school. I don't want to talk about her too much because I already got in friction with her for the last video I made where I talked about her. I said I wasn't going to do it in this video. I'm just trying to talk about what happened with the dude's girlfriend when I went in the gym. Oh my God, let's get back to the point, Sharifa. Right? So she was doing direct-to-convo with this dude that my sister and I had talked about when we were on the bed in 2023. And she was rehashing this embarrassing moment that happened when she went to private school, when she was in elementary school. She had a crush on this dude. And it ended up turning into this thing. Y'all heard about it in the last video. I talked about it. Where this girl, I think that was intimidated by her. I think that's what it really was. Ended up going, and at this party, she was invited to this party where the dude was at, and she kind of heard that my sister had a crush on him because she was kind of friends with my sister, but not really, that kind of way. And so she was invited to this party, and a lot of those kids were there, children, and so she started having this conversation and kind of trying to like bully and joke about the fact that my sister liked him. So it was like this kind of joke thing that happened, and so it was this embarrassing thing for my younger sister, and whatever, man, was happening. They were just, I think in that instance too, I think it was intimidation, if I'm being honest with you. I think the girl was intimidated. I think she saw my sister coming into her own. And I think even though she at the time still wasn't popular per se, you can sense out competition. Females do petty things when they see you as competition, which is ironic because of what I'm about to talk about now. But I don't want any more drama with the situation. But females can be catty, especially if they see you as competition and a man is involved or a dude is involved. Because that same girl that was telling that dude whatever apparently was dating him or ended up dating him. However the thing went, if I'm not mistaken. Or she used to date him, something like that, whatever the situation was. So anyways, y'all, so they started using him as a gang stalker in the gym on me. Years later, randomly, like this was literally a few months ago, I just start seeing the dude, and it's only because my memory is like an elephant. And I remember things so well. It's the only reason I remember the dude. Because I wasn't in school with him long. He's one of those people that came after the fact. He wasn't there from nursery up, like some of those other people I went to school with my whole life. He came later. I don't remember what grade he came in. And he was significantly younger than me. My sister is like 4 years and change younger than me. And she was like 5 grade levels behind me. So understand, he was a child to me. I was a child when I left that school. I was in 7th grade. So understand what grade he was in when I left. I remember him as being the big watermelon kid, he had this big round head and he had a ponytail hanging off the back. That's what I remember of him. So I remember when my sister years later was telling me that she had a crush on him. I think this is when she was in middle school or around those grades. Child. I remember being like, whatever, this person. And she's like, yeah, you don't know how he looks now, da 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 da. And she was explaining how he looked. Not that he was bad looking before, but it's just like, it wasn't somebody I thought she would have a crush on. There were other guys, in the grade level that she might have had a crush on, and she was explaining to me that he had this glow up and this and that when she did have the crush on him. I didn't know him like that. So anyways, now years later, she has this conversation with me on the bed in 2023. We talked about several dudes. They chose to use him. I don't know why. Has nothing to do with me. I don't know. There was another dude with the same name as him that actually had a relationship or something with my sister. Something going on with my sister. It was this big scandal, actually. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it again in this video. I don't want problems. I talked about it in the last video. I'm just bringing this stuff up because they're using the name to sensitize me. I want you to understand that. I'm not talking about it just to talk about it because it's fun. So anyway, there is a guy from that school that she actually had something with when she was older in 12th, 11th grade, those grades. And it was this big scandal. And I did say something about him pertaining to the scandal and my own situation and my scandal when she brought him up. So I'm kind of surprised that they're using the other dude that has the same name as him rather than him. I mean, I think they wouldn't use him. I highly doubt he would want to be on camera with the conversations that have taken place. So I understand that. But still, I don't understand why they're sensitizing me to that one, because there was definitely nothing with him. And he was briefly mentioned. So I don't understand why they keep bringing his name up like something took place with that. So anyway, when they did start using him months ago, getting back to the point, he wasn't one of them nasty gang stalkers. It's not like some of them dudes that be real petty. You could tell have personal feelings invested. They're probably real good friends with the trainer guy. He just seemed more neutral in it. Like, okay, they hired me on. I'm here. I'm doing this. It's not like I'm being nasty. And he did start getting nasty, but not right away. So anyway, he was being, polite. I could tell he was a gang stalker, but he wasn't being super petty or nasty. It wasn't until they sent him in the back room by me one day. I was back there and I just didn't feel like dealing with it. I know he's a gang stalker. It's obvious. But they put him right on top of me. I'm on the same adductor machine I told you that the trainer guy squeezed himself next to me on and put his girlfriend on the ab machine. That same area, he comes back there, he hops on the ab machine right next to me. I'm like, oh boy. Right? So I didn't feel like it that day. I know he's a gang stalker and I don't know him like that. So anyways, I just got up. I didn't say anything disrespectful. I didn't think anything nasty. There have been times where I have thought nasty stuff about gang stalkers in there. I didn't do that this day. I just politely removed myself from the back room because I didn't feel like dealing with the gang stalking and somebody being on top of me breathing down my neck. I didn't feel like it. I never feel like it, actually. But that day I just really wasn't feeling it. I just got up. I went outside. I put myself on the leg extension machine. I see him come out a couple seconds later slowly. He moves to a machine in the area, in the vicinity. Then this next gang stalker dude that they were using in there, one of the more nasty ones, he starts guzzling water and doing this guzzling the water thing like he's trying to hurt my feelings. And so that's why I was just like, oh my God, I really don't feel like dealing with this today. And I started to rebuke it in my mind. Remember, they can hear your thoughts. So I started to rebuke it. I just said, I rebuke this in the name of Jesus Christ. I was just rebuking all of it. It's like the dude that I'm talking about, that they're now using his name as sensitization. It's like he took offense to it more than the dude that I was actually mainly doing it for. It's like it offended him because I saw him stop what he was doing. And then he left the gym. Then I noticed I come home. And like I explained to you on the last video, I don't want to tell the whole story again. Listen to the last video if you want to hear the whole story with him. They started using him for like 2 weeks next door. As soon as I get home, he's coming out the neighbor's gate and he throws something in the big garbage they had outside. They were renovating the house. So all of a sudden now he's getting nasty with the gang stalking because I didn't want to be around the gang stalking? I didn't understand it. So anyways, to tell you I wasn't checking for the dude, I mean, it's obvious gang stalking. I mean, it's an insult to my intelligence at this point. And also, too, he's not my type. Again, you don't have to be my type for me to date you. But first of all, you're a gang stalker and then you're not my type. So it's just like, what are we doing? Why do you keep using that name like that did something? I keep asking and asking and asking. So anyway, he came out, he threw something in the garbage. And I was just like, oh boy. I'm like, now this is going to be at the house. And I'm going to be in the room twitching and feeling uncomfortable because I know this dude is right next door staring at me. And at the time, coincidentally enough, those neighbors don't live there anymore. They still own the house. They don't live there anymore. They happen to be in town. So it was just this awkward thing where to be outside talking. I know they're staring at me. It was just horrible. And I grew up knowing them too. The older lady that used to live there, best friends with my grandma. We used to be underneath the mango tree with her. Typically, I would have went over and said hello, but not with the way things are now. And things are awkward and I don't know who feels what against. I've even had family do gang stalking stuff. Much less a neighbor. Especially with the way things are with this street, particularly in the gang stalking I be dealing with. Oh, my back hurts. Yeah, let me hurry up because the video's getting to be too long. Anyway, so nonetheless, they start using the dude on me, on top of me, in the neighborhood. And every time they're sending sensitization, like horrible stuff, like where they're coming for my looks or my self-esteem or trying to degrade me, he's over there slamming stuff in the garbage and making a bunch of loud noises as some sort of bullying tactic. I'm like, dang, he got nasty. I was like, he was being so polite in there, and now he's being real nasty with the gang stalking. So anyways, nonetheless, to tell you I wasn't checking for the dude, the first day that he was out there, I came home and I ripped my hair out. I wear weave. I'm growing my hair out. You know, I explained to you all already, like, this is the longest my hair has ever taken to grow. I attribute it to technology, stress, anxiety, etc. This is the longest, and they bully me about it too. That's another thing they try to bully me about. This is the longest my hair has ever taken to grow. It's finally only now growing back. I had a bunch of hair on my head in the old neighborhood. I chopped it off without thinking twice because I'm used to my hair growing back quick. This is like, what, 2 years and change later, and it's only now growing back? So anyway, before I put the braids in, I had to pick out my hair though, and it's finally growing back, thank God. But that's still something that they off and on try to use. They don't use it as much now that my hair is actually finally growing back. But before, they were using it as a sense of bullying. You think if I wanted that dude the day I came home, I would have ripped my weave out? I ripped my weave out, I flung it in the closet, and I threw on a holy nightgown. I don't want that guy. And it was obvious gang stalking. So I don't know what they keep using his name for. Like, that's doing something to me. I don't know if it's because he went to the private school that I went to and they think that's going to be a hit to me. Because that private school down here, y'all, is like considered, you know, like a big thing. Like, that's like one of the main or the top private school on the island. So I think they felt like using this dude of that quote unquote caliber, because there's some sort of like a level of, there's this kind of perception when it comes to that school. They felt like that would do something. I don't care. I went to that school too. Who cares? You might dudes from that school I was friends with on Facebook. I was actually just going through my likes just now on Facebook. I was looking for something else. What I'm about to talk about now that they tried to do to hurt me because of what happened with the girlfriend in the gym. Things backfiring with what she was trying to do. I was looking through my likes and there's so much dudes from that school that had actually liked pictures. I didn't even realize I wasn't catching it. Just today I was looking through my likes and I saw several of them. Who cares? They're humans. We're all human. We all bleed the same. We're all on the same island. Like, using that dude is not doing anything to me. It's more so I'm just like, okay, why do they keep using his name? So anyway, nonetheless, y'all, I went to that school longer than he did. I didn't graduate from there, but I went there longer than he did. And my mom was a main staple in that school for almost 30 years. So anyways, they actually offered me an interview at that school too. I don't know if it was gang stalking or not, because I obviously had shared all that offensive stuff in my car in Florida. And this was 2 years ago when I got that. I just looked at it on Indeed. I saw an interview from the headmaster that works at that school now. He saw my resume and I was applying to all these different schools. And so he actually reached out. So I don't know if it was gang stalking or not. It likely was. I don't want to be accusatory. This is what I get in trouble for. But I want you to understand this was shortly after I had just gotten back on island and had shared all that offensive stuff in my car. Now, it could have been some of the teachers there told him to do it because a lot of those teachers taught me and know me. I went to that school for years. So it could have been this thing where they were going to bring me in and I don't know really what it was going to be. But I was too paranoid at the time with everything that had happened to actually accept the interview. I never went. I would have definitely gone in there had it not been for my situation. But it's nothing with that. Like, it's not a big deal. That's not a big deal for me. I went to that school myself for years and years and years. Okay, so anyways, y'all, so she's talking to this guy though, right? And the same guy I'm telling you about that my sister had the crush on and that, you know, they ended up using on me as a gang stalker, and then he ended up for 2 weeks coming next door and gang stalking and making noise campaigns and whatever he was doing. So she's on the conversation with him on the phone doing directed convo, right? And she's checking in the dude, the little boy I told you, that red brown or whatever that came in front of me. And it's like this new system where they take pictures of you and they're putting it in the system. I don't think they would have really took a picture. I doubt it, right? I think they're taking your info, which I think is cool because the owner did truly update the gym. So I think they would update your info and put it in the system. I don't think they would have used a picture. I doubt it. They were trying to be petty. They saw the moment that I had in the bathroom when I first got my hair done. They saw that I was upset that the braids didn't come out the way I wanted. Not that the braids didn't come out the way I wanted, because she did a good job. The braids were fine. They saw that the look didn't match me, and it wasn't what I was looking for. And they saw I was upset that day and that I took a picture and it didn't come out how I wanted. That's a rare occurrence. I'm extremely photogenic. I can go in natural light right now and take a nice picture. So anyways, the braids just weren't looking or hitting. And so that's why I was upset. So anyways, they saw that moment and they were trying to be petty. And so they had the girlfriend set up where she's going to take a picture of me. Trying to be nasty is what they were trying to be, and bullies. And so I took the picture. I took my shades off. I took the picture of myself. She wouldn't take the picture of me. She took the picture of the little boy. But she didn't take the picture of me. She told me to take the picture myself. The little boy even made the comment, hey, how come you let her take her own picture, but you took the picture of me? I think she was Bassity. Anyway, whatever. So I didn't mind. I took my picture. I wasn't trying to take no fancy picture. I just took the shades off in the natural light and I took a picture and it came out nice. And I handed it to her. And I saw her look at the picture and her eyes started doing this weird twitching thing. And then the directed convo she was having with the dude turned nasty. Like at first it was just basic stuff, like them trying to poke at me for not having a job. You know, because I had just been talking about in that video, the sabotaging and gaslighting of the targeted individual, that last video. Before I mentioned the dude from the gym and the situation, I was talking about teaching and this recent thing that happened with my mom and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, what's going on with my career and the blockages and stuff. So to get at me, she was having directed convo with the guy about having 2 jobs, and not really 2 jobs. She's there, quote unquote, helping out at the gym, but it was gang stalking. So he was like, do you have 2 jobs now? I don't even know if that was really the dude that she was talking to, by the way. Or if it was some dude that she was just calling him, you know, just to use the name. But anyway, she was like, it would seem like I have 2 jobs, right? But no, I'm just helping out at the gym that I work out at. But I don't have 2 jobs. No. You know, so that was directed combo. Because, you know, I'm having issues with employment. But she wasn't getting nasty. She was calling me sweetie. She was calling me baby, this and that, all kind of pet name, being nice and friendly. She wasn't glaring or doing any kind of weird thing with her eyes. And then when I took the picture and it didn't come out the way I think they thought it was going to be a moment like in the bathroom, and it was going to be this weird kind of moment is what they were hoping for. So I took the picture and it came out nice. And I handed it to her. And I see her eyes start to do this weird thing. And then she starts going in on with the dude. She starts saying, it's weird. You know, it's real weird, so-and-so. And she said his name. I don't like it. It's ugly and weird. It's ugly and weird. She started saying and blinking and her eyes twitching. So again, I'm not intimidated. Don't see her as competition at all. We were up close and personal there. And it's really, in my opinion, I'm not trying to be a bitch. In my opinion, it's not competition to me, right? So I just said, really, sweetie? I said, I know you see how that picture looks. I said, let's compare. I didn't say it out my mouth because remember, this is directed convo they're doing. If I were to say that, she'd look at me like I'm crazy, even though it is what it is. This is how targeting works. But they can hear my thoughts in real time. So I just thought that in my head. I knew she could hear my thoughts. And so I thought that in her, I kept doing the blinking thing. And I just went in to work out. And at that point, I was feeling myself. I was really feeling myself. I'm not a cocky person. I'm not narcissist like they like to play it. I'm very humble. But because she tried to do that and it backfired, you know I was feeling myself. So I went on the thing and I was trying to squat. I hadn't been in the gym for a whole month. I went on the machine and I'm squatting and I'm feeling myself and I'm looking in the mirror and I'm squatting and I'm feeling myself. And I'm acting this cocky kind of way because of what they tried to do and how it backfired. Typically when they're not doing stupidness, I go in and I work out and I'm moving humble. When they start doing dumb stuff, that's when I start moving like this cocky kind of way. And it's not cocky as in I'm saying anything. It's just my movements. You could tell I'm in that kind of mode. They know when I get in that kind of mode. So no, I'm just squatting and I'm doing all kind of like, I was just feeling myself with the way things played out. So then I left and the gym owner even looked Bassity because, you know, he's very invested in the situation. The dude is like his son, the trainer dude. He's well invested. He was looking Bassity. She was blinking up when I'm leaving. Now I just simply asked her, I said, hey, so can you tell me how the pay thing works? Because you were telling me something about the app and how when it's time to pay something. So she was explaining it to me and she couldn't even look at me. She was blinking and, just looking really bassety. And so I remember just being, okay, thanks. And I left. And it was like after that, oh my God, it was just like a nightmare after that because things didn't play the way they wanted it to play. So I went in a video and I did talk about it. And then I said, now this was the first time I ever said anything about how this girl looks, Aside from me giving her a compliment, I've never said anything about this girl's looks. That was when I said, I know I look better than you. In the last video, I said, I know that's what the issue is. I said, I've never insulted you. I've never said anything bad about you. I look better than you. That's all I said. I didn't go in. I didn't say, you're ugly, you're this, you're that, dissing her. I don't feel the need to. Anyway, so after I did that, it's been up from there. They've been doing all kinds of horrible stuff to hurt me. They've been trying really hard to hurt me. They're pulling everything out. They're insulting me like crazy with the technology, trying to humiliate me again, degrade me. All kinds of crazy stuff, sending weird stuff with the technology, insinuating stuff. And that's what this video is about, y'all. Y'all know how this is. I make these videos and it'll be 2 hours long. And then towards the end, for like a short bit of time, I talk about what the video is actually about. We're finally there, y'all. We're at the moment of truth where we're going to talk about what they did to hurt me now because of the way things played out. Right? The first thing that happened, first of all, was, like I said, them sending stuff with the technology to hurt me, just trying to insult my looks and degrade me, gaslight about the situation. Another thing that happened, I went to the gym, right? This was not, what's today? Yesterday I went to the gym and stuff was happening too. But on Monday, when I went to the gym, I noticed the personal trainer himself was there. His car was parked outside. I said, hell no. I did a U-turn. I didn't even go in. I don't want to deal with it. So I did a U-turn. I didn't even go in. I came back like an hour later. He was gone. I said, thank God. I went in there. I worked out. Now comes today. Not today, yesterday. Wednesday. Hold on. I'm getting the timeline mixed up. When did this happen? No. That was Friday when that happened, y'all. That was Friday when the personal trainer was there. That was Friday. So then I went again Monday, yesterday. His car is there again. So they're trying to set some other weird shit up now. His car is there again. And this time a police car is parked in front of his car. And the police officer comes out the car. As I'm pulling up, getting close to the gym, I did another U-turn. I said, hell no. I'm ducking and dodging like crazy. I said, hell no. I did another U-turn. So then I come back like an hour later. I get to the gym. I see 2 cars. I'm like, thank God. Maybe they're going to just let me just go in there and work out. The only thing I've ever wanted to do. Maybe I'm going to be able to just go in there and work out. I go in there. Excuse me. They have 2 guys in there, right? This new dude now, I'm starting to see that they're using all of a sudden. This man wrote me all the way at like the beginning of last year. I don't even know how we got friends on Facebook. I don't remember him sending a request. I don't remember when it happened. I don't know how long we have been friends. But him and I are friends on there, right? And so I remember last year, before the thing with the dude was happening, when things were normal in the gym, I remember that he used to just always watch my stories. I never noticed him because there's a lot of people watching my stories. And I'm not saying that in a cocky way. It's just like a lot of people have that going on. That's just how it is. It's a small community. So there are a lot of people. And if I don't know you, I'm not going to notice your profile. But after he wrote me, that was when I started noticing that he watches every story that I post. So he wrote me like towards the beginning of last year under one of my videos. And, you know, where I was squatting and he was giving me tips. He said, I'm not squatting low enough. He said, he was telling me about my form. This video that I posted. And then he said something about the gym and he was explaining that he goes to that gym too, but there's a reason why he doesn't go during the daytime, or I forgot what the explanation was the dude was giving me. I can't even remember the conversation. I could go in my inbox right now and read it to you. I'm not going to do that. I don't want the dude's name to be in my video. So anyway, I just saw his message earlier, actually, when I was looking through the messages for something else I'm about to talk about. Anyway, other than that, nothing else with that dude. He never wrote me again. I started noticing him. Because he sent me that message, I started noticing his profile. So every time he would watch my story, now he's standing out to me. So for the whole year, every freaking story I post on my damn thing, he's on it. Every story, guaranteed he's going to be watching it. I just keep seeing him, but it never was anything that was negative or adverse to me. Because I wasn't dealing with any heinous stuff in the gym yet. And he didn't write me again. He doesn't come to the gym when I go. So he's just like this random entity that's there, but now I notice him. I do notice when I see him because he sent that message out, one message at the beginning of last year. So now randomly, this is like almost like a year and change later. This stuff is happening with this dude. They've been using all kinds of gang stalkers. I still never saw him. Now randomly, just recently, since the thing with the girlfriend happened, literally, I notice he's coming in there now. I'm noticing him now. It's like twice it happened. I noticed him sometime last week. I think it was the Friday self. And then I noticed him on Monday. I'm like, oh God, another one they done recruit now. He was never coming during the daytime. In fact, I forget what reason he gave me last year for why he doesn't work out during that time. I think he told me he works out early in the morning or something. I forgot what he told me. I can't remember. I just notice him as this presence that's always watching every story that I post. This was even before things got negative, like I said, with that dude. There's a lot of them like that. They just be there watching my story. So anyways, so now I notice I'm seeing him in there. So he was there today. And then they had one of the friends that was in the back room comparing me to the girlfriend. Not the one that was checking me out, another one that they kind of used to use off and on in the evening time. And I actually know he's a marshal. I learned that when I was a correction officer and I was witnessing one of the court cases where they had the judge, and I realized that the judge was in there too in the gym talking to the dude's girlfriend and kind of supporting her. He was a marshal in that judge's courtroom. So understand how connected these people are, and this dude specifically, and understand what I'm dealing with. Okay? So anyway, the guy's a marshal. I know that now. Anyway, so he's in there, and I noticed the two of them in there working out. So I'm like, I don't know if they're doing this as some sort of tactic to intimidate me or what this is supposed to be, but I'm just glad it's two people and not a bunch of people. So I said, let me just, like I always do, move humble, not say anything, not think anything, just work out and see if I could get through the workout. I think they thought putting him there was going to do something. I don't know what they thought it was going to do. They've already stuck the one that I said was checking me out in the gym since then. And he came over and was making conversation with me and acting kind of bassity. Anyway, so nonetheless, nothing's going to stop me from working out. Nothing. Unless you physically, they do stuff like petty stuff like block the machines. They did that on Friday. I was pissed. Like, they know I'm supposed to do a superset. I'm following Mike Menser's method, where I'm supposed to go to failure on the leg extension machine. And then I'm supposed to hop straight on the Smith machine and squat to failure. They put a dude there to block the machine. These are some of the tactics they use on me where, they realize that I'm so tough or whatever my personality is, where it's like it's not affecting me. Some of the gang stalking that they're thinking is going to affect me, I'm still doing the workout. And they'll even dive the fly down and realize it's not working. So they'll actually start to impede the workout and put people on machines and stuff. So anyway, my neck is hurting, y'all. Anyway, so the dude was there. Both of them were there. That dude that was in the back room. And then this dude, like I told you, that was like this random entity on Facebook that they're randomly using now. So anyway, I'm in there and I'm working out and doing my thing or whatever. I'm just acting like they're not there. I get to the the leg curl machine now. And I took my shades off. And I think that's like a source of contention for them, because that was what happened with the girlfriend. I took the shades off and I took the picture, and then she started malfunctioning or something. I gave her the picture and she started malfunctioning. And so I think taking the shades off and not looking like I was bothered or whatever, upset them or something. I'm just being honest, because that was when the gang stalking started. I mean, it was already started. The two of those dudes were in there. But that was when they started, doing stuff. I took the shades off and I went on the leg curl machine. And the dude that I said was this random entity, he all of a sudden comes on the machine right next to me. Right next to the leg curl machine. So I just ignore it. And I continue to do my leg curls. I'm like, oh boy, I hope it's not going to start to get gnarly now. I start to do my leg curls. I get through it. I get to failure, which is my routine. Then I move over to the hip thrust machine. They start diving the mosquito down. It's in this way to kind of insinuate, something about my body. Remember, I told you they keep trying to come for my self-esteem. And they know that a source of insecurity for me is my weight. The fact that I have trouble gaining weight. The fact that I have to eat in an excess to even have meat on my body, at least a lot of meat. I have a nice body, a naturally nice body. It's naturally toned. I'm muscular even when I don't work out. And as I told you on the last video, I realized that I actually have the hourglass body type. The quote unquote ideal body type. And I'm not saying that to brag. I realized by accident. It was like God, because they were trying to bully me about my body, and then I came to that realization by accident. When I was looking for clothes, I just started taking my measurements and I saw this girl that was teaching how to take your measurements on YouTube, saying if you want to know your body type, you can plug your measurements into this calculator, into this website. And so I started playing around with different body measurement websites, reputable ones, and put my measurements in, and then that was how I discovered that I'm perfectly symmetrical. Apparently my shoulders and my hips are the exact same measurement. My bust and my high hip is the exact same measurement, and then my waist is significantly smaller. I didn't know. And the way they were bullying me and trying to manipulate and stuff, they had me confused, boy. And I already have like low-key and insecurity. I already let them know about the fact that I have trouble gaining weight. And so one thing for me has always been trying to be curvy and trying to get more filled out, because I am a slimmer female and I have a fast metabolism, but I have a naturally toned body. Y'all have seen it, man. I've shown y'all. Check out this video. First of all, you can see my body in these videos. I don't look bad. And something, anyway, I'm not gonna talk about it. Something that happened in the prison where they started this don't want campaign because I was getting checked out, but I'm not gonna talk about it. I don't want problems. Anyway, so this was my body and how it was looking. Y'all can see when I started gaining weight. I've lost 20 pounds, remember that. And they're trying to hit me because of what happened with this girlfriend. I lost 20 pounds, just keep that in mind. But you can check out this video. You see that thumbnail? That's typically how my body looks when I don't have meat on me. I'm not going to go into a video right now and show you. I do have something on, let me show you. And the reason I'm doing this is because I've been attacking my looks like crazy again recently because of what happened with this girlfriend. It was completely out of my control, by the way. You see them click in the window? Completely out of my control what took place with her. And they're attacking my looks for it. Completely out of my control. I didn't insult the girl. She insulted me, actually. And even after she insulted me, I still didn't really go in on her. Completely out of my control, and they're attacking me for it. Anyway, so let me show y'all what I look like when I don't have meat on me, okay? So this noise campaign happening now in the background. This is what I look like. And actually, I usually have a little bit more meat than this. Because now as a woman, this was me in my early 20s. As a woman, I typically, if I'm not eating in an excess and working out, I'm typically anywhere from, I would say 160 to 165. In this video, I was 150. So I was real skinny mini in my early 20s. And then when I got older and became a woman, I filled out a little more. So typically I'm like 10 pounds heavier than this, but still a rather petite female. That's my natural body type.
Go and get it with no hesitation. This that never quit. Start that elevation. This that process. This that in the making. This that started from the bottom. This that motivation. This that opportunity. Me in preparation. All I know is win. Feel like Gary Payton. This that process.
Yeah. So y'all can say I don't look bad. I'm skinny, yes, and I'm not that skinny, by the way. I was a real skinny mini back then. Naturally toned. I have a natural muscular physique. I don't look bad. And it's like they're trying so hard to make me feel unwanted and like this unwanted putrid thing and don't want and all this horrible stuff that they're doing and attacking me for things that are out of my control. I could see if I was going in and acting ignorant, I think the way they wanted me to act when the girlfriend was first presented, and I started insulting her immediately. And then they were doing what they're doing to me. But they're doing it and I hadn't even done anything because of what? Something that's out of my control? Like, I don't really understand it. So anyways, so nonetheless, so this was Monday now. Back to what I was saying about Monday. So the two dudes were there, and when I get to the hip thrust machine, they start diving the fly down, trying to insinuate that I'm flat or whatever the case is. Mind you, I weigh way more than I did in that video you just saw. Again, in that video, I was kind of vegan. My sister and I, my older sister and I, we were eating very healthy back then. We were eating veggies and mainly like an all fruit diet. An all veggie, all fruit diet. And I used to jog. I used to jog in the neighborhood like crazy. I did cardio like crazy and I didn't lift weights. So I was even skinnier than typical. And to be honest with you, in my early 20s, that was my weight anyway, 150. All throughout high school and stuff, that was pretty much my weight, 150, I'm not gonna lie. It wasn't until I got into like my mid-20s and became like a woman, that was when I filled out a little more and I became like 160, 165. That's my normal weight if I'm not eating in excess and working out. Understand right now I weigh 175. So I weigh about 25 pounds more than you saw in that video. I'm not flat. I don't have no big bus and bana. No, I don't. But I'm not flat. I don't have a flat pancake in the back. That's not what's going on. But because of the thing that happened with the picture and the face and the thing with the girlfriend, they're now attacking my body again. And they're just attacking everything. They're just really trying to like get me to believe these horrible things about myself for something, again, that was out of my control. So anyways, y'all should have seen me. Look at those videos when I was 192. I was really filling out and it was looking good too. That's what was happening. And they started the Don't Want campaign. Anyway, I lost 20 pounds though. So nonetheless, so on Monday, that's what they did. They started diving the fly down when I went on the hip thrust machine. And I think it's because I took the shades off and I wasn't acting like, I don't know, nervous or bothered about those two dudes being there. So that's when I started thinking stuff. As usual, it's whenever they start with me first, I start thinking stuff. So I started thinking, oh my God, I said, y'all are still attacking me. Now you're coming for me. I said, that's all you can come for. I said, you can only come for my behind. I said, this is really just happening because of the girlfriend and the picture thing. I said, this is all happening because I look better than her. I actually did think that in my head. Now it's going to look like I'm being this cocky bitch. But it's because they've been hammering me since the thing happened. And insulting me and blah, 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 and attacking me when she started with me first. And they know why I talked about the thing in my video. They know what they were doing when I was having that conversation with my sister. They know what I've been dealing with for a whole year in that gym because of that thing with that dude. So anyways, nonetheless, right? So that's when I started thinking stuff and acting like whatever. I was like, you coming from behind and all this? I said, you're just attacking me and trying to make me feel uncomfortable because of what happened with the girlfriend. I can't help it if I look better than her. This is why I started thinking in my head, this is where now reactive abuse, and then they'll take that little tidbit and that's going to be used to propel the narrative that I'm a narcissist. And they'll negate everything that took place prior. So anyway, I started thinking that while I'm working out and I'm just doing my thing and ignoring the stupid crap. And I start again moving in the cocky way. And I go get the weight and I go outside to do walking lunges and stuff. And I said, this is all because of whatever. You know, I started thinking, I said, you have his friends following me around like thugs inside the gym trying to attack me and degrade me because I look better than his girlfriend. And so when I went back in the gym, the two dudes that were in there looked bassity. They looked so bassity. Including the dude that was back there saying the bullshit with his girlfriend. And so while I'm putting the weights with the Marshall dude, while I'm putting the weights up and stuff, he hops off the machine quick so I wouldn't have to like walk directly facing him when I'm coming back. He hopped off the machine quick and walked this way. So I started I couldn't help myself. I started to chuckle and he tripped on his shoe. I'm like, they know what I'm saying is true, man. This is all because, yeah, you want to get a lick back for your friend, but come on, man, be objective in the situation. You know why I had the one reaction that one day that I did? And I haven't really been nasty with that girl. She's been nasty to me first. I don't see her as competition at all. I'm dead serious. And I know they know what's really going on as far as that goes. I'm not good. You know what? Anyway. So I know that's what the problem is. And I've been getting attacked like crazy for it. Anyway, so nonetheless, I even outside of there now had seen some females watching me cross-eyed about the thing. I'm like, oh my God. Here we go. So anyways, nonetheless, so now let's talk about what the video is about, y'all. Jesus Christ, we're finally here. Let me see how long, let me not. Let me just talk about what I'm about to talk about now. I'm sure it's like 2 hours and change long, this thing. But it's deep. Because it's like they're going so low now to hurt me. So now I'm watching a show yesterday. A random movie I'm watching. And in the movie, you know, they're doing this thing where they can control the AI and stuff. And like I said, put sensitization into the things you're watching. It's real creepy. They were doing it all throughout the movie, all kinds of stuff they were putting in there, direct combo and sensitization. In a certain part of the movie, they mentioned this guy that was a jerk. And she's like, but I think they're a cute couple. What's wrong? The girl was talking to this dude about the two of them, this couple that went in the tent, I guess, to get busy. They were on some sort of trail, right? And they were doing some sort of hike into the mountains in the snow. And so the dude was, you know, they were like coupled up on the trip. And so the dude went into the tent with the female. And so she's like, oh, aren't they so cute? And so the guy that knows the dude well was like, oh boy, I don't want to tell you this, but you might not like him after you hear what I'm about to say. So she's like, well, what is it? And he was like, you know, he's about to do what's called a trail hookup. And she's like, a trail hookup? And she said, but I think they're cute together. Da, da, da. And he said, yeah, they might look cute, but this is what he does. You know, he purposely waits until we go on these trips in the cold and What happens when you're cold? You want to cuddle, right? And he said, and he uses that as a way to hook up with these girls and whatever. And so she said, oh my God. And the girl starts going, oh my God. And then he goes, but that's not the worst of it. And so she was like, what? And he said, it's being recorded. That's what he said. And then they did this face. And so I immediately, and I heard chirping in the background, I immediately started to think, oh my God. I said, wait, these people are sick. So I start racking my brain. I'm like, recorded? Because I'm like, I haven't even had that many partners. I've had consensual sex with 6 men in my life. I'm about to make 34 at the end of the year. There are countless females that are younger than me that have had way more partners than me. I'm not trying to sound judgmental. It doesn't matter. There are some females out there who have only had one partner. According to my mom, I don't think she's a liar. My dad has been her only. She got with him in high school and that's been her only. So there are females out there like that too who are fortunate like that. That was the life I wanted. That's why I had a fibrillation and a panic attack, and I kind of melt down and turn into an alcoholic when the dude that, like I said, I told you all about him in the last video and several prior videos, my first real boyfriend, I would say. I had a boyfriend in high school, but like my first real official relationship where we lived together and stuff. Remember, I was with that dude and then we broke up and I got back with him a couple years later. He took my virginity and then ended up using it as a way to kind of like get revenge and leading me on and using me. That's why I had a fibrillation when that thing didn't work out, because in my head I had like this freaking idealistic kind of perception of how things were supposed to work out, and it was supposed to be my husband that I gave my virginity to and blah blah blah. And that was a joke between my sister and that same roommate that I had in college that things were weird with. They used to laugh about the fact that I had held on to my virginity for so long, because I held on to and the reason I'm saying this, y'all, is because that's another false narrative they're trying to paint with the targeting and what they keep sending about being easy. So now that they're sending something about recordings, that really got to me. And then after that, immediately starting to throw in the sensitization about being easy. I've never been an easy female. Every dude that I've had sex with, they had to wait for it. And actually, every relationship that I've been in, with the exception of the dude from the church in Florida, I didn't actually have sex with them when we were in a relationship. I had sex with them after. That's the weird thing about it. So anyways, y'all. So when they said the recording thing, oh my God, my brain started, because I'm like, oh my God, they're doing all kinds of stuff to hurt me because of what happened with this girl. I'm like, what are they talking about now? I'm like, a recording? What are they talking about? So my mind starts thinking about every sexual encounter I had, because I haven't had many. I'm like, oh my God, what is it? What is it? I've only had sex with 6 men consensually. And then there was a 7th, the dude that raped me. So I talked about what happened with that. It wasn't rape like he held me down and raped me. I was blackout drunk. This was in the years when I was an alcoholic, in my early 20s. And this is the only time this has ever happened to me. That's why I freaked out about it, because he didn't use a condom. Nasty. Anyway, I was back there in the back house with my cousin, and I trusted him. And I knew he was there and his girlfriend was there, and I had gotten drunk around them before. This was, like I said, during the years of my active alcoholism. It was like a 3-year period of me being an alcoholic. And we were here at the same house I live at now, my grandparents' house. And my cousin used to live in the back house. And I used to hang out with him and his friends in that time. It was a dark time in my life. My cousin kind of used to be in and out of trouble too. So we were kind of all like misery together hanging out. This was before I turned my life around. And the girlfriend was cool. Not a bad person, but it's just like they were all going through their own stuff too. So it's like we were all kind of like not at a good space in life and hanging out, And so I remember I was hanging out back there and I got pissy drunk this day. And he had some friends back there, my cousin. And this dude that used to always be around the area. I grew up knowing the dude. He's a Trini too. He's from the same neighborhood. Grew up, he was always coming here hanging out with my cousin. He watched me grow up. He knew all of us. So these are people I thought I could trust. I'm not thinking anything's gonna happen to me. I'm thinking I could get pissy drunk and not worry about it, and I'll just wake up and be all right. So anyway, I'm not gonna tell the whole story again. I don't want to talk about it in this video. I've talked about it in my full story. Just know that's the only encounter that they could really use to say easy or try to humiliate me. And I talked about it myself in my full story. I gave them that tidbit. I told them about that. And so I woke up and the dude was doing whatever. He was having a field day and he wasn't wearing a condom either. That was the first time I ever felt that sensation. Because this is a TMI, I'm sorry. But every dude I've ever had sex with, I'm a paranoid person. This is why my sisters laugh at me. I've always made them wear a condom. There have been several that tried to take it off. And I was very adamant about the fact that that wasn't happening. In my mindset, I'm not getting pregnant until I'm married. That's just been my mindset. So anyway, with this dude, he back there having a field day, and he didn't wear a condom. And so I was livid, but I didn't know about it right away either. And that's why they keep trying to paint the false narrative and attach it to the text about blackouts and forgetting stuff. Because I told this story about what happened with this dude. There's never, ever, 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 and I'll put my hand on the Bible about it, been a time where I blacked out around my nieces or children and woke up and didn't know what happened. Give me a fucking break. Excuse my language. Anyway, so with this dude, I was a blackout drunk at this time. This was when I had moved home from Florida. Things hadn't worked out. I moved out back home. Things with the dude had happened. It was fresh after the thing with that dude, where he had been leading me on and using my body. Then I came home and the thing with the cyberstalking, cyberbullying dude happened. And I started getting cyberbullied on top of everything else. And I was a blackout drunk. I was out of school. I was in a dark space in my life. And I was drinking like the hard stuff. I don't hide it. I talk about it in all my videos. This is something I really lived through. And I turned my life around. And I got back in school. I graduated with a 3.5 GPA. And I became a teacher. I turned my life around. What's the big deal? There are other people that have gone through this and worse that you don't judge critically. You're doing it because you want to humble me. And they keep constantly sending stuff about perfect and this and that. Like they feel like I'm trying to be perfect or something. And humbling and breaking and not hurt. And like they're trying to, like, I don't know what. I've been very open about the life I've lived and the things I've been through. So anyways, nonetheless, right? This was in that time, right? And this was the only time where I would say an easy moment happened because he was a free-for-all. The dude did whatever he did. I woke up and he's doing it and I didn't even remember that it happened. I woke up the next day just feeling strange because I wasn't a promiscuous female. He was the second dude to have sex with me, right? Before whatever else happened with these other dudes, the 4 other that's on the list. He was the second dude to ever do anything with me because, like I said, this was fresh after me moving back home from dealing with that dude in Florida. So anyway, I just woke up feeling strange. I don't want to tell the whole story again. Let me not do it. I don't want to tell the whole story again. I just woke up feeling weird and knowing something had taken place, but I couldn't remember. And everybody that was there was swearing up and down to me that nothing happened, including him. He called me the next day and we were having some weird conversation. He was saying weird stuff that should have indicated that something happened. He was saying weird stuff and telling me he thinks he loves me and stuff. I'm like, you love me? I'm like, huh? I was very confused. I didn't know the dude, we had sex. So anyways, or you had sex with me. Anyway, years later, my sister was walking in the neighborhood. It was like 2017 and the hurricane had happened down here. There was this big hurricane that happened down here. And so everybody was outside. The power lines were down. There was no current on island. Years later after the rape, y'all, I'm going into the details of the men that I've actually had intercourse with because of how they tried to hurt me with the technology and paint false narratives. I could break down every dude to you because it hasn't been many. Anyway, so the hurricane happened years later now after the incident. This was like, what, 3 years later after the incident occurred? This big Hurricane Irma, happened down here. And it was like, it mashed up the whole island. All the power lines were down and we didn't have current and everybody was outside hanging out. And at this point now I had turned my life around. I was doing better. I was clean. I wasn't like a pissy drunk. I was a paraeducator, a paraprofessional. I wasn't a teacher yet, but I was working for the Department of Education. And my sister and I were walking through the neighborhood and we're hanging out with different people. And my sister ended up getting with this dude in the neighborhood. And I talked to some of his friends and I didn't like them like that. It wasn't working out. It's not like I'm a picky person or a stuck-up person. It was like literally situations that were absolutely a no. Like, I'm not going to go into the details of it. But it was like either one vain thing. This one guy was just way too short. Another thing that was going on, this guy had like baby mama drama. And then I'm finding out he used to mess with my cousin's baby mama. Absolute no. So it was just like situations where it was just not like, there was no viable options for me. Whereas my sister found somebody that she liked at the moment. Even for her, I think she realized he had stuff going on that wasn't, but she was in a state in her life too. I don't want to talk about her because I keep getting in problems. The last video I mentioned her, I'm not trying to do too much here in this one. I'm just trying to talk about my stuff. So anyway, she's dating this dude in the neighborhood. Remember, it's a small island. Everybody knows each other, right? So she's walking through the neighborhood with the dude. This is the same neighborhood where the thing with that dude that raped me happened. She's walking in the street and he sees her from afar and he thinks she's me. So she's walking with this dude and he thinks it's me. And so I think out of envy, he tried to make me look bad and try to smut me out to the dude. So he goes and tells the dude, like, you dating that girl? He said, I didn't, whatever, bragging about the encounter that we had. He's bragging about it to the dude and talking about all the stuff he did. So I'm like, oh, so that's why, I was feeling uncomfortable. This man was having a field day, right? So anyway, so he's bragging about whatever he did to my sister, not to my sister, excuse me, to the dude that my sister was dating at the time. And she came back to me and told me about it. And I remember just freaking out because this dude ain't necessarily like, I didn't know at the time what his health status was. Like, he's a dude that messes with a lot of females. He's one of those type of dudes that messes with a lot of females. He's one of those type of dudes. Like, he messes, from what I understand, like, messes around for real, for real. From what my cousin's baby mama was telling me, he messes with a lot of girls. So I remember that shit freaking me out. I'm like, wait a minute. I said, so we did do stuff. And he did this and this and that. And it's like, no condom was used. That's all I could think. I wasn't even thinking about the violation. The paranoia set in. I'm like, oh my God. Because I'm such a paranoid person already. Even with dudes that I trust, I don't let them take the condom off. And I know about you. And you didn't use a condom. I was freaking out, dude. I was freaking out. He ended up putting so bad I want to fucking try and be malicious. And smut me out because he thinks I'm walking with this dude and it wasn't even me, it was my sister. That he almost got his ass beat. Because then now where I had the confirmation, it was after she started telling me the story, I started to remember. It's the weirdest thing that's ever happened. I've never had an experience like that in my life. I've never had an experience like that in my life where I had a moment where I blacked out and I felt like something happened, but I wasn't sure. And then somebody recounts the incident or the things that took place, and then I can actually remember it with clarity. That was the first experience like that I've ever had in my entire life. And I actually remembered waking up with him on top of me. And him going ham too, and it burning and hurting. And I remember telling him to stop, and he actually... Right? He finished off, and that was the first time I ever felt that sensation either. It was a very weird sensation. And then he got off of me. And I remembered sitting up and freaking out about it and telling him some nasty things too, because I have a nasty mouth and I was still drunk at the time too. That's why I didn't remember it until she told me, and then I remembered everything. I was like, oh my God, wait, I remember that. I remember waking up with him going ham and then getting up and cussing him stink. I went ham on the dude. And that's when he leaned over and he whispered something scary to me, and I think he was just being nasty. I think he was just trying to be nasty, but he whispered something very scary to me. And so I remember that freaking me out. And then I grabbed the bottle of vodka. There was still a little bit more left, and I guzzled more. And that was when my cousin came in the back room and tried to pull it from me. And then he grabbed it and he threw it on the roof. And then him and I started wrestling. And my cousin's a strong dude. Even though he's a shorter dude, he's like buff. He's got the same genes and genetics as I do and all of my siblings. We all are naturally muscular. And he's a man. And so I remember him just grabbing me like a rag doll and flinging me against the wall and flinging me against the wall. And eventually the same dude that was raping me tried to step in and stop him from flinging me into the wall. And he ended up punching the dude in the mouth. And he said, you back here, my cousin, you back here, my cousin. And he punching him in the mouth and stuff. And then I remember just sitting on the floor dizzy and like I couldn't catch him. Everything was spinning, like spinning. And I remember my cousin taking his finger and putting it down my throat and making me throw up. And then pouring hose water on me, and I blacked out. I can't remember I don't even remember how I got home. I just know I woke up feeling busted. Everything felt wrong. And I knew something happened too, but none of them would admit it. They're all telling me, no, nothing happened. My cousin telling me nothing happened. His girlfriend was telling me nothing happened. The dude himself, even though he was being creepy, was telling me nothing happened. He kept saying, you don't remember? He said, you don't remember what happened? He said, you don't remember? I said, no. I said, did something happen? He said, nah, man, da, 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 da. He's telling me no. But then in the same breath saying he loved me. I should have just put it together, man. So anyways, so now, like I said, fast forward a few years later, where he saw my sister walking with the dude and he thought it was me or whatever, and he's bragging to the dude about what he did. The memory just started to like flood into my head and I started remembering. And so this was when I was still close with my brothers. It wasn't the weird type of whatever that's happening now. Ever since the targeting started these last 5 years, things are very strange with my siblings and I don't have a regular relationship with them. I'm being watched on camera. I move very strange with them now. At this time, I was still close with my brothers. I used to sit, believe it or not, in rooms and have conversations with my brothers about what was going on in their life. It was normal at one point in time in life. Anyway, this was when we were still close. So I remember when they heard everything that happened, We went to his house. It's right here in this freaking neighborhood. All of us pulled up to his house to beat him. And his mother was outside begging and begging for him not to get beat. He came out with a bat and he's swearing up and down that nothing happened and that the dude is lying. My sister's boyfriend at the time. It's like, I'm like, no, he's not lying, because I remember all of the things that you're saying. I started remembering some of it. I said, so no, he's not lying. I said, I actually remember waking up with you, whatever. And he said, no, it's a lie. It didn't happen. He's like, no, none of that didn't happen. He said, that's a lie. That dude is a liar. It's like he was just blatantly lying. And so he starts swinging the bat like this, like to defend himself, because my brothers were coming like they were going to beat him. He starts swinging the bat like this, and he ended up hitting his mother in the head, and her head started gushing blood. And so his mother was like, come on, get in the house. And he's pushing her and screaming at her. And so I'm like, I'm targeted. I've never put my hands on my parents. Anyway, I'm just telling you, there's people that has done worse that I don't understand why I'm getting the treatment I'm getting. I keep saying it. Anyway, nonetheless, I'm busting her head and he was screaming at her too and shoving her. So anyway, they end up getting in the house and we end up just leaving after we saw the lady's head get bust. That was enough for us to just leave the thing alone. And I made a police report about it too. I made a whole police report about it. They're trying to convince me that he's mental and don't believe anything he said. He's mental is what they were telling me. But I'm like, no, I actually remember some of it happening. Like, I actually remember waking up with him on top of me. I remember the part where I freaked out and I cussed him stink. And then I grabbed the bottle after he whispered some weird shit in my ear to be spiteful. I grabbed the bottle of vodka and I started guzzling it down. And then I remember my cousin coming in and grabbing it and flinging it on the roof. And I remember him grabbing me and flinging me into the wall and flinging me into the wall and flinging me hard into the wall. And then the dude actually got up and tried to push my cousin off of me because he was really about to break me up. And then he got mad and he started pummeling the dude, and the dude's mouth started bleeding. He started saying, you back at my cousin? You back at... I'm like, why didn't he know? Where were you? Weren't you here the whole time? Because I was blacked out. Where were you? So anyways, nonetheless, so that's what happened. And so I remembered it and it was just like this big thing. So that was that incident though. That's the most reckless as far as sexual activity goes. That's the most reckless out of the box moment I've had as far as sexual activity goes. And it's a big scandal and it's something that I gave them. I told them that in my full story. So that wasn't something they had to dig for. I told them that. So I'm like, I know they're not talking about the rape. I know they're not talking about the Jamaican dude. I know they're not talking about the Haitian guy that took my virginity. So I'm just thinking in my head, who recorded themselves hooking up with me? I'm just racking my brain, record. Who? It's only 6 dudes I ever did stuff with. 3 of them I had a consistent, like, multiple encounters. And then 3 of them I only messed with one time. I could name the dudes out for you. Something else popping in my head. I'm wondering if it was that dude. Because for a while here, I'm thinking it's the dude. They're talking about watching me with the insect drones in my apartment with that one encounter I had with my ex-boyfriend. But I'm thinking about this other dude I messed with down here, an older guy that wasn't from this island, that was St. Lucian. And he ran like construction out there by Divvy. I dealt with him several times. As I'm sitting here making the video, y'all, I kid you not, I'm thinking about it and wondering, is it him? Or that they're talking about. There's 6 dudes I've had encounters with. The first one was the Haitian guy that took my virginity when I was 22. We had multiple encounters. Him and I lived together. We never did anything. So no, I'm not easy. I never had sex with the dude because I wasn't even sure if he was going to be my forever. And so that wasn't who I wanted to give that to because I wasn't sure if I was going to be with him. So him and I broke up. About 2 years later, I get with him. Now I'm ready to be more serious with him. We end up doing whatever. He ends up leading me on. I'm pretty sure that's not even his character. I know he didn't do that. I know it wasn't him. And he was in the States too. So I know it wasn't him. So X off for him, right? Cross off the list for him. The second person I had intercourse with was the rape, right? I actually don't even count that. That's why I keep saying I had intercourse with 6 dudes. The 7th one was the rape. I don't count it. I don't count him. So anyway, he's the second dude that ever did stuff with me though. Because like I said, it was freshly after I moved home from that situation. And that was when I was a drunk. Those 3 years where I was a drunk and he did what he did to me back there. He's the second one on the list. The third guy I had intercourse with was when I left for school. And I went back up there in 2017. I went back up there for school to Florida with my younger sister. I went first and I joined FMU and then she came and followed and decided to go to FMU too. And so she and I were going to the Hebrew church, and we were the new girls on the block or whatever. And so all the dudes liked us and were trying to talk to us. And so my sister ended up dating a dude in there, and I ended up dating a dude in there. I talked about him in my Kisses to My Exes video, y'all. And he ended up, you know, I told y'all he had like issues. That guy had problems. You know, he had a wandering eye. I think he was an addict. Like, he had problems. But I did do stuff with him. I'm not gonna lie. I honestly did do multiple. I know he didn't do it. With the way the belief system and stuff, I'm pretty sure he didn't do it, the recording thing. So anyway, him and I had multiple encounters. I was in a relationship with him. We had multiple encounters. By the way, let me specify, because they keep trying to use that as a source of bullying as well when I mentioned the fact that he had a wandering eye. It wasn't specific to me. He did the same thing to the woman he's married to now. I could show you a picture of how she looks. He did the same thing to her, and he actually had a baby on her. So they're married now, and he has an outside child. I'm not meaning to give his business, but it wasn't a me thing. I think he has an issue. He wanted to move sexually quick with me too. When we were in the relationship, I made him wait 2 months, which is actually a short amount of time for me. Typically, dudes have to wait way longer than that. But at that point, I felt too trusted, man. I felt like, okay, he's in church, and, you know, for sure, this is somebody I can marry, and this and that. Like, that's why I was like, my sisters feel like I was, you know, making an excuse not to talk to him, and, you know, making an excuse about the wandering eye thing, and it's like I didn't like him like that. No, I was actually looking at him, like, seriously. I really was. Anyway, so good thing I have good intuition, though. You know, at that point, I wasn't as attached to sex as I was before, because at that point now, I knew that the rape thing had happened. I had already had the thing with the first dude, and it didn't work out. So I was desensitized to it. It's not like I was loose where, okay, I'm going to do that stuff with anyone. But that whole ideal that I had in my head about just having one partner and holding on to virginity, that was gone. So I didn't feel as attached when him and I did stuff and it didn't work out. I didn't think twice about dumping him, because I realized what was going on. Like, I could tell I could foresight. I could tell that he would be the type to cheat. And I was right. He is married to a female right now that he had a baby on. Okay? So anyway, I think she has a low self-esteem, though. But anyway, I'm not going to go into the details. I don't want to talk about them. That's none of my business. So anyway, that's the second dude I had stuff with, though. Him and I only did stuff twice. By the way, I have not had many encounters. I'm a big 33-year-old woman. I'm not embarrassed to say it. I have not had many encounters. So the Haitian guy I had multiple encounters with. The second Haitian guy, which is the guy I was just mentioning, the firefighter that went to the church with me, him and I only had 2 encounters. The third guy that I did stuff with was the Jamaican guy. Him and I had multiple encounters, right? The fourth guy was, I'm trying to remember the order. The fourth guy was when I came home, was that ex, right? There's an ex. No. That was before him. The fourth guy was this guy, this older guy. And that's the first older guy that I actually ever really dealt with like that, on that level. There's another older guy that I kind of like had a little something with when I was in Florida, but that wasn't anything. I didn't have intercourse with him. But this is the first older guy where I actually like had intercourse with. And it was this guy down here. And this was when I was working out at the hotel. I was doing security out there. And I was actually a target at this time too. But the targeting hadn't gone viral yet. So I didn't know that I was being watched on camera and this type of stuff like that. I didn't know I was being watched on camera. So this could be the encounter they're talking about too. I'm only now putting that in my head. Because earlier I was actually thinking it was this ex of mine that's very bitter. And they sent me something with the pool game too that's making me feel like he's saying stuff. And so that's why I'm like, it's probably that ex. But it might not be. It could actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it could be this guy that was out at the hotel. That was doing construction out at the hotel. This was around 2021. This was before the targeting went viral, but I was a target at the time. And I was doing security out there. I was a teacher at the time, and I was doing security out there. And he was like the head of construction over there. And it was like this group of foreigners that they had brought to the island to rebuild the hotel out there since the hurricane had happened. The hotel was completely shut down. And so they brought like this group of men in, foreigners, to fix up the hotel or whatever. And so he was explaining to me about the situation. He showed me the hotel that he was staying in, and, you know, he was explaining he's like the head of construction and blah, blah, blah. He told me his whole life story, man, everything that was going on out there. And him and I ended up talking, and I did deal with him, that guy. He's the fourth guy I ever did stuff with, and there was multiple encounters that could be what they're talking about now that I think about it. There were multiple encounters with him. That's the oldest guy I ever did anything with. He was 47 at the time. And I was how old at the time? I think I was 30 at the time. That's the oldest I've ever dealt with. I've never dealt with a man that age, but he was good looking for his age. And he was good with his mouth. Like, not like that, like good with his words. He was good with his words. And so, yeah, that's somebody I dealt with multiple times. That's the fourth one. Excuse me. So I talked about the two Haitian ones, the one that took my virginity, the one from the church. The first one I had multiple encounters with. The second one, only 2 encounters. The one that had the wandering eye. The third one was the Jamaican guy, multiple encounters. He's from Florida. I definitely don't think they're talking about him. That dude from out there from like I think 2021, shortly after the targeting started, I had multiple encounters with him. He was 47. That might be who they're talking about now that I think about it. The fifth guy I did something with was the one who I actually earlier thought they were talking about, which is this bitter ex of mine. Him and I had 1 encounter in my apartment. Never had anything else with him. We had 1 time in my apartment. And at that time, I know now I was being watched. So that's who I thought they were talking about. And the 6th guy was this guy I met in Florida. So I'm not going to go into the details about him. It doesn't matter. I only had with him 1 time. Right? So these are the 6 men that I've done stuff with. And my sisters know. They'll confirm it. They know everything. As much as I'm a private person, they know about the people I've done stuff with. 6 guys that I've had, like I said, sexual intercourse with. Excuse me. I'm not counting the rape. That was the 7th, and that was 1 encounter. And out of this, not to use these numbers, but this is really the numbers. Out of the 6 men that I had encounters with, 3 of them I only did it with 1 time. The 3rd one I had done it with 2 times. And then there were 2 of them that I had multiple encounters with. So I haven't had intercourse that much, like what you would think. I'm not the easy thing they're trying to paint me as. So anyways, nonetheless, I was racking my brain when they sent the thing, because I'm like, oh my God, they're really trying to hurt me now because of this dude, because things didn't work out with the girlfriend, whatever they were trying to do with his girlfriend. They didn't like how that played out. I'm like, now they're sending this with the technology about recordings and stuff. I'm like, who recording? I'm like, oh my God, who recorded me? And then I started remembering that they've been watching me on camera. And I remembered this ex of mine that I had intercourse with 1 time. This was before my targeting went viral. And before I tried to relocate off island in my apartment. And that's what I wanted to talk about in this video, because it seems like they're trying to paint a false narrative. And I actually think that's who they're talking about more than that random dude I'm telling you guys about, that older guy that was not even from this island. I want to know who they're talking about. I'm trying to figure out who are they talking about. I wonder if they're talking about the random guy then. They're trying to confuse me. I think they're trying to confuse me. They could not be talking about that dude, because he was still calling me. I ended up actually blocking him. I actually blocked him. I know they couldn't be talking about him. I actually blocked that guy. He kept writing me. I actually ended up blocking him eventually. And this big thing happened with my sister too. My younger sister with him. Where he came and he thought he was coming to meet my sister. And it was more so this thing where she went in on the dude because I was telling her about him. And so she started going in on him because he had started doing some like abusive stuff. Right? So I was telling her about him. And that night she went in on him. He thought he was just going to be meeting my sister. So he got dressed up. He put his hat on and he came to meet her. And then she went in on him. And then I blocked him. So I do wonder if that's who they're talking about now. And I thought it was the ex that I had done it with 1 time that I was calling bitter. But then they put something with him too. So I'm trying to figure out what's going on. Anyway, so, oh my God, these people are diabolical. I don't even know right now. It's such a revenge thing. Like, these dudes are bitter. Like, they could be saying anything. God knows what they're saying. So anyways, so let me tell y'all about what happened though with this ex that I'm calling bitter. I'm not going to say his name. I never talked about him because to me, he was irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. I've mentioned so many exes that I've dealt with and I never mentioned him. And the reason I never mentioned him was because to me, the relationship was so short-lived and irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It just wasn't one. You know how much dudes I dated I didn't mention? I'm a private person. I only called out a certain amount because I was trying to prove a point with what they do with the technology and how they try to degrade me and try to create these false narratives. There are a lot of dudes I dated I never mentioned in these videos. He's one of them. This bitter ex I'm talking about. Not the dude, the older dude. I'm going to get to him in a minute. Not the older dude from the hotel that wasn't from this island. I'm talking about now this ex, this bitter ex of mine. So anyway, years ago, y'all, let me stop the video and see how long the video is. Because it's getting long and it's 8:51. All of a sudden I'm hearing talking by the gate. You never hear talking at this hour. The fast ass neighbor is by the gate having fake conversation now because they're listening to what's going on with my video. So anyway, let me stop the video though, y'all, and see how long it is. I might make this a 2-part video. Anyway, y'all, so I'm gonna go into more detail about that older guy in a minute. So again, let me just reiterate. I'm back now. I'm 33, making 34 in 2 months at the end of the year in December. This is what I keep complaining about because they've taken my whole early 30s from me. But anyway, in the span of my whole life, I've only had 6 consensual partners. 7 if you include the rape that took place. That was a 1 encounter event, right? But aside from that, I've had 6 partners. Out of that number, 3 of them were multiple encounters. The first guy, the one that took my virginity, the one that I've talked about in prior videos, I had multiple encounters with him. The second guy from my church, that I told you I had the wandering eye and then he ended up getting married and doing the same thing to his wife and having an outside child. Him and I had 2 encounters. The third guy, the Jamaican guy that was in the States, in Florida, multiple encounters. Those are the only... Oh, and the fourth guy, this older guy that I met here on the island that wasn't from this island. That was why I trusted him. Whoops, that might have been a mistake. Anyway, I had multiple encounters with him too. I don't know if they were watching, but I'm just thinking about some of the stuff they'd be sending me and I'm like, I wonder if they were watching that. That is so creepy. It's just really creepy stuff. Anyway, so I had multiple encounters with him too. The bitter ex I'm about to talk about, and I'm not saying it in the order in which it went, y'all. The bitter ex, the 5th encounter that I had 1 encounter with him. And then the 6th one was this guy in Florida that I met in Florida. I'm not going to go into the details. 1 encounter with him. So there is, again, you know that number. I'm not going to say the number again because I've been sensitized to that number. But you heard the number I just said. Dudes that I had encounters with. And only 3 of them were multiple encounters. The other 3, 1 time. And then there's that miscellaneous 7th rape thing that happened, right? So I haven't had many partners. I haven't had many encounters either. I do have like 3 partners, like I said, where there were multiple encounters. There hasn't been much. This is why they had to keep digging and digging. Even the Colombian guy, I never had sex with him. He did go to town, but I never had sex with him. In fact, it was actually even this night, and I told my sister about this too. I custom stink for it. Him and I were living together, by the way. We lived together and everything, and I didn't. There's so many dudes like that I've lived with and I never did stuff with. Even the guy that I talked about in my Kisses to My Exes video, that I told you guys I was staying in his apartment, and I didn't find out until after the fact that he was separated and married. Him and I never had sex. So there are multiple dudes that I've actually lived with and I didn't have sex with them. And it was one night with the Colombian guy where I woke up and he was trying to insert himself and I cussed him stink for it. So yeah, there are multiple dudes that I've dealt with that I never did stuff with. So anyways, I'm not easy like they're trying to false paint the narrative, but they are out for revenge and blood. They just played me on the pool game where I was taking a little break in between the clips and they played against me with something that said shark. For years, like I said, I dealt with cyber stalking and cyberbullying with that dude down here. The main dude from my early 20s. He's also playing a contentious role in the targeting now because a lot of his family is in the military and stuff. That's why I keep saying I'm in some hot shit. I pissed off some well-connected people. It's a small community anyway. It's not really that hard to be well-connected. So anyways, for years, I told y'all there were dudes trying to kind of like set me up after him. Because I accused him of setting me up. If you listen to the full story, you'll hear the talala with him. I kind of took out my trust issues on him. The issues I was having with that first ex that took my virginity after the fact and led me on. I started talking to him virtually while all that shit was happening. And so all of the emotions and the trust issues I was having with that ex at the time, I took out on him. I've already acknowledged my wrong. I didn't deserve what happened to me for years and years and years after. Anyway, so I kept accusing him of setting me up because when I was talking to him, I talked to him for about 3 years virtually. It was like this long distance relation, if you will. And during the course of the talking, we used to video chat and everything. We used to, whatever, talk on the phone and stuff. During the course of it happening, I remembered, I think it was like a year into us talking. First of all, I had Instagram back then and I had a lot of followers. And I had a lot of, it doesn't matter. A lot of girls have this. I have it now on my Facebook. Most girls in this day and age, that's what happens. You put up a picture, a thirst trap picture, and you're going to get likes. And you're going to get people in your inbox. That's just how the stupid thing works. That's how social media works. So I remember back then I had Instagram. I don't have it anymore. And I had a lot of followers and I had a lot of dudes in my inbox. And he was one of a bunch of dudes in the inbox and under my pictures and stuff. And I didn't used to really answer dudes. Back then I was kind of bullshit. I wasn't really answering dudes in the inbox back then. So I remember he wrote me the first time. I didn't really answer. Then he wrote under my picture. He wrote me again. He said something about I had lost. I think he said lost zest for him or some weird comment like that. I have the memory of an elephant. I just remember stuff. So he said something under my picture. And so I went to his profile again and I started looking through his pictures. I was like, wait a minute. I've seen this dude on Island before. I was like, this is the dude that, whatever comment I made, right? I had seen him around Island before. And I then thought he looked like a celebrity. So I was like, wait a minute, this dude ain't too, whatever. I was like, he doesn't look bad. He's kind of good looking. Let me, whatever, right? So after he wrote me the second time and put his number in my inbox, that was when I reached out to him and I texted him. And so that was how the thing started. And at the time too, like I said, I was going through whatever with my ex and he was leading me on and I was losing my freaking shit. I was losing my mind. And so he was kind of like this virtual escape, if you will. I don't want to talk about him, honestly. I don't want to open that can of worms again. I just want you to understand what's led to years and years of revenge, okay? That's why I'm even bringing that thing up now. And just recently, too, even when I wasn't talking about it, they just played against me on the pool game with his brother's name. Shortly after the thing happened, actually, with the gym dude, they're pulling out all the big stops now because of what happened with this dude's girlfriend. They're doing all kinds of stuff now with the technology. So anyways, nonetheless, so that's how him and I started talking. We were talking virtually for the longest time. And, eventually, I remember there was this time where he was, I was venting to him about my roommate and what was going on with her. And I didn't think he would know who she was. I never said her name. So I was telling the man all her business. Not in this malicious way, like I'm trying to lambaste the girl. I just didn't think he would know. He wasn't in our age range. That dude's like he's like actually around the same age as the dude from the gym. Remember I told you the dude from the gym, one of the conversations we had, he ended up asking me my age and telling me his age. And he told me he was 42 or 43. Remember, I'm 33. I'm making 34 in December. So this is around the same age as this dude. The cyberstalking, cyberbullying dude was like a little bit younger. I think he's like 9 years older than me. So just like a year younger than that dude. So no, they're in the same age range and category, right? So anyways, I remember just feeling like he wouldn't know who the hell my roommate was. It's not like she was a popular person. She wasn't. And then he wasn't in our age range or group. But my stupid ass, they are the same nationality. And this is a small island. So even though, like I told y'all in my full story, even though they grew up on this island or whatever, their family is from the same island, a different island to this one. Dominica, I can say the island. It doesn't matter. It's not that I'm saying their name. Dominica. And so, my God. So, a lot of those people that are from that island know each other down here. And it's just the same thing with the Trinis and all the different islands. Like it's a melting pot on this island. This is U.S. territory. So it's very similar to the mainland America, where it's like a melting pot of different cultures. You have different ethnicities and nationalities here on this island. And so you have a lot of people from look at me, from different islands here. I told you I'm half Trini. My dad and his family's from Trinidad. His parents relocated to this island when my dad was young. I think my dad was like, I don't remember the age, to be honest. I think he was like 7 or 8 or something like that when his parents decided to move from Trinidad to this island. And my mom, her people in them is from the Virgin Islands, like different islands in the Virgin Islands. This island, one of the neighboring islands in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and then she has family from the British Virgin Islands. But nonetheless, I'm just, not to go off on a tangent, melting pot, man. Even I am mixed up. So it's a lot of different islands here. But typically, if you're from the same island and you're here, then you might know that person. Like the Dominicans know each other. The Dominican Santo Domingo people know each other. Not all of them know each other, but I'm just saying it's a small community as it is. And then if you're sharing a nationality with someone, you might run in the same circle. So I should have thought that in my head. But in my head, I was just like, she's not really well known like that. She and I both went to private school. Then in high school, we went to public school. I'm like, this dude don't know her. He's way older. I'm like, there's no way he knows her, is what I was thinking in my head. So I never told him her name. I was just venting to him about, because this is somebody I'm talking to. And like I said, it was like a virtual escape. It's not like I could talk to the dude that was leading me on. He was being a complete asshole. So this was just like this phantom, like, escape, virtual reality escape thing I could talk to. I mean, yes, him and I used to actually talk on the phone. I used to video call him all the damn time. So it was not just like this phantom invisible thing. I used to have video chats with the man and everything. But it still was like this, I can't explain it. It just still wasn't like reality, if that makes sense. So, having these conversations with him and venting to him about what's going on with my roommate and lambasting and telling the man all her business and all the stuff that was going on with her, and, moments of promiscuity, which is why I think they're trying so hard to make me feel like a hoe and trying to degrade me in that way, because they feel like I was a bitch for some of the things I talked about with the roommate and my full story. But the reason I mentioned certain things was because I was just trying to explain why I felt like witchcraft could have been at play. And that was before I learned all the stuff I know now about the technology and how high science this thing really is, and why it would feel like you're schizophrenic or witchcraft. That's a thing with targets. They actually gaslight you and make you feel schizophrenic. So anyway, that's why I was telling my full life story, because this whole big, huge lambasting happened when I tried to relocate, before I ever made a video, 2 years after the targeting. It followed me to the mainland and blew up. And so that was when I came home and I started telling my story, and then I got so much backlash for saying this and saying that, and I was just trying to tell my story. Anyway, I gave too much info. There are moments where I said things I didn't need to say. I was just trying to explain why I thought it was witchcraft. So I already apologized for the stuff I said about that roommate. That was years ago. But nonetheless, I was telling the man all her business, not knowing that he would know who she was. I never said her name to him. I never showed him a picture of her. And we didn't really have pictures of each other up on our social media. We didn't take pictures together anymore. The pics we did have, we both deleted of each other when things started getting weird with us. But there was this one pic of her. It was a half of her face. Not even on my page. What it was on her page. She had taken a picture with my niece in her lap, and half of her face was showing. It wasn't even like my niece's full face. It was like half of her face was in the picture. And this is why I didn't believe him. And I thought it was a setup, and I was already dealing with trust issues because of what I was dealing with this ex that had taken my virginity and was leading me on or whatever. Right? So, like I said, this was about a year in of us talking virtually. And I remember him just saying, is your roommate so-and-so? And he said her name. And so immediately I started to panic. Like my brain started to crash, and I started to panic because I knew I was telling this man all the girl business. I'm not like that. I'm not going to go and lambaste a friend's business. I never told him her name. I didn't think he knew who she was. So anyway, when he said, is your roommate so-and-so? I said, yes. How do you know that? I said, how do you know? Immediately my hecklers went off, and I started thinking setup. And I started putting together the pieces, and I was like, oh my God, wait, they're both Dominican and this and that, and all this type of dumb bullshit started popping into my head. And I immediately started thinking setup. And again, it was just trust issues from what I was dealing with this dude, where him and I were together. I broke up with him. 2 years later, I come and get back with him, takes my virginity, and then he's leading me on and being an asshole. So I'm just like immediately now not trusting dudes or men at the point, right? And so then now you're coming in right fresh while this is happening. I want you to understand, him and I was talking while this was going on, whether he knew it or not. He was talking to me while this was happening. I told him the history with this ex and what happened, but I didn't tell him that him and I were still dealing off and on. I didn't tell him that. So anyways, so I just like immediately started thinking setup. I started thinking, because of the way things were with this roommate and how things had gotten weird in the household and stuff, and some of the weird stuff she was doing, my sister was seeing it too. I don't want to go into details because they keep painting like I'm this monster bitch. She was doing stuff first. And so I was reactive. I've always been a reactive person, unfortunately. So anyway, whatever the case is, it got real bad in that household eventually. But nonetheless, I was telling him all of her business and stuff, and not knowing that he knew who she was. Excuse me. So about a year later, that was where he said, is your roommate so-and-so? And I said, so-and-so? And so I was like, wait a minute, how do you know who she is? And so he starts explaining to me that he was on her Instagram because he follows her too. And somehow, he's not even in the same age range as us. But again, remember, same nationality as her. So he's telling me he was on her Instagram and he happened to see, and this was an old picture that was deep down in her pictures. So that's why the story didn't add up to me at the time, right? But a lot of these dudes circulate on the same girl's stuff. And like me, she had a lot of followers too. And she also had pictures that were getting likes and comments as well. We both had that type of thing going on Instagram back then. So anyways, it could be that he was just floating on her profile. You know how these dudes are. They all kind of float. It's a small community, man. And this is what men do anyway. They go on Instagram and the girls that are putting up pictures that look nice, they're liking it and they're in the inbox. And that's just how it works. It's just the day and age that we live in. We live in the technological age. It's easier than going, hey, miss, in the street, right? It's easier. So anyway, that could have been what happened. You know, now as an older woman and somebody that's not dealing with the trauma I was dealing with back then, I can look at it reasonably and say, okay, maybe that's what happened. But back then, all I could see was that this man was setting me up. And all I could see was, oh my God, they're both Dominican and da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, shit. This whole year I was telling this man, not just her business, my business too. I'm like, oh my God. So anyways, I started to hardcore accuse the man. Hardcore. Like, I really started, like, it went from this jovial, amicable, communicative type of relation where we were, like, having chemistry and things in common and he seemed like a cool person to me, like, accusing this dude hardcore. But even while I'm accusing him, I'm still talking to him. Like, I still talk to him for, like, a whole nother 2 years while I'm still, isn't that craziness? While I'm still kind of being accusatory towards him. So that's where it started to shift and turn into this thing, though, right? So anyways, oh God. So long story short, when I ended up coming home, you know, at that point, things were really strange. Even before I came home, weird stuff was happening and I still met up with him. I don't know why I did that. And at that time, I was super skinny. I had lost a lot of weight. The alcoholism had started. I wasn't a full-on blackout drunk. It really happened when I came home, but I started in Florida. I'm not gonna lie. I had these big dark circles around my eyes. I had lost a lot of weight. I was really skinny and looking haggardy because of what had happened with that dude. And so when he saw me, he literally, like, insulted me. Not to my face. He did it subliminally. So what he started doing was he started sending me memes. I still have it there in my messages. The first meme he sent me. And it was this meme of this dude that used to be an actor that was good looking. And it was like a side-by-side. And it said, don't do drugs. And then the picture next to it, look, you see him looking cracked out like a crackhead. That was the first thing he sent me. But yeah, he's still trying to link up. But he's sending me mean stuff like that. So I'm not no beat around the bush type of person. I knew what he was insinuating. And I knew I was looking bad. I was looking at myself in the mirror like, damn, you look horrible. I don't know why I met up with him. So anyways, and at that point too, I had been accusing him for about 1.5 years. Hardcore. Why would you meet up with this person? Because things had already turned weird. Before I ever even went to see him, things were weird. Before I came down, you know, different things started happening. Like, before I even got to Island, I was hearing laughing on the phone and stuff at that point. But I had gotten so comfortable with him and we had been talking for so long. And there were still moments where we would have these long conversations that were decent. I mean, I'm talking long. I just went through my emails the other day. I was actually looking for something specific. And I ended up going through the emails again. Big, long emails. This man used to be sending these big, huge paragraphs emails, right? Anyway, so nonetheless, he was genuinely, at one point in time, a friend. I would have considered him a friend at one point in time. It's so hard to use that now after everything I've been through because of that situation. But at one point in time, he was a genuine friend. So anyways, nonetheless, that thing turned into a nightmare, boy. Oh my God, it was forever punishment. Like, there was no forgiveness. So that was already a thing, right? And then I get home and I'm looking terrible. And so he's going to send me a meme insinuating that I look like a drug addict or a crackhead. So that's where I went in on the dude. I didn't beat around the bush like this type of, like, I'm going to send a subliminal sub at you. That's not what it is. I just straight up, that's the kind of, I'm reactive. That's my personality. I'm a laid back person, but I am reactive. So when they lie and claim that I don't have emotions and I'm cold and I'm not I am emotional. I just show it in a different way. So anyways, oh my God, after he did that, I went in on the dude. Like, I was just straight up, similar to what was happening with these dudes in the gym where they're doing stuff and then I bite back and the bite seems harder. I started talking about the man's legs because he was this big muscular dude, but it's like he didn't work his legs out. And he always told me that was like his insecurity, was his legs. So I knew that. And so I went in on his legs. He had these like skinny kind of legs, even though he has like this big upper body. And so I went in on the dude's legs. I forgot what else I went in on. I can't remember. He was just barely making the height requirement for me. Because, you know, I'm like anal about height. And so one thing, he used to always be over-explaining himself about his height before I got down here. Because I used to harangue him about it. I didn't care about anything else physically. I'm not a vain person. But that's one thing I'm not going to lie, I've always been And it stems from insecurity within myself. I've explained that already. I don't have an issue with shorter men. It was me. Because I always felt like a stronger, bigger female. I felt like I needed a man that was bigger than me. So I explained that to him. And I used to really adamantly like express the fact that I needed somebody bigger. And so he was going in before I came down trying to prove to me that he was the right height and this and that. And I went in on his height, even though he was actually slightly taller than me. He was actually my younger sister's height because he stood next to her. They were the same height and she's a little taller than me. But still, he's just barely making the height requirement. So I went on his height, just being a bitch, man. I'm good at being a bitch. He's not even a bad looking dude. I was just being a bitch because he did it first. And I had just came down. I was already bust down and looking broke down because of what this dude did to me. And then you now sending subs at me. This is why I did it. It was reactive abuse, similar to what happened with the dude in the gym. I reacted to bullying. So anyways, it was a reaction. And I went I went in on him. It was just like a one-time thing, similar to like what happened with the dude in the gym, where you sent like several things. He sent like several memes basically insinuating that I looked like a drug addict or a has-been. And this one message, I went in on him, saying whatever mean, nasty. I said some real nasty stuff. You know I can get nasty with my mouth. I said whatever it is I said to come for him. And that was it. It was on from there. It was game time. The man has a lot of connections on Island. I never could date a dude again on Island after him. Ever. After him. Everybody knew. It didn't even matter the age range. The first dude I was actually able to genuinely date after him on this island was the younger dude. That's why I went younger. That's the only reason it happened. And it was this bitter ex I'm about to talk about in a minute. That was my sister's boyfriend's friend. He was the only dude I felt like I could genuinely date that felt genuine. Every other dude that was talking to me, gang stalking. And I wasn't a target at the time, but I'm saying gang stalking because it emulates gang stalking. That's why in my full story I said before I ever was a target, I dealt with a gang stalking situation here on Island. I dealt with that shit for years. Punishment and retribution because of what happened with this man. And while it's happening, he off and on throughout the years would write me messages or send me videos. And I'd be showing my sisters and they'd be telling me it's not connected. And that's why I put together the receipt video. And then they're making it like I'm a bad person for doing this and I'm bitter and I'm this and that. When for years and years and years I dealt with this thing. And he comfortably was able to meet somebody and date them here on Island and not deal with what I had to deal with. So anyways, nonetheless, y'all. So after that, it was up from there. After I dissed the dude like that, it was up from there. I hung out with him like twice. There was a one time where the initial hangout, where he then sent the subs at me. And then I want to say like a few months later when I had gotten myself together and I wasn't looking as raga and eat down, there was a time where he reached out to hang out. And stupidly, I don't know what the fuck would possess me because at this point now things had started happening, activity on my Facebook. I didn't even know how bad it was going to get. But the messages that I used to get in my inbox were no longer genuine. It started to have sensitization in it. It started to look like bullshit and grade and words that him and I had said to each other. So anyways, I remember there was a second time I met up with him. He reached out, I went to his house. The same house where the gang stalking was taking place in the old neighborhood. What made me talk about him in the videos in the first place. And I remember I went in there and his dad was sitting on the couch. First of all, he answers the door. He's in a boxers, right? So then we sit on the couch. And I sit on the couch with him across from his dad. His dad was acting really strange. You could tell the dad didn't care for me. He done told the dad probably that I had sent him that nasty message and whatever else. And that I was accusing him for half a year. Or however long I was accusing the man for, about a year. I remember sitting there and the energy was very off. The dad was just sitting there quiet, but it was just off. I'm intuitive. It was very off, the energy. And so then I remember going into his room with him and he tried to put on Animal Planet because he knew that I told him I like nature and holistic. He knew what I was into. And he laid on the bed behind me and I just got this really bad vibe. I'm like, I can vibe people out. I can vibe energy out. I'm not saying he's a bad person, but his intentions were not good at this point. I'm telling you. So at this point, I already think the setting up and the trying to do stuff was going on. I think if I had laid up and did stuff with him, he would have done it. I think this is where recording and these type of things, I think this was the revenge plot they've had for a while now, right? So I don't know if he would have recorded it, but I think the intention was to probably try to, right? So anyway, it was feeling weird to me. It was feeling very off, and I remember hopping up out the bed and making an excuse to leave, and I never linked with the man again. Those are the 2 times I saw him where I actually, like, you could say hung out. Barely, you could barely even call it a hangout. Really and truly. It wasn't barely even a hangout. And then there was like 2 other times I saw him in public. There was one time where I was actually outside of, there was this place that sold goat water, right? That was right there by the neighborhood, and his family kind of, I think they owned it, right? And we used to always buy from them. That was one of the jokes him and I had, was I like goat water so much. And I told him, oh, wait, your people own that? I said, we used to buy goat water from there all the time. So he used to always ask me, you want goat water? You want goat water or bakery bread? This is what he was asking me. So I remember one time we were there, me and my mom getting goat water, and he pulled up behind our car and he came out. And I went up to him, he came up to me, and I walked up to him and I just kind of gave him a half hug. It was awkward as hell. And then we had like this brief conversation, and that was it. It was so weird. My mom was there. It was so awkward and weird. I'm not calling him weird. I'm just saying the interaction itself was weird because all these things had already happened now. And so, you know, it's like I was there and then he pulled up and I'm just like, this is awkward. I remember kind of not knowing if I should hug him or not because so much had happened. You know, I done said so much nasty stuff to him. He done said stuff to me. You know, the weird interaction in his house. I was like, this is awkward. So anyways, then there was another time too, and I told my sisters about this, where I had went to the gynecologist. This is a TMI. I went to the gynecologist right there by Strawberry, right across from the same neighborhood where he had pulled up with the goat water thing in that same complex. And I went into the doctor's office. I was at the gynecologist. I don't know how he knew I was there. I don't know if he's just driving in the area because his family lived in the neighboring neighborhood. And I remember I'm leaving the gynecologist and I'm walking out. And nothing was wrong, by the way. That's just how I am. I'm very, typically when I'm not targeted, I keep up with myself. I get physicals every year. I go to the dentist, etc., etc. I care about myself and I keep up with myself typically when I'm not targeted. I haven't been to the gynecologist in like 2 years due to the targeting. So anyways, it was the same doctor that I've been talking about that I've been going to. This was when she was located at that area near the neighborhood I live in. And I'm walking back to the house. I didn't drive there. I walked because it's so close. And I noticed he pulled in with his car, right? The blue car. And his car was tinted. So I'm seeing this person rocking back and forth. Like I couldn't tell if what they were doing. It was like this rocking back and forth movement and the thing was tinted. So I couldn't tell. So I'm just looking like this. I'm like, who is this? I'm like, I know this looks like his car. Because at this point now I knew his car. It was this blue car that had tint. And so I remember looking like this, and then the window rolled down. I realized on him, he's like, it's me, Reefy, it's me. I said, oh, you know, because I had only seen him like 3 times in real life, right? All this weird stuff was happening. I was getting set up like crazy on the internet. And so I remember looking at him like this. And he said, what's going on? You know, he said whatever to me, hail me up. But I just said hi, waved at him. I didn't walk up to his car because at this point, so much stuff had started happening. It was literally a whole bullying campaign at this point. So I remember just kind of waving at him and then just kind of walking fast into my neighborhood. At this point now, there was no friendliness there because it's like I'm like hardcore getting bullied and set up for real now because of what's going on with him. So now I remember him writing me a message and asking me if I'm pregnant. Asking, you pregnant? You're pregnant? And he kept sending me this meme of the pregnant girl that holds the belly because I was coming from the gynecologist's office. I remember even showing my sisters a message. He kept asking me if I was pregnant. I'm like, huh? You know, I'm like, why is he asking me this? You know, first of all, I'm getting set up like crazy here on island. The relationship between him and I ain't like that anymore. You know, fool, I'm getting bullied. So I was just like, what the heck? So anyway, that was when him and I were still on friends on Facebook and stuff. So it was this off and on thing. Like off and on, he would reach out throughout the years. It wasn't consistent. It never was. But it was just like these weird like messages sometimes. And it's like I'm getting set up like crazy and then this is happening. I remember recently, I think this was like when was this? Like 2000, when did he send this thing? 19 or 18? Them years, 17 maybe? I'm not sure. I don't want to say the wrong thing. He randomly sent me his dad cutting open a goat and the blood gushing out. And I showed them it too, my family. And the dad was cutting the goat open and the guts was coming out. I'm like, why is he sending this to me? So anyways, nonetheless, and another anyway, let me not say that. I don't want to get in trouble, y'all. I don't talk about the child, you know, because I did that and I got major backlash for that. I'm not going to talk about that at all. I learned my lesson. Anyway, so nonetheless, it was just off and on throughout the years. It wasn't like he was trying to get with me. It wasn't like this, hey, baby, let's link. It wasn't that. It was, I'm getting bullied hardcore and then you're sending these odd messages off and on. And I know you know what's going on. So anyway, nonetheless, that's what it turned into, though. This thing where I think, because they sent me something weird earlier. I don't even want to say it, really, because I wonder if they could be that malicious. But they sent me something. They were out for blood. The way I'm seeing they're trying to get revenge for this dude in the gym, I could believe what that dude, I could definitely believe, especially since him and I actually talked, and we talked for almost 3 years, and they think I'm a bitch. I could definitely believe with him they probably did more or would do more. They kept trying to have dudes trying to have sex with me. So in my head, and then earlier when I was playing my game, they sent something that said bet. B-E-T. I'm like, I wonder if for revenge they went that fucking low that they would try to like set up a bet of who could have sex with me. Like, I wonder if they went that low with it. But that's to tell you, if you felt like you had to do a bet, you know I'm not easy. You know it wasn't easy to get through. Or you wouldn't set up a whole bet about it. Anyway, so this is the level that I'm dealing with, just so y'all can understand of how low this thing has gone. How low can you go? Doot doot. Anyway, so nonetheless, I've been through a lot, y'all, I'm telling you. Anyway, and then it's like my family linking up with his people too and stuff. It's just like, you would never believe the stuff that I've dealt with. Excuse me. So anyway, let me talk about this bitter ex now. So the reason I ended up dating him was because I couldn't date anybody genuinely here on island. Even before the targeting. It wasn't like, at least, you know, I could leave and go to Florida or one of those states and date somebody genuinely. Now that I'm targeted, I can't go anywhere and date anyone genuinely. It's going to be the same thing everywhere I go. At least back then I could leave island and go meet somebody abroad and possibly date somebody. Down here, it was a wrap. Every freaking dude that wrote me was using sensitization. I was like, how do they all know? I'm like, goddamn, that man is like 8-9 years older than me. He couldn't be that well connected. He was. And then I think people that were connected with other people spread it, just how it works. And I think a lot of these dudes knew about it. So a lot of the dudes that I did attempt to talk to, they all seem to somehow use the sensitization and know about it. So I couldn't genuinely date anybody down here like that. For a number of years, I couldn't date anybody genuinely down here. So then I remember, you know, I had left, like I said. What was it? No, I'm saying the wrong thing. I'm trying to remember the history, y'all. This is years and years of craziness. So I'm trying to now remember the timeline. It wasn't that I left. It was when I'm trying to talk about when I dated this bitter ass ex that I thought earlier was who they were talking about when they said the record thing. But now I'm starting to question, was it this older guy that wasn't from the island? Because I trusted him because he wasn't from the island. But maybe he was already in with the people, right? I don't know. Anyway, so when I say with the people, I don't have an issue with the people, but I'm just saying so many people were involved that I could not genuinely date a dude that was in these inner circles. So anyway, so with this what I call quote unquote the bitter ex, he was the first younger dude that I ever dated. And what happened was my younger sister, she started out schooling down here. And when I say schooling, I mean college. So she went to college, university down here. And she got with this dude down here when she was in the university. And he had a lot of friends, right? So similar to what happened when I went up to college with my older sister. And she had a boyfriend and I was talking to the friends. You know, and I didn't end up with any of her friends though. I don't like them like that. I came down here. Not to say that in a disrespectful way. Like, it wasn't anything like that. It didn't work out in that way. Like, it was just different things that was going on. I explained it in my full story, what was going on with that. But anyway. So when I came down here now, I was walking on campus. I went to you know, walking looking for my sister. And I walked by this dude. And I remember him just walking and acting shy and doing all this kind of weird stuff with his head and stuff. And I was like, who is this? I was like, do I know this person? I remember double taking, trying to figure out if I knew him. I couldn't recognize him. So anyway, I find my sister. And she and I are talking. And she said, oh my gosh, so-and-so has a crush on you. I'm like, who? And she's telling me it's her boyfriend's friend. And she's telling me, oh, he likes you. He saw you walking today and he likes you. And da-da-da. I was like, okay. I said, cool. I said, let me talk to whatever. You know, she gave me the hookup or whatever. Gave him my number. I knew he was younger than me. He was my sister's age. So he was 5 to 6 years younger than me. And that's the youngest I ever went. But I could not date anybody genuinely down here. Because of what happened with the cyberstalk and cyberbullying dude. The dudes in my age category were in on it. The older dudes were in on it. Every freaking dude that I tried to talk to, they were using sensitization. So I'm like, okay, this is younger. This is way younger now. This is my younger sister's age. This is 5 to 6 years younger. I've never dated this young in my life. I'm like, there's no way he's going to know about it. Is how I felt. I felt safe dating him, if that makes sense. So that was the only reason I went younger. It's not that I didn't like him like that. He's a cute guy. Like, he wasn't a bad looking guy. It wasn't about not liking him like that, but typically I wouldn't date that much younger. That's the youngest I ever went. And that was why I did it, because I didn't feel like I could trust any, like the word trust. I didn't feel like I could genuinely date anybody down here because of what was going on. So anyway, him and I start talking and, you know, we start hanging out and stuff. And He seemed like a cool dude at first. He did seem like he had issues and he was a negative, kind of like this negative type of personality. But he seemed cool, man. He was cool. And the conversation was flowing and, you know, he was nice. He was treating me nice. So one thing led to the next and we did end up in a relationship. And I never had sex with him. I was with him for like 4 to 5 months, almost half a year. I never did anything with this dude while we were together. Actually, back then, like I said, I was working for the Department of Education. And I remember I didn't live on my own at that time. I lived with my mother. I remember there was this time where we were in the room together and hanging out and stuff. And I could have done stuff and I would not do anything with this dude. Nothing. We were just friends. Not friends, excuse me. I'm saying the wrong thing. I'm seeing the bird fly by and it's making me get bassity. And I heard noise campaign in the background just now. We were not just friends. We were together. But I would not do anything with him. So then I remember, you know, him just kind of having like this negative disposition about life. And he kind of had a low self-esteem. He wasn't bad looking, by the way. It's not like he was like somebody you're going to do a double take at. But he had a cute face. He was kind of stocky. He was my height, taller. He was taller than me, which I liked. He was a good bit taller than me. But kind of like the stocky build. Not stocky like you think. He wasn't overweight or anything. Even if he was, it wouldn't have been a problem if he were a good person. But he was kind of stocky and, you know, it's kind of one of them dudes that you could tell like had a low self-esteem. Like it's not like a bad looking face. It's just like you don't think much of yourself. And you could tell. It wasn't hard to tell. So anyways, he was telling me all this type of stuff that was going on in his personal life with his mother and his brother. And there was some contention. It's a coincidence considering what's happening now in my targeting. If you've listened to the last video and my prior videos. But that wasn't my whole life, right? Actually, growing up, like I told you, I was very close to my siblings. My parents treated us all the same. People that used to witness or look in at what we had going on used to tell us we were lucky because of how close we were. I didn't start having issues with family and stuff until my early 20s when I became an alcoholic. Those 3 years of alcoholism. And that was where contention with sibling and parents started happening. That wasn't a lifelong thing for me like with this guy. So from what he was explaining to me, he was having issues with his mother. First of all, he was saying his dad wasn't shit. Like his dad wasn't in the picture like that. And his mother, it seems like, this is what he told me. I don't know the full story. I never really got to know the mother like that. I met her a few times, but I didn't know her personally. She seemed pleasant, but of course, I don't really know her like that. I don't really know how she is. I remembered him saying that she treated him bad and how she favored his brother over him and how he came out looking. I can't remember because it was so long ago if it's that he had a different dad to the brother and that was why she mistreated him, or if they had the same dad but he came out looking more like the dad. I can't remember and I don't want to say misinformation. But all I know is the dad was no longer in the picture and the mother, according to him, used to mistreat him and call him black and stuff and that he looked like his dad, and he said you just used to treat him really bad compared to his brother. And looking at the two of them, they didn't really look that different if you look at the features, but he was darker, much darker. The brother was like brown skin, like a little darker than me. And he was like really like midnight black. He's a dark skinned dude. He actually reminded me, just the complexion. The face is completely different. But he reminded me of my first ex. Those are the two dudes I dated that were really dark skinned. That first ex, I have that, like, to me that's beautiful. I like to see that complexion when it's really black like that. I don't know how other people feel about it, but something about that's really attractive to me. Anyway, that was something I think he thought was a negative trait of his. So he was talking about the fact that his mom was saying whatever and that she was mistreating him and stuff, and I felt bad for him, actually, because at that time, this was like right after I had started turning my life around. Like this was post-alcoholism, right after the alcoholism, and right after I had kind of started turning my life around. And that period in my life where I was going through dark things and I was having kind of contention with a parent and feeling like I was being treated a certain way in comparison to a sibling. And even though that was only a short part of my life and it wasn't my whole life thing, kind of like what he went through, I still could empathize with him in a way. So I used to feel sorry for him. But it was just like he was too negative, man. It was just like after a while, it was just like everything was like, oh, that's a drag. Like even my sister talked about it because she was friends with him and she had conversations with him and she said he's so negative. And it was like he was such a negative fucking energy, man. He was so draining, like his energy. He was just negative. He was bitter about everything. And I'm like, God damn, if you would just like really just take some self-pride in yourself and just really just like brighten up, things would be a lot fucking better. Anyway, so he was really negative, excuse my language. And You know, he's trying to compete with his brother too. I remember this time he was having some function at the church. His parents were having his mother and his brother and the girlfriend was going to be there, and he wanted me to go so bad, and he's like, his brother's girlfriend is going to be there and I needed to be there, and I just didn't want to be there. I felt uncomfortable. I didn't show up. Just weird stuff, man. I just couldn't take it anymore. You know, after a while, that's literally why I broke up with him. I told him, I gave him the excuse that he was younger than me. The real reason, he was a negative person, man. Just like a negative Betty or a bitter Betty, whatever the word you want to use for it. He's very negative, man, and I had just turned my life around. I didn't need that kind of energy. And then on top of things, I did feel kind of off put that he was younger than me. I'm not gonna lie. I like to date men my age or older, but that wouldn't have been an end all be all. That wouldn't be something to make me break up with you if it's working. But I just kind of felt like he was so negative, man. Like extremely negative. Would drain me. So anyways, after we broke up, I wouldn't say maybe like, I don't know the time frame. I'm not gonna, these things happen throughout the years, y'all. We're all the way in 2025. This is something that happened years ago. I'm only talking about it because of what they sent with the technology and me kind of feeling freaked out about certain things that played out, right? This was back in the day. I'm talking like 2016, 17, them years. So anyway, after breaking up with him, maybe like a year and a half or 2 years later, another friend for that boyfriend, for my sister, ended up kind of saying that he wanted to talk to me. Now, at this point, my sister wasn't even with that dude anymore. But still, she used to talk to him off and on. And they had a weird way they broke up. That's not for me to talk about. And that doesn't connect with anything with me, so I'm not going to talk about it. But still, she used to talk to him off and on. And so he had another friend that, you know, she was telling me about wanting to talk to me. So I knew the dude. That's the only reason I was open to talking to him. Because that's kind of weird, you know, like they're all in the same friend group. I was already with the dude, even though it was only for like five months or 6 months, something like that. It was 4 to 6 months. We weren't together that long. It was like 4 to 6 months that him and I were together. About a year or two later, you know, like I said, the reach out happens. And the dude she's telling me it is a dude that I knew long before I knew that dude. We grew up with him. His parents were like real close with my parents. His dad actually was like one of my dad's best friends growing up. We used to go to their house and have dates. Not dates like that, but it's like they would hang out with my parents and they were like Irie Rasta people. They're making chlorophyll and stuff like that. The type of stuff I'm into. And we would go and we'd be playing in the yard with him and his siblings. So this was somebody I was familiar with and that I knew. And then again, remember what I told you, that I didn't feel comfortable dating anybody here on island. So again, this felt like something that I could trust. And so that's why I was open to it, despite knowing that they were friends. Y'all, I'm going to finish the video later because somebody came home now, and so I'm going to wait for them to get inside and stuff, and I'll finish the video. Anyways, y'all, I'm back. I looked through the content, and it's like almost 3 hours and change of content. So I'm definitely going to have to make this a 2-part video. There's no way I'm posting a super long video like this again. I mean, it's interesting stuff, y'all, and it's literally telling real events that took place in my life. I could write a book. This is how serious and how freaking animated my life has been. It's crazy. And then they were just trying to gaslight me with the technology. But people saying imaginary things that they believe are true when they were just when they're just making noises. When I was talking about the fact that I couldn't date anybody on island, a lot of these people, they know what's going on and they know what has happened and what's taking place. And then I was talking about the dude, the St. Lucian guy that I'm about to talk about him a little bit too, touch on him briefly. The older guy, you heard the noise that was made? Somebody's sitting on the porch now. So that's to tell you, nothing's imaginary. It's all real. It's all very real. So anyways, y'all, so let me finish the story though. So with that last guy I was talking about in the last clip, I never ended up in a relationship with him. Him and I were just friends. And I talked to him briefly. I didn't even really fully feel comfortable with the situation because although I trusted him, and that's why I was open to it, because he was an old family friend, it was still just the idea and the stigma of him having been a friend with that dude that I was with. So I was never with him. We talked briefly for a short stint. And also he had a baby face. With him, it was genuinely that he was younger. Because him and that dude were about the same age. Like I said, they were friends, both of them, with my sister's ex-boyfriend. But he actually had a baby face back then. Now I've seen him, he looks older. Back then, we were younger. He had he had this round baby face, like this cute, chubby baby face. And I just felt like this is too young. But look at his face, I was feeling like too young. But his personality was completely different. It was like a breath of fresh air because he was like positive and it wasn't like this negative energy, this dark cloud what the other dude had going on. No judgment to him. I think whatever stuff, happened in his life made him the kind of way he was, right? So I'm not judging him, but I think that's why his relationships didn't work out. I think that's why I'm gonna get back to him in a minute. The ex that I was calling bitter, right? Because I'm gonna explain to you what happened with him and what they sent with the technology. Now the gaslighting about imaginary things. It's psychological warfare. Anyway, so this craziness trying to make you mad. Mad Hatter, make you crazy. Anyway, so with this guy, it was brief. I didn't really need to go into too much details about it. We talked very briefly for a short stint, and then I ended up stopped talking to him. I told him I felt like he was too young for me, and that was genuine. He really felt too young for me. He looked too young. Personality was fine. Didn't have an issue with it. He just looked too young. And I was having an issue with getting past the fact that he was a friend of this dude, even though I felt like this is something I can trust because this is a family friend. I've known him my whole life, not one-on-one, like we kept in touch and I truly know him. But this is somebody that my parents were good friends with, his parents, and we were going over to the house and doing play dates and all this type of stuff like that. So I felt like this was, again, another person that I could trust. Because remember, this ongoing thing was happening where I couldn't trust the dudes here on island. So anyway, we talked briefly. We were just friends. So moving on from that now, fast forward years later now, like 2 years later maybe, the ex-boyfriend reaches out. And him and I end up having a conversation. We were just talking. And he ended up telling me, it was this phone conversation that we were having. His friend had kind of reached out to my sister, and he reached out to me. They both were in, I forget what state they were in at the time. And they saw that my sister and I were in South Florida. We were both going to school together. So they both reached out to us, and we were both on the phone talking to them on separate phone calls, but in the same room. And I remember him bringing up the situation, and he was telling me that he felt like me saying that he was younger than me and then turning around and talking to his friend who was the same age was a crock of, like I forgot what word he used, but he was basically saying like he felt like I was, I don't know. He didn't say anything about me as a person, but I could tell he was upset about the thing. Like the way he said it, it's like he felt like I gave him like a bullshit excuse, not to use that word, but like a bullshit excuse, basically. Because then, look, you turned around and talked to my friend who's the same age. And I couldn't say, well, honestly, the reason I broke up with you is because you're a negative Betty and your personality was draining me. I couldn't tell him that. So, I mean, I just said, it's not what you think. I knew him. I shouldn't explain to him that I knew the guy before I knew him and that he was a family friend and this and that. And I could tell he was bitter about it, but I didn't know how bitter, really. I didn't know how affected he was by it or, whatever feelings he was having towards me. And he had just been in this relationship that he had gotten out of, right, with this girl when he had left island. He left for technical school and he got in this relationship with this girl and she was in school. And I'd seen pictures. They actually looked cute together. It looked like he was happy. I'm like, okay, good. Somebody that can, maybe help brighten up his personality or whatever. Turns out she broke up with him. So from what he was explaining to me was that she felt like he didn't have ambition because he dropped out of the technical school he was in or whatever it was he was doing up there. And she had just graduated with her bachelor's. And so he's saying she felt like he didn't have enough going for him. And so that's why she broke up with him. In my head, I'm like, I don't think that's why. Because typically a woman, if she really loves you, is going to work with you. Especially if you seem like you're willing to better yourself. I don't think a whole relationship is happening and then she's going to break up with you because you don't have ambition. I think it was because of his personality. He's very negative. My sister has even said the same thing. She's had conversations with him. She's like, yes, he's very negative. And so, of course, I'm not going to tell him that. I'm not going to be like, well, actually, whatever. I just said, okay, just listen to whatever he was saying. So it was just brief conversation and they were making, conversation about they should come down to Florida and visit and this and that. But that was just all talk, chat, whatever. Nothing that we were taking serious. So now fast forward when I graduate from school, I'm still not thinking knowing the man's holding a grudge against me or whatever. I should know from what I experienced with my first ex. I don't know what the fuck, excuse my language, what the heck is wrong with me. But I'm not looking at it like that because I wasn't with him as long and I don't know, it didn't seem as serious and stuff. So I just didn't think, it just didn't hit my mind that he might be holding a grudge. And I know how his personality is too. I don't know what is wrong with me. Excuse me. So fast forward now, I graduate, get my degree or whatever, move home to teach. End up becoming targeted in 2020. I still became a teacher. Y'all know the story. And so about a year into the targeting, this was like 2021, I had an apartment, I had a car, etc. he and the dude that's used to be my sister's boyfriend, they both moved back to Island. So it seemed like things didn't work out for the both of them up there, or whatever the case was. They ended up coming back to Island. Apparently there was some restaurant that hired them, and they ended up turning into like chefs at the restaurant down here, chefing or whatever. So I remember, again, the two of them, they used to do it like this tag team thing where they would both reach out at the same time. He reached out to my sister, the ex-boyfriend, and the dude reached out to me. So we ended up hanging with them a couple times, and he looked so different. He lost a lot of weight, and he didn't look bad. Actually, he looked better than he looked before. But at the same time, I could tell that it wasn't like a normal or healthy weight loss. Like you could tell this was like a grieving weight loss. And that's what he explained to me too. You know, that the girl broke up with him and he ended up losing weight because this was a real long-term relationship. They were living together, and, you know, it seemed like it was a couple of years they were together. And, you know, the man, he grew out his locks and stuff. He was just looking skinny, and he was smoking a lot, and which is nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with smoking. You know, dudes I dated that smoke weed, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm just saying, it was like he was using that as some sort of like, I don't know. And you know, if you smoke a lot and you're not eating, you lose weight, especially if you're doing the weed with the tobacco in it, the Fanta. And he was doing that type of smoking, hardcore, like smoking up with the Fanta in it. And so the man just lost a lot of weight. And so I remember him telling me about the relationship, and he was sounding bitter, and he was talking about it, he was cussing in the conversation. I'm just like, you're the same bitter dude. Oh my. But anyway, so, you know, I still felt bad for him though, because he looked like he lost a lot of weight and stuff. And I just kind of ended up talking to him. And at this time too, I really couldn't trust anybody on Island. At this point now, like I said, this was a year into the targeting. So this was years and years of dealing with the cyber stalking, cyberbullying situation where I could not date a dude genuinely. And then now I'm a target. I didn't know I was a target at the time. I didn't know that's what it was called. But this was a year after I sent the text and weird activity started happening on Island. In fact, this was when I had started suspecting that I was being watched on camera, but it wasn't confirmed and I wasn't sure yet. I was living in the apartment, and this was a year after the targeting started. So anyways, so he ended up, we were hanging out a couple times, and then he ended up coming back over to my apartment. I'm not gonna lie, we had intercourse, and because I wasn't sure if I was being watched or not, I did like pull the covers up over us, and I was moving stiff and awkward and uncomfortable, and the encounter was horrible and lame and terrible, and no disrespect. It was just, I don't know what the heck I was thinking. I was going through it my damn self. Right? So anyway, we had the encounter, and after that I had to wake him up to leave because I had to do security. So we spoke a couple times after that. And I remember I had a conversation with him on the phone, and he was at work. And something happened, and he screamed at me. The way the man talked to me, he yelled at me like a dog. The man talked to me, the way he yelled at me, I was like, who is he talking to? I remember just being like, hell, like, what the hell? I'm like, I don't even like you enough for you to be talking to me like this. Even if this were a dude that I was head over heels with, I wouldn't allow them to talk to me like this. I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, this man done transformed. He was already this negative Betty type person before, but it's like he had this whole transformation. I think he turned into more of a monster, you know, ever since whatever happened with that girl or whatever. And I think he had a bitterness towards me too, because I had briefly talked to his friend, even though I explained the situation, like, okay, it's because I knew this dude from before and nothing happened with us anyway. It still was just like, I think in his head, he's like, he thought I made up some kind of like bullshit excuse to break up with him, because I ended up talking to the friend, even though we just talked. That was the same age as him though. I think in his head, it looked bad. And then he has this bitterness towards the ex that broke his heart. And so he was already a bitter dude. It was a bad decision to do whatever it did with him. So anyway, he snapped on me, boy. The man screamed at me so bad. I was like, what? I remember hanging up on him. And then I blocked him. Anyway, so then I blocked him. And I'm sorry, I'm hearing noise campaign outside. So anyway, I ended up blocking him, his phone number. And then I ended up putting up my 30th birthday picture. You know, I had went to town with my sister, and I got dressed up nice, and my nails was done, and my hair was done, and whatever else. And I took these nice pictures. And I remember him all of a sudden sending me this big, long message in my inbox on Facebook. And I showed it to my sister, too. I actually went searching for the message today. I couldn't find it. This shit keeps happening to me. And I ended up blocking him. So I think I ended up deleting his message, what I think happened. Anyway, my sister will confirm that these messages happened. I read it to her the night he sent it to me, right? So anyways, y'all, I read the message to my younger sister the night when he sent it. So she thought it was funny. Anyway, nonetheless, I ended up blocking the dude on social media. And that was it. I haven't heard from him since. That was in 2021. That was years ago. But remember, this thing is televised. So all then I was being watched on camera and I wasn't aware of it. So now fast forward to yesterday. Remember I told you they've been going low and doing things to try to hurt me because of the way things played out with the personal trainer and his girlfriend. And the thing they tried to set up when I got back into the gym last week. So they've been sending all kinds of horrible things to hurt me, right? So yesterday now, with the technology I just noticed on the show I was watching, I just noticed it said this thing about recordings. You know, it was talking about, hold on y'all, give me a minute. I noticed it saying this thing about recordings, right? And in the movie, like I said in the earlier clips, it was this scene in the movie, and I told you what they can do with this shadow networking AI software. So the scene was talking about this dude and how he was like basically this asshole fuckboy, right? Type dude. Excuse my language. That's what they call it in this generation. They call it a fuckboy. Those dudes that mess around and that are no good. And he already kind of had this bitter type of personality anyways. So I think he was just bitter with the way things turned out in his relationships, rather than reflecting and looking inward and figuring out that it's his personality. Anyway, so nonetheless, they're making noise campaign in the background. Like I said, in my relationships, and I'm not bragging about it, you can do your research and I know you have, every relationship that I've been in, I ended it. So it's not the situation with him where people keep breaking up with him because he has a bad personality. It's different, very different. So anyways, nonetheless, and it's always been situations why I end up breaking up with these people. It's always stuff like I keep saying that I can't work with. With him, he was just completely a negative ass, draining ass personality. With my first ex, he had a good personality. I was just young. I was too young. He came at the wrong time. I keep saying it. With the Jamaican dude, that was truly someone that was lacking ambition. It's like, I'm trying to tell you, I'm going to help you study for this test. You have a whole degree. You just need to take this test. I'll help you study for it. Nah, you don't want to take the test. That was truly someone lacking ambition. Then with the dude from the church, the firefighter dude, he had a wandering eye. I could tell he was a dog, even though he was in the church and I thought he would be a good dude. And I was right, because the girl he got with after me, like I said, he had a baby on her and she still turned around and married him. And I think she has a low self-esteem. No disrespect to her, you know? I'm not meaning to talk people's business. These are people in Florida. Anyway, so it's really just been bad luck with men, really. I just keep getting in these situations with guys that have stuff that I can't work with going on. It would seem like, oh, it's this thing where I'm having an issue with these dudes. It's not. I just keep ending up in these situations that I literally cannot work with. I will be miserable. I would be miserable. With the exception of the first guy, like I said, the Haitian ex that just came at the wrong time. Even that dude that was like the perfect catch. He's in my Kisses to My Ex's video, and I was staying in his apartment and everything, and then he dropped the bombshell that he's still married and he's separated. Like, I just keep ending. I'm telling you, my luck is terrible when it comes to men. Then down here, it's like this weird thing, like I said, where I couldn't get forgiveness. Like, the thing happened with that dude years ago, and then every dude was involved. I couldn't date anybody genuinely. I literally just have terror. It's almost like I keep saying it feels like, I don't want to call it on my life, but like, you know, something was done. That's what it feels like. Anyway, nonetheless, whatever it is, it's not me. Anyway, so back to what I was saying though. So that was it with him. It was one encounter that him and I had. And then, you know, that thing happened where he screamed at me and I blocked him. And I didn't hear from him again. That was it. So years later now, this is now 2025. Like I said, the thing with the dude's girlfriend happened last week. And they're sending all kinds of horrible stuff with the technology to try to hurt me. They literally, like I said, this morning played against me with an avatar that said hit but not hurt. And then right after tough, like they're sending stuff, everything they got to hurt me, and it's not, like they're not getting whatever reaction is they're looking for. And I don't think they understand I've been through a lot. You see how this was hours and hours of content? It's been years and years of me dealing with stuff. So I'm completely desensitized. It's not that I'm apathetic or emotionless. It's that over time you get stronger and stronger and stronger. If you don't get destroyed, you're going to get stronger. That's how that thing works. It's like a diamond with all that pressure. It's either going to destroy or it's going to turn into something, right? And so it's like, you throwing stuff at me. I've been through stuff way worse. I've been through so much stuff throughout the years. Like, I mean, there's not really much you can throw. So anyways, nonetheless, forgot what I was going to say though. So, come on, think. I just want to hurry up and finish the video, y'all. This is hours. I'm going to have to split this in two. It's hours and hours of content. So anyway, so now yesterday, like I said, with that movie, you know, they were talking about the dude basically going in the tent and, you know, like he was basically, this is something he does with females. Excuse me, where he takes them out on these hikes into the coldness because they were on some trail. And then because it's cold, you know, the girl wants to cuddle, and then he kind of encourages them to do stuff and gets them to do stuff, and then he records it. And so when they said the record thing, they did this face. You could tell it was shadow network, and then I heard chirping in the background. So I freeze up now. I'm like, oh my God, they've been throwing all kinds of stuff to get under my skin. I'm like, did they record me? And so I start thinking in my head about all of the sexual encounters I've ever had, and it hasn't been many. And I'm like, which one would it be where they recorded me? Because I've been very careful, first of all, throughout the years, especially when it comes to dealing with anyone on this island with everything that started happening. So I'm like, who could it be? Like, who? I'm in my head thinking, because there's only 3 dudes on this island that ever had, you know what, with me. One was rape. I was blacked out. And the other 2 were consensual encounters. That bitter ex that I did it with one time, and then that older dude that I just remembered as I started making the video, that also was in, when was this? This was, I think, 2022. It was right before I left Island, y'all, when the thing with this dude happened. This older guy that I was dealing with. It was right before I left Island, and it was multiple encounters. I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, I thought I could trust him because he wasn't from the island. You know, he explained to me that they were, even showed me like documentation and stuff, that they were building up, you know, from the same hurricane I told you happened years ago, where the dude saw my sister walking and thought she was me and ran his mouth about what he had done years prior. That same Irma that bust everything down and messed up everything, it messed up this hotel on island. And so for years it was out of commission. And they hired, it seems like, this like construction crew from different islands to come in and fix it. It was a big job that had to be done. And so he was like one of the head, like, foremen on the thing. And he was older. He was 47. That's the oldest I've ever gone. There was this older guy in Florida. I don't need to talk about him because we didn't do anything sexual, that I briefly talked to from my church. But nothing, yeah. So it's fine. I'd never had intercourse with him. Anyway, so with this guy, I got to know him. He saw me and he started talking to me, and he was good with his mouth. He's an older dude. He knew how to talk and stuff and finesse or whatever. And I ended up, I'm not gonna lie, I ended up dealing with him. It's just the honest to God truth. And there were multiple encounters. I'm not gonna lie, there were multiple encounters. And he was kind of abusive. Like, he was saying abusive stuff and doing abusive stuff. And I kind of now wonder, was it a bat or a setup? You know, because could he have gotten in cahoots with obviously he was here for a while. He was here for it was like a year or 2 that he was here doing stuff. So he could have gotten in with the dudes. I'm like, there's no way. This dude is way older. He's not from this island. This has to be safe and secure, is what I'm thinking in my head. Anyway, the interaction with him was kind of gnarly. Like, he would be doing stuff that seemed abusive, and it was weird to me. I don't know. It just felt weird to me, and I even told my sister about it. I remember telling her about it. And I remembered her getting fired up and coming to meet him, right? And so he's thinking he's coming to just meet my sister, and it's going to be this casual meeting. And he wasn't knowing she was coming to tear. I didn't even know shit. I know what I told her, right? So I expected her to be a little fiery with him, but I didn't know she was going to tear him a new one. And so he could dress up. I could tell he had cut his hair and he shaved up his goatee and stuff and put on all kind of hat and stuff to come meet her. And the girl tore him a new one. And he was doing a lot of abusive stuff. I'm not really going to go into the details of stuff he was doing. But anyway, so my sister tore him a new one, and it was so bad that I actually did not go back to that post. I remember it was a whole different set of management at the security company I work at now, back then. I remember going in and explaining to the dude that I foolishly, you know, started a relation with somebody on the site, and I was honest with the manager at the time. I was very honest. And I told him I started a relationship with somebody on the site and it went bad and I don't feel comfortable working at the post anymore. And so immediately, he was so nice. He was very nice. Immediately he what's the word I'm looking for? Reassigned me to a different post. But whoo, that guy kept trying to reach out to block him on everything. That was bad. And I know it was like a blind side too. I know he wasn't expecting it. But I didn't even think twice about him because he's not from this island at all. I'm like, there's no way he's in here in the inner circle with these, the folks that were doing whatever, is what I was. And then he was way older too. He was 47 at the time. So I'm like, there's no way. He's just the oldest I've ever gone, by the way. Anyway, so I don't know if when they say the record thing, if that's what they were talking about, because at that time I was targeted too. You have to understand, both of these encounters that happened with these two guys was in the time frame before I left island. So I don't know, to be honest with you, what was recorded from what wasn't recorded. I don't have any idea. So it's scary to think about. It's nerve-wracking. But with that bitter ex, him and I only had one encounter. With that dude from the hotel or whatever, I had multiple encounters with him. I didn't feel like I was being watched or recorded or all these different things like that. I really didn't. Anyway, so I just felt like I needed to talk about it though, because I'm like, oh my God, I don't know what these guys are saying, because I remember I'm playing on the pool game and they're trying to hurt me now. They're sending all kinds of horrible stuff. And they never sent a sub about that dude. I think I actually gave them that tidbit. I think they're just trying to mess with my head. I don't know if they were really actually in cahoots with that dude, that older guy. But I was just in my head trying to rack through my brain what they're talking about. And as I was making a video, I remembered him too. But I was mainly thinking it was the bitter ex that they were talking about, because I recall they played me on the pool game, and it's something they did today too. They're trying to push a false narrative. But I remember them playing me on the pool game with the name, not of the ex, but of his friend, the one that was with my sister. And they put a gas mask on. So I'm like, what are they trying to say? I know they're not going to try to paint this false narrative of me smelling bad. Now, mind you, they're sitting here and they're watching me all day long. They've seen my mother cussing me stink because I bathed multiple times in the day. It's so bad, my OCD, that I can't cuckoo or poop. Excuse me, cuckoo is island slang. I can't take a poop without washing. So after I poop, I have to go in and I have to bathe. They're watching me do this. I'm cussing my brothers out because they're pooping in the toilet and not scrubbing the toilet out. Like, that's the type of anal I am. Don't mind how the house is looking now. We're all in a depressed state. People aren't cleaning. My brothers are gone now, so things should get a little bit more clean. They're very messy, my brothers. No disrespect to them. They know how the house was being kept in the old neighborhood when it was just my parents and I living there. Anyway, so in here has gotten into a mess. It is what it is. But I am not a mess. I clean myself very well. I'm very anal. I bathe multiple times in the day. They watch me do it. When I get off of work in the morning, I'm going to bathe. So whatever anybody is saying is a lie. They're trying whatever they can to hurt me. It's ridiculous. And let me tell you about that bitter dude too. Either he's really nasty if he is saying something. Either he's really nasty if he felt like I smelled bad. He's either a really nasty dude or he's lying and bitter. Because when him and I were actually together, right? And we were in my like I said, I used to be, I don't want to give a TMI. I'm trying not to give too much info. We were in my mother's house, and I respect my mom, right? So I wasn't going to do anything in her house, and I wasn't going to have sex with him anyways. Like I said, this thing happened years later when I actually did finally have sex with him. We were together for almost half a year, and I didn't do anything with him. Anyway, what I did allow him to do was, with his finger, right? And I remember he was going to go down, and I told him no. So if I smell bad, why were you going to do that? Either you're a really nasty dude or you're a liar, if he's saying that. Because there's nothing wrong with him doing that if we're together, right? So there's nothing wrong with me saying that. But I'm just saying I don't know what's being said. And he was very bitter dude. You could ask my sister about that dude. So anyway, I pull up to, and the reason I'm saying that, it wasn't just the gas mask thing that they did. But then I pull up to the grocery store today and I see this Rasta man walking out, this older Rasta man walking out with a bunch of bottles of Dettol. So I'm like, oh my God, what are they trying to do now? Like, they keep coming with these different narratives. It was so bad at my freaking... I try not to talk about what happened at that job. I keep saying at the correction officer job. I was brushing my teeth. I was using mouthwash, all kinds of stuff, flossing, wearing a mask. And they were trying to act like my breath stunk. And so it was to the point where I ordered an expensive breathalyzer from offline. And that's where you see that video with the cornrows in. To prove that my breath doesn't stink. So I'm just like, what are they going to come with now? It's like they're so wanting to hurt me. Are they going to now paint a false narrative that I smell bad? Because either you're a nasty ass dude, because I'm not going to be doing it with somebody that smells bad. You're disgusting and nasty, or you're a liar. So anyway, that's the first thing a dude will do when things don't go right. They'll lie and say that you smell bad. That's the first thing a dude will do. Anyway, so nonetheless, that wasn't our first sexual encounter with that bitter ex. That was the first time we had intercourse. That wasn't our first sexual encounter. Anyway, so nonetheless, though, I don't know if that's the case though, because I could be saying all this and they were just trying to pull my leg and playing on the thing with the mask and the boyfriend's face, and I mean not the boyfriend, my sister's ex-boyfriend's name to get under my skin. But it was the pulling up to the store and seeing them come out with bottles of Dettol. I'm like, are you serious? With how often you see me bathing in there, are you really serious? There was even another dude that I had somewhat of an encounter with. It did not go far at all, right? And that was also what felt like a setup, where it felt like they were trying to get him to have sex with me. Shit, that situation was probably recorded too. Who knows? I hope it was. Right? So it was this dude that worked at the hospital. I know for sure he knew the dude. He used to live on the street with us when we were living in the same neighborhood. We lived on the other side of this neighborhood. I talked about him in a prior video. He's well known on Island. He's somebody that makes sushi and all this kind of bullshit like that. So anyways, he was living on the same street as us, and I used to stay in the house. I didn't really be out in the streets like that. This was around the same time when people were out in the streets a lot and the hurricane thing was happening. But I was out more so at nighttime with my sister and with that dude she was dating at the time. I wasn't out there like that. But at that time, my sister used to be up and down in the neighborhood and stuff. And so she kind of had got a crush on him. And so I remembered her kind of like saying that sometimes she would have like eye contact with him a couple times or whatever it was, right? I didn't have no crush on the dude. I didn't even really know him like that. I didn't really see him all the time. I saw him a couple times outside. I was more so in the house. So I remember now I'm walking at this time I was teaching I was a paraeducator at this neighboring school, a school that was near the neighborhood. It was like a hop and a skip away, so I used to walk. I didn't have a car. And so I'm walking in the street trying to get to the school, and I see him drive past me, and then he does a U-turn, and he comes back and he asks me if I want to ride. So he gives me the ride, we're talking, he's acting cheerful and smiling and stuff. And I don't know if he thought I was my sister, because they did have some sort of, this wouldn't be the first time that's happened. It's happened before. I told y'all what happened with the dude that raped me. He swore up and down my sister was me. I start going off and telling the dude all this kind of stuff about me. And that was my sister and not me. So anyways, I don't know if that's what was going on, because from what my sister was telling me, they had some sort of flirtationship going on. I don't know if that's what was going on. And the only reason I'm talking about it is to tell you how far this thing has gone and where they have actually set dudes to try to have sex with me before. This is not the first time it's happened, if that is what's going on. So anyways, I just trying to tell you how far this thing went. And they gaslight me for talking about the thing in a video. When then now my family links up with his family and they're bullying me while I'm being targeted after everything I done went through with that situation. And then you gaslight me about talking about it in a video? Really? So anyways, so this was before the targeting, y'all. And this was before I left for school. This was back in the day, like 2017, 16, them years, right? Actually, this was probably like maybe a year or two after I had broke up with the dude that I'm calling the bitter dude. Anyway, so probably like 2 years after I broke up with the dude that I'm calling the bitter dude. So anyway, he stops and he picks me up and he's having all this conversation with me and stuff. I swear the man knew who I was. The only reason I say that maybe he mistook me for my sister is because what he decided to try to do. Or maybe the whole time he knew who I was and it was a ploy. I don't know. I ain't too sure. You know, it's not like I ever had the confirmation. It's the actions that he took is what I'm saying. And he was so convincing, right? So it's like, I don't know, really and truly. But anyways, I remembered him giving me the ride and stuff. And I didn't think it would be a big deal because my sister already had a boyfriend in the neighborhood. And then on top of things, he seemed like a decent catch. And I'm like, in my head, like very wary. I'm like, I know he works in the hospital of all places. He's in the same age range as that dude. So many dudes have been involved. It's like I knew that it was a bad idea, you know, that kind of way. But it was just like I still went with it, stupid type of way. It was dumb. It was really dumb, I have to say, on my part. But I definitely didn't fall into it all the way. It's not like I ever did anything with him. I'm actually going to tell you what happened. I think he was sent to try to do stuff with me. And similar to that dude that I told y'all that they sent into the gym at the beginning of last year, that was like this pretty boy type thing that they kept coming and acting cocky around me and, you know, in the area where I was at. The whole reason why I did the crush thing about the other dude, he was a similar aesthetic to that dude, like real pretty boy type thing, right? He was even telling me the story. That's why my sister and I, to this day, we call him the cheese. It's like this inside joke. Because I remember back then he was telling me the story about how in the hospital all the girls like him, and after a while it became like a rat race, and they were all fighting over him and this and that, and so this is when we started calling him the cheese. It was like this inside joke, we call him the cheese now when we're talking about him. We don't talk about him all the time. We don't really talk about him at all, but every now and then there might be a situation that comes up where he gets mentioned. Like the other day we heard, I don't want to talk his business on, something bad happened to him. He's still alive, but something bad happened to him. So that's the time where he was brought up, where my sister said, oh, did you hear what happened to the cheese? That type of thing. Anyway, so nonetheless, so we were never together or anything like that. And I didn't even really have that many encounters with him. But I remember I went to his house a few times and he made sushi for me, right? So he was trying to finesse the situation, like cooking for me and all this kind of stuff, making sushi. And of course he's good with his words and stuff, and, conversation or whatever we're having. And I remember one night I was hearing stuff. Like I felt like I was hearing stuff in his closet. I don't know. It's not like I was going to get up and open his closet, but I was almost certain I was hearing like snickering or something in his closet, but I wasn't 100% sure. I know I'm not crazy. Like I'm almost sure I was hearing snickering or something in his closet. So either they had some sort of, maybe a recording going on in the closet or a physical body in the closet. I'm not sure what it was, but I was hearing something coming out of the closet in his room. And this was the first time I had went back to his room. And we were watching a movie. We sat there and watched the whole movie. Then he waited till a sex scene came on. And he started to kiss me, right? And so I'm hearing what's going on in the closet. I'm hearing like this. Kept hearing something slightly in the closet. I know I wasn't going crazy. And at this point in time, too, I'm good at sussing out people. Even though he was smooth and all this stuff, I just knew that this was one of these people that was doing the setup stuff. So I still was feeling out the situation, though. But when he made that move to try to have sex, and I'm hearing what I'm hearing coming from the closet, even though I didn't get up, I should have really got up and opened the freaking closet, is what I should have done. Instead, I sat there and I let him kiss me. And I let him kiss me. And I let him start doing stuff. I let him take his whole pants off. I let him put on a condom and everything. And then, we didn't have any sex. That's not what I'm saying. But I shouldn't even say this, right? Because I shouldn't have let it get that far. But I let him put his hand down there, right? But I didn't let him actually do much of anything else, right? And so then right before we had sex, I hopped out there, but I did it on purpose. And I know I was being a bitch, but I was doing it because I knew what they were doing. I had kind of caught on to what was going on. So I let him get very close to having sex with me and think that we were about to have sex. And then I hopped out the bed and I said, I can't do this. I need to go home. I made an excuse to go home. And so he looked pissed because I think he thought he had it in the bag. He's this good looking dude. He felt like whatever. Probably thought I was this bitch or whatever. So he thought he had it in the bag, I think. And so that's why I spitefully did that. I let it get that far. And like we were about to do something, and I hopped up and acted like I needed to go home. And so he pissed the whole ride. He looked pissed. And he drove past my neighborhood, mind you, because his house was like right up the hill from my house. He drove past my neighborhood and purposely went to the gas station. And then he paused and glared at me. And so I just looked back at him and I patiently waited for him to put gas in the vehicle. And so then he got out the vehicle, he put gas in, and he took me home. Right? And so then after that, we stopped talking. It was really a mess. It was a hot mess. It was definitely, now that I think back on it, another moment where it might have been a bet. God only knows. Anyway, so for what I was probably hearing was maybe some sort of like, I don't know if it was a live feed or what the hell it was. Whatever I thought I was hearing was very subtle, but I was hearing something coming out his closet for sure. That's why I did what I did. So now that they sent that thing earlier about bet and stuff, I keep thinking about different interactions that happen here on island. I even think back to that one because I know for sure he knew that dude. They're working in the hospital together. I mean, come on. They're in the same age range. And at that time, I was still friends with that dude on Facebook, by the way. I even saw him put a strange post up too. And I started kind of wondering, like, I wonder. It's like I really started putting it together. I really did. So anyways, that was another encounter. And it was weird with him too, because then this weird thing with him, after that whole thing happened, years later now, after I already went and left, went to Florida, got my bachelor's degree and came back to Ireland and became a teacher, he randomly adds me on Facebook, right? So he added me on Facebook. I was friends with him up until just recently I blocked him. Anyway, so I was friends with him on Facebook, and this was before I tried to relocate off island. I even told my sister about it. So he added me on Facebook. I don't know if he was trying to set me up again or what the case was. I don't really know. Or if he was genuinely sorry for what he did, I don't know. But he sent me a friend request on Facebook. And I noticed as I'm writing out, then they're watching me too. So it could have very well been, again, them trying to use him. I don't know. I used to ride my bike from that old neighborhood, and I used to ride it to the next neighborhood. And I had to cross the street basically for the hill that he lived on. He would drive up a hill and he lived, I can't really explain the setup. It's hard to explain it. But all these neighborhoods are close together. And so when I was living in the old neighborhood where the cyberstalking, cyberbullying dude's family lived. And before I relocated off island, I tried to relocate off island, I used to ride my bike through the hills and jog through the hills and stuff. I've been working out. I wasn't going to the gym back then. I was doing more cardio. So anyway, I rode my bike through the hills and stuff. And then I used to ride over to this back neighborhood. And at this time, I was being watched on camera, right? Hardcore. So I remember I'm riding back there up and down the hill. And I see the blue car creeping up the street. I'm like, is that him? I see it happen one time, right? He never stopped and told me anything. I see it happen a second time on a different day. The third day now, he starts pulling up slow like he's about to stop by me. I remember I sped so fast past this man's car. I sped around the corner and up the street. And I remember telling my sister about it. This happened years ago now at this point. This was like 2022 or 2021, like late 2021 or early 2022 before I tried to relocate off island. So I don't know what the intention was there. I don't know if he was going to try to do something again. I don't really know, to be honest with you. But I'm just trying to show you that for years they have, even before my targeting and then into the targeting, this kind of weird, kind of like trying to set me up type thing for real now, I think as retribution for me accusing that dude over a decade ago. Like, they know how to really hold a grudge. And I wonder if it's malicious enough to the point where they would have bet dudes to have sex with me. And I'm starting to wonder now when I think back on certain situations and certain things that happened. So anyways, that was a fail nonetheless. If that was what that was a fail. So anyway, so that's what it was. So yeah, I had to talk about this because it really bothered me. I had to make a video talking about and defending myself because, one of those dudes, it was only one sexual encounter, at least one intercourse sexual encounter. And we had a prior one in the past, so full I don't smell bad. So I would love to know if he's saying stuff. Or now I'm starting to think about this other dude that I had multiple encounters with. This freaking St. Lucian dude that wasn't from the island. I'm like, either you're a really nasty ass dude to be saying I smell bad and you mess with me multiple times, or you're a liar. So anyway, that's what's going on. They were now kind of trying to trying to tear me down and push this narrative. It seems like they were trying to subtly do that today, of me smelling bad or something. I'm not sure what they're trying to do. They weren't doing this before. So I'm like, is this what they're trying to do now? I'm trying to figure this out. There was one time where they were doing this, and this was all the way last year, where this dude was trying to do this thing about tuna fish. This one time, and they stopped one time. They did it one time, and they stopped when I made a video about it. It was full of bullshit. Been squatting around you the whole time you weren't doing anything. So I'm like, are they trying to push us? Because remember I told you too, when I went by the girlfriend, and she saw my picture, all of a sudden she started calling me ugly and weird and pinching her nose and doing all this crazy shit that she wasn't doing until she saw my picture. So I'm like, oh God. I'm thinking to myself, is this a fake narrative that they're now trying to paint and push? Because so much of these dudes been around me squatting and they weren't doing anything. So I'm like, oh my God, is this something that they're going to now try to push because they couldn't get their way with the situation? They weren't able to, I don't feel like they hit me hard enough. The hit wasn't retaliatory. The retaliatory hit wasn't hard enough, or I didn't react, I think is what it is, or I didn't look hurt, as they said. So they're trying whatever it is. What does hurt look like to them? Do I need to be crying and busting down? I don't know what hurt looks like to them. You don't think I'm hurting with everything that's going on? What more do you want from me? Do I need to be busting down and bawling? Because you're never going to get that. I don't have that kind of personality. And I've been through way too much. So there's not really much you could do to get that unless you physically do something. Which they actually physically do stuff too. All the time they're hitting me with dues. I threw my guts up the other morning. The other evening. It wasn't morning time. It was evening time. I'm like, what are you going to do next? Just leave the situation alone. Stop pushing the false narrative. And I will go to the gym humbly. I'll work out. And I'll leave. And I won't make videos continuously Stop doing things to cause the videos and then gaslighting me about the videos. So anyways, y'all, that's all I had to talk about and defend myself, because I was just racking my brain trying to figure out, oh my God, who are they talking about that recorded me? And then it's like they start getting nasty with it too, because then they start sending stuff about wearing a mask and with sending the boyfriend's name. I'm like, what are you really talking about? Because I could tell you a whole story. And I actually sat there and I told you a whole story. Lies. Either you're a nasty dude or you're lying. So anyway, that's what's going on with that. I had to talk about that. I've only had 6 consensual partners. And then one that was non-consensual. I was blacked out and I woke up and he was having a field day. So that's what happened, y'all. And only 3 guys that I've ever done anything with here on this island. So this is why I was racking my brain. Record. Who could it be? The dude that raped me when I was blacked out? That one encounter? The bitter ex that I had one encounter with? Or are you talking about that older dude that wasn't from this island that I had multiple encounters with? Because both of those things happened during the targeting. The thing with that dude, that older dude, happened during the targeting. And the thing with the bitter ex happened during the targeting. And they both happened before I tried to relocate off island. So I don't know which one they're talking about. But they're going low as can be to try to hit me about this, all over this shit that I didn't start with this dude in the gym. Anyway, y'all, so I had to make the video and document what's going on. More documentation and defending myself. And then today now it was all kind of craziness when I left the house, now like I did something wrong. Because earlier I started digging through my inbox on Facebook. I was looking for that message, the last message I got from that bitter ex. First of all, I couldn't even find him on my account. I couldn't find him in any of my pictures. I was looking for the likes. He used to like my stuff. I didn't see any of his likes. I saw likes from her ex-boyfriend though. So that's to tell you, around that same time he was liking my stuff too. That's not in there. I couldn't find the message. I'm digging for the message, digging for it. I couldn't find it. It was this big long message the dude sent me. I'm so mad I deleted that. But that's to tell you, I'm not the kind of person that land blast messages and I'm putting screenshots and receipt videos. I don't do stuff like that. I've been getting stuff for years. I've never had an issue with doing that or a scandal with doing that. It wasn't until I became a targeted and they started gaslighting and creating false narratives and then I started putting shit together. I never did stuff like that. You should see how much messages is in my fucking inbox over the years. I don't do stuff like that. Anyway, I was looking for the thing. I couldn't find it earlier. And, so that's what it is, y'all. I had to defend myself, though. I wanted to come out here and defend myself because this is craziness that they're doing. And it's just like, how far are you going to go? And how low are you going to go to get the result that you're looking for? The hurt that you're looking for, man. Anyway, that's it, y'all. I'm done. Talk to y'all in the next one. Peace out. This is probably going to be like a 2-part video, y'all, because it's like 4 hours of content. This is probably going to be a 2-part video. Then I'll talk to y'all in the next one. Peace out. Oh, wait. That's what y'all, oh my God. Wait a minute. Whoa. What led to me making the video, y'all, because all of it was happening and I was contemplating making a video. I was freaking out since yesterday, since they sent the thing. It was what happened today that made me say I was going to make a video about it. Because I went into unemployment. Y'all know they cut back my hours with the security. My head is hurting. Speaking of hum and do's and whatever. Anyway, so I went into unemployment because I applied for unemployment. Trying to get on top of things since I don't have hours. I want to immediately try to get the unemployment going so I can keep getting a decent paycheck. So I went in to just check on the unemployment. I noticed when I go in there, the same security guard I've been seeing in there that hasn't been doing anything since I pulled up. Actually, there was one time I pulled up, I'm looking like this in my car, and then he just went about his business. He hasn't been doing anything. All of a sudden, he's in the background sitting there. It looked like they gave him a dumbbell. You know they do gang stalk and stuff. First of all, before I went in there, I noticed a car that looked just like the dude from the gym's car. So I noticed it, but I was like, okay, a lot of people drive the car. I noticed a lot of people on island have that car. So I didn't think anything of it. I noticed it, but I didn't think anything of it. So I go in there now and I'm filling out the paper. I'm just telling the girl, look, I'm just trying to check on my unemployment to make sure I get it on time. Can you just like give me an update on or ask somebody when am I going to get it? And, you know, has my paperwork gone through? So she went and called somebody from the back to talk to me. So while I'm talking to her, I'm hearing this revving in the background in the room. Revving. As I go to sit down by him and as I go to sit down by him, somebody in the road runs by. And so I notice he has a dumbbell in his hand and he's doing this with the dumbbell. And on his video, on his phone, he's playing Rev Campaign on his phone. And he's doing this with his dumbbell. So I'm like, oh my God, don't tell me to get a mess with my unemployment now over this dumb shit that was out of my control. Are you serious? So I remember just looking at him and laughing. I just snickered and chuckled and I laughed. And so when I did that, it's like he got bothered or something. So then he puts on a video of a child noises, child sound. So that's when I got pissed. And that's when I had a nasty reaction. And that was when I played a nasty video out loud to get back at him. And I played something about when the dude is ugly or something like that. I see him getting basity. But it was just like, you being nasty, man. It's one thing, okay, the workout thing, you doing the revving and all this stuff to hurt me. But then the child thing, I'm like, what the heck? And the dude's not even an ugly dude. He's not somebody you look twice at, but he's average looking. That's my first go-to. If they didn't realize, that's my first go-to when it comes to insulting a dude. Especially if it's an average looking dude. It's easy to hit somebody like that. It's very easy to do. They do it to me all the fucking time. Excuse my language. All the time. So if it's somebody that's not super fine, you can easily do that and they might think twice. You can do that and it works. I don't insult people's looks like that. But it was like he was getting nasty and I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, why am I getting punished for? Because what they set up in the gym and it didn't work out with this girl? So anyway, now I'm leaving the place. After I spoke to the lady, she was nice to me. She was telling me something about a package coming in the mail and stuff, and it'll take 2 weeks to get unemployment and stuff. So hopefully things work out and they don't, block that up. I don't see how or why they would. So now I'm leaving now. And I noticed as I'm leaving, the car that looked like the dude's car from the gym is leaving in front of me. Like it was timed. And then I hear the bird chirping in the background. So I'm like, oh my God. Like, are they going to set something up because of this? So that's why I really was like, now I got to make a video. Now this is like, again, it's more than just trying to hurt me. It's like actual blockages that be taking place. I'm like, I got to talk about this in a video now for real. It was that and also seeing the older Rasta man coming out holding a bunch of bottles of Dettol. I'm like, what? Anyway, so that's it, y'all. That's all I want to talk about. I'll talk to y'all on the next one, man. Peace out.